What is up, guys? Welcome back to Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. One of them. Anyways, um, I hope you are all well. I hope you've all recovered if you were here last night for the long stream. Oh, I hope you so close being good. Now, I can't, like I said before yesterday, I don't know if get a ruling. I don't know who testifies. I don't know. I don't know. So until we get to this, I will have to classify this as an unknown ending, or possibly what we like to call a kitchen cock block. I definitely keep all the good court case endings just from personal self, just so everybody's aware of that. I want that to be known. Um, watch those by myself. But, most of it, I'm just kidding. Honestly, I give you guys everything I've got. Curtin, I see that you're here for the first time. Thank you so much. I have so many of my lovely regular subscribers in here. And can you hear my coffee machine going? We got coffee brewing, guys. We are getting into this. I'm not covered. Look at me. I look like I've been through something. Let's do a little TLDR, okay? So we are in Michigan. We are dealing with a divorce case. I am going to my Discord. It's probably going to say, you're shopping. And I know. It's just the way it is. Hold on. Maybe I'll try the Zoom thing. Is it better when my video's gone? I bet it probably is. So TLD, this I'm gonna blame rural Canadian internet, but I am not in rural Canada. But weird. Okay, great. So my face is literally the problem. Great. Um, so the this case is one where we are starting in Michigan. These are the folks that we're going to be talking about here. We have the Judge Gilderoy Lockhart, Judge Sexy Surfer, Judge. We have a list going, folks. Over here in the middle, we have one of the lawyers. We also have another lawyer here. We have two lady lawyers with us tonight. So be excited for that. Down here in our bottom left corner with a creepy smile on her face. And I'm just gonna just take this opportunity to explain a little bit about last night. So this was an 8-hour case yesterday, and I was watching it for the first time with you guys. And I sort of call it like I see it. And I grew up with a friend who had a parent very similar to this. And I think it was actually triggering for me because I was a little bit intense yesterday. So I apologize if I hurt anybody's feelings, but I do it just this is who I am. It's just the way I am. So I just want you all to know that I'm just like everybody else. We learn, we take in the information and we decide what we do with it. So down here on the bottom, we have, because I said that because I'm starting to make fun of the lady here where I say to her, or I say, look, she's got a creepy smile on her face. Well, she does have a creepy smile on her face. And we are going to hear, that from her more today. This is the wife, and then in the middle here we have the husband. This lady, I believe, is the teacher, but she, I believe, is being taken out of turn at this point for their trial. So in Michigan, and time served, I'm looking at Discord, but I don't want to hurt my computer more. um So basically what's happened is originally these two were married. They lived in Michigan. They made a divorce agreement and both signed said agreement where they stipulated that they would move to California. They would live there together. They have 3 children. Those children would go with them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They did that, and then she's gone back on the deal. So she doesn't like the deal that she signed and she wants to have another shot at the apple. And so she has actually had that set aside, and now they are redoing this in front of the referee, Matthew Hagan. Also, in regards to the points, first of all, I give out points willy-nilly. I gave everybody 2,022 points 2,222 points when I first logged on, but I can't do it and stream because the computer, I need a better computer. So the thing about it is that you can give each other points. You can earn points for being funny in the comments, in the chat. Like, I'm going to be giving away points left, right, and center. And my mods are going to help me with that eventually. I'm going to work on that. You get points for every 5 minutes that you spend watching. That's a base level, guys, just so you know. And points are free. And yeah, I don't know what we'll do with them yet, but we'll do something fun with them. Also, I'm making poutine tonight, guys. As I said before, I'm Canadian and I'm going to make some poutine. Anyways, let's get playing with this. We have a lot to go tonight. I will pop my camera back on in a bit after we get their audio going and we'll see how we do. Okay? Also, I love all of you in here. I read the chat 100p and I laugh very hard. Oh, the other thing I was going to say, from my live audience yesterday, aka the one person in the house that was listening to me yell at the computer, they did say I was a bit intense. So, but I had to remind him that he heard everything. You guys, I was muted a lot. I don't know if you feel good about that or not, but yeah. Anyways, let's get going, shall we? And yes, please do subscribe. I appreciate each and every one of you.
Degree in early childhood education.
And are you familiar? Well, where do you work?
Suttons Bay Public School.
And do you currently teach a class?
I do. I teach the 4-year-old preschool program.
And how many children are in your classroom?
This year we have 10 children.
Are you familiar with Uma Llewellyn?
I am.
And she also goes by the name Birdie. Is that you're aware of that? How are you familiar with Birdie?
Birdie has been a student in my classroom since January of this year.
And what is the schedule for your classroom? Is it a full-time preschool program or part-time?
It is full-time Monday through Thursday.
And the times, what are those?
8:15 to 3:15.
And how has Birdie assimilated into your classroom?
She is assimilated very well. She's easygoing, very engaged, curious, bright child.
Did you have any concerns about her entering into the mix so late in the school year?
I always have concerns about a child who arrives late, yes.
And what were those concerns?
Just that we, already have established routines and children know the events of the day and the social dynamic has been set. And it's sometimes hard to integrate a new child into that.
Was that the case with Birdie?
That was not. Birdie is very social and adept at interactions with other children and adults.
And does she participate in class?
She does. She's very engaged and curious.
Do you have any concerns about her being able to benefit from your curriculum?
I do not.
Do you believe that she is benefiting from your curriculum?
I do.
Sorry, one second. I guess for the record, Ms. Nucala's screen dropped out.
Sorry, Ms. Johnson. Technological things.
She wouldn't be popping back on as Amanda Johnson, right? She would have
No, that's
changed
the
her
next.
name.
No, that's the next witness.
Okay. That person just popped on. Sometimes people use different screens if that happens. So, yes.
Oh, okay. I can continue with this.
I agree. I just didn't.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah.
She's represented by counsel, and that's up to you.
Ms. Johnson, in the interest of time, because I know we started late and I know you have people to teach, small people. Based upon your interactions with Birdie Uma Llewellyn since January, what does she enjoy? Have you noticed certain things that are specific to her?
She is a very creative child. She tends to go towards the arts, spends a lot of time at the art table. She really enjoys dramatic play, lots of dress up and make believe with friends.
Have you witnessed her bond with any of the other children and have friends?
I have. She's integrated, again, very well socially into the class.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Belden?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Question for you. When Birdie joined your classroom in January, did you get a copy of her record from her fall semester in Pasadena, California?
I did not.
Okay, did you ever talk to her teacher in Pasadena, California?
I did not.
Okay, so there was no kind of transfer where you had an opportunity to hear how she was doing in her previous school for the fall.
That is correct.
Okay. So you would not be able to say whether she had a successful fall or not.
I would not.
No. But when she came to you, she seemed like a happy, ready to learn, engaged child.
She is an amazing child.
Wonderful. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up, Ms.?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You're all set.
Thank you.
And we do have Ms. Nucala back.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Is there technological issues on that end? Is there?
There are never normally technological issues. I don't know what it is today. I'm sorry.
Okay. Your Honor, you did say that Amanda Johnson is in the waiting room. I would like to put the procedural piece that we discussed on the record before we move forward. I don't believe Ms. Johnson, Amanda Johnson, is as limited as Sarah Johnson. I just wanted to get her back to her classroom.
Sure. And this is your opportunity to proceed.
Okay. I did have a conference with the court and Attorney Belden prior to coming on here, all of us together. And I was seeking clarification from a procedural standpoint as to what it is that the court is listening to today. What is it ruling on? What is the law of scaffolding that we are basically relying upon in order to present this case? And I wanted to make sure that I fully understood what it was. I had done a summary of the procedural history of this case, and I went over it with the judge, and I went over it with Attorney Belden. And I just wanted to clarify that based upon my understanding, and excuse that, that the judgment of divorce, which was dated in June 2022, we all understood that it was not entered at the final scheduled hearing on November 3rd, 2022. Attorney Belden was not part of this case at that time. It was Attorney Umulis. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understood what that was. Judge Kromkowski then gave us, meaning our counsel for Ms. Nucala, 14 days to file a motion to change custody or parenting time. We did that. We filed it on the 9th of November, and we were asking for, and we are asking for, primary custody of all 3 children and long distance parenting time for Mr. Llewellyn, unless he chooses to relocate back to Northern Michigan, in which case it would continue to be a 50-50. We analyzed the best interest factors under the Child Custody Act. That is what the law that we were relying upon. We briefed the issue of not needing to show proper cause or change of circumstance under the relevant law. Judge Kromkowski issued her order on the 17th of November, and she essentially reopened the child custody and parenting time issues and sent us to mediation, and then ultimately set this hearing this month and then next month. The court had specifically ordered that it had reconsidered the status of the case and concludes that it would be best if the outstanding child-related matters were resolved prior to entry of the judgment. She set aside the Ms. Nucala's waiver of the 6-month waiting period because the judgment of divorce was not supposed to be legally final until January. And it referred to the referee our motion and through typical channels and funneled that through the process pursuant to the 13th Circuit Court procedures. On December 5th, we filed a motion to amend child support and for amendment of temporary order to facilitate the parenting time based on the financial impossibility of doing it at that time. Judge Kromkowski referred that to the referee as well, and it's consolidated with this motion. Thereafter, Mr. Llewellyn on the 6th of December filed his response to our motion, and he asked for primary custody with long distance parenting time for Ms. Nucala, and included his best interest argument. There was some confusion with court administration with regard to whether or not there were any outstanding property issues in this divorce. And there are emails back and forth between court administration, myself, and Attorney Umulus, and I have copies of those on December 21st, which confirmed, Ms. Umulus confirmed that there are no property issues in this case. Those are all resolved. Nothing has been pursued. That is a final matter, and nothing that we are listening to today or need to present proofs on concerns property-related issues. We then attended mediation with Sarah Vinke regarding only custody and parenting time issues. No agreement was reached, but immediately or soon thereafter, the parties agreed to a new interim order that replaced the September temporary order. And that provided, and that's currently in effect, and that is what provides Ms. Nucala with the 2 youngest children primarily, and Josephine with Mr. Llewellyn primarily, and provides that Mr. Llewellyn needs to pay Josephine's tuition in California. So we now have a new interim order replacing the September order, and we have dueling motions for custody, essentially. Then on March 17th, St. Patrick's Day, Ms. Belden had replaced Ms. Umulus and filed a motion to enforce contract with the court, essentially arguing that the judgment of divorce was a contract and needed to be enforced as a whole. It doesn't address child custody law, which I believe personally is what's at issue here. It's not a contract case. It's about children and people. But I never received a notice of hearing. I've never received any response from the court with regard to that motion. And I checked the docket sheet religiously because I didn't know what was going on with it. And I want to clarify that my office never got notice from the court that that motion would be heard by this referee in the context of these 2 other motions. So because of this somewhat unusual procedural posture of this case, I wanted to make sure that I understood, and I gave the court and the court record notice that I never received any sort of notice of hearing with regard to the motion to enforce contract. To my knowledge, there is none. And so that is not something I believe would be properly adjudicated before this court at this time. If it needs to be set for hearing, it should be set for hearing separately, or it needs to be properly noticed because we would certainly file a response to it. In fact, I would file a motion to dismiss it. So on legal grounds. So I wanted to just go ahead and make my understanding clear of what it is that we are presenting proofs on. And my understanding is we are presenting proofs on the best interest of the child factors as set forth in the Child Custody Act. And I just wanted to make that 100% clear and get clarification as to whether the court acknowledges that the motion to enforce contract is not in play at this hearing and has not been set for hearing with the appropriate notice.
Okay, and I wanted to quickly interject and just state, I wanted to clarify that at the, with the stipulated interim order that was signed by the parties in January 2023, I did want to point out, paragraph 1 does state that the parties have reached an arrangement for the 2022-2023 school year. This agreement is temporary in nature and is without prejudice to either party's position or the court's final determination regarding custody, parenting time, school enrollment, or domicile or residence of the minor children. So based on that, and it says all other terms of the September order are still in effect. So I would like that to be reflected. I also want to stay, and I'll let Your Honor, speak as well, but when that March 17th motion to enforce the contract motion was filed, my understanding is we received a note from the court that they were not going to set this for a separate hearing, that it would be heard at this 4-day hearing.
But you agree, and we, off the record, I went through the file and I agree with Ms. Whitman. There was no notice of hearing set for that issue today, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Bolden?
I don't see a notice of hearing, but I think that there's an email from Josephine. I feel like there was something, and that's where I was going to go check with Lynn to confirm that, but there was something from Josephine stating that. Let me go back.
It seems likely that that was the intent, but I don't see a
Yeah.
notice of hearing or anything in the file. So on that, I think, and I guess I'll ask Ms. Whitman, part of this discussion relates to an objection you raised yesterday when I allowed property issues to be discussed. Is that correct? Somewhat, at least.
To a certain extent, it also was triggered by Attorney Belden's trajectory on cross, which seemed to focus upon negotiations of what ultimately became a temporary order, because it has legally never become a final order.
Sure. And so I wanted to address that. So I thought I was somewhat clear when I ruled on your objection. It is absolutely true that I will not be deciding any property issues. So if I gave any uncertainty on that, that's my fault. What I thought I ruled on, and in my mind, this is what I was saying, is typically in a case, parties are not permitted to raise settlement discussions in a hearing because essentially it's between you all, and that's through the rules, Michigan rules of evidence. But there are some issues here with regard to what they've agreed to, what they have notice of, what they're talking about through all of these days and months of these proceedings that have become an issue in this case. And I believe that those have been raised specifically by defendant, what she's thinking, what they have notice of, what they did when they agreed to certain things, what was going on at that time is all relevant. And the other issue is, I think some of the way I interpret some of the property issues that Ms. Belden was saying, and she can correct me because I'm not speaking for her, certainly not anyone but the court, but there is a challenge to the impossibility argument. And so some of that relates to, meaning they have challenged some of what she's saying as if this was impossible. And so they're going through some of why they believe it was not impossible for her to comply with that agreement. That's all I understand it as. It isn't me. I'm not going to, in my RRO, if and when we get there, you won't find me discussing property or anything like that, or who has what or anything. This is, I will only be focused on the minor's best interest. Absolutely. But I think rather than this being a unique procedural case, for me, there are some unique parts where these parties have gone through a lot to get here today. I would agree with both of them on that. But throughout those steps, I don't think anyone could argue that there's been a change in their thinking to where we are today. So, well, yeah, I mean, I saw you make a face, but at one point they agreed to go to California, and now we want to stay in Michigan, right? I mean, that's your client's position, right, Ms. Whitman? So I don't understand that. That seems to be a change to me. I don't know if that somehow you could argue that's consistent, but
No,
seems
it's
to be
a
a change.
It's
That's
certainly
all I'm saying is that's the only reason why I'm allowing it. And I still, your objection to that, to my evidentiary ruling is still on the record. You could absolutely pursue that with Judge Kromkowski. I understand. I'm just sort of relaying what I thought I said yesterday, which is I did not say I was going to be deciding any property issues, but that I was allowing certain settlement discussion issues on the record, because those issues have been raised in my opinion by both parties. So that's all I have to say about it.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And I do appreciate the confirmation on the motion to enforce contract, because I never received anything from Josephine. It may have gone to, I don't know where, whether she used a different.
I just pulled the email up. Now I gotta go back to it. It was from March 21st but maybe she sent it to your other email, Melissa. You're on it with Bree, I believe.
If you're going to do a share screen on that, let's go off YouTube.
Okay.
But I don't know that you're doing that.
Oh, I don't need to do a share screen. I can just, let me find it here. Court received plaintiff's motion to enforce contract. It was sent to, let's see, now I gotta see. It says Melissa Whitman. It was at Mish Law, Melissa, the Allward Fisher address. And then Bree, and then myself and Lynn. It says defendant and plaintiffs have pending motions to modify child-related matters. These motions are scheduled before the referee for April 10, 11, May 12, and 22. The court has advised that plaintiff's motion to enforce contract shall not be scheduled due to the upcoming referee hearing dates. Have a nice day. So, you know, my understanding is that have a nice day adds a touch. I just wanted to include that. So it's, Your Honor, I'll let you talk to what that means. You know,
I don't know what that, I mean, I don't do the scheduling, so it's not really up to me. People, they send out notice of hearing and it appears on my docket. So
okay.
If
So it
the
means what
question,
it means.
if the question is, would you like me to follow up? I will absolutely do that.
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
But the confirmation from that email, it's interesting because Josephine always emails me at the other email address, but okay, so it is what it is. It shall not be scheduled, which of course means it's not scheduled and it's not during this hearing, it's not being heard.
Yeah, but I would argue that they're all intertwined in the sense that the contract is part of this analysis, and the agreement that the parties reached during this time is part of the analysis.
As it relates to child.
Yes, as it
custody
relates
and
to the
parenting
child.
time. Yeah,
That's
not
right.
as it.
That's right. That the parties' agreements, the parties' discussions with respect to the best interests of their children.
Certainly, I don't believe this is a contract case. This is a Child Custody Act case with the best interest factors being the governing law. But yes, in terms of the things that they communicated, presumably that are not privileged, that, you know, and confidential or disallowed pursuant to the evidentiary rules, as long as it pertains to one of the best interest factors, then it's fair game.
Absolutely.
Your Honor, did we have a witness?
Yeah, Amanda Johnson.
Okay.
Okay, y'all. So Amanda Johnson, the witness who's coming up, apparently is the one who was at the restaurant with them. I appreciate y'all being here. I'm keeping my face off the screen because Streamlabs is all mad about it. But I'm here. I'm just about to put some decisions on my dinner. I'm having poutine, but we'll see how we do. Let's continue.
So that, and we're gonna bring that person in and not have Ms. Nucala back on the stand, correct?
If possible, I had advised
Mhm.
that we have a number of people lined up this morning, and we can hopefully resume with Ms. Nucala as needed, and then certainly when those folks are done, so we don't inconvenience them.
Perfectly fine with me. I'm gonna bring this person in then as your next witness.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew, just to clarify to you,
Sorry, I can put her,
oh, it's fine. I just would say the cross-examination isn't done yet, Andrew. That's going to happen in a little bit. It's just Miss Whitman had people lined up. I just wanted you to know it's not that, we're done.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
yeah, and for the parties, I guess I'm used to this. When we do our best, the attorneys do their best to schedule witnesses when on the witnesses schedule, and in between that time, we try to take care of them because you're all here with us the whole time,
All day.
thankfully, and we bring you on and off in between witnesses until you're finished. All right, Ms. Johnson. Morning. You're on mute, ma'am. Ms. Johnson?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Matt Hagan. I'm the referee in this matter. You've been called as a witness by Ms. Whitman. She's going to ask you some questions, and then if she chooses to, Ms. Belden may have some questions for you, okay?
Yes.
You'd raise your right hand, please.
Mhm.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Whitman.
Ma'am, could you state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name's Amanda Campo Johnson.
And where do you live?
I live in Leland, Michigan.
And how long have you lived there?
I've lived here for 6 years.
And where did you live prior to living in Leland?
I lived in San Francisco for 14 years, and then I lived in Basel, Switzerland for 2.5 years. And from Basel, we moved to Leland.
Do you have any children, ma'am?
I do. I have my son, Nels, and he's 11, and my daughter, May, who is 8.
Are you familiar with Aishwarya Nucala?
Yes, I am.
And how do you know her?
She is a friend of mine that I met, I believe, a little over 2 years ago. I met her through my friend Maggie, who was showing her an office that she now leases, and we share that general space together.
And where is that space, ma'am?
That is also in Leland, and it's a loft space above the Harbor House, which is a prominent building in downtown Leland.
And what do you do for a living, Ms. Johnson?
I'm a graphic designer, art director, and I work for myself and have 2 part-time jobs.
And have you had an opportunity to interact with Ms. Nucala fairly regularly over the past 2 years?
Yes, I have.
And to clarify, you and she share office space, is that true? Or they're adjacent? It's adjacent?
Yeah, it's a it's more of like it's a giant room, and then there are 3 in the space that we rent, there are 3 separate smaller offices that are all closed off with a door so that you have privacy. Yes.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Nucala?
We became sort of fast friends. We had a lot of things in common. We're both creative people. We both shared a lot of time in California at separate times of our lives. And we both have children, and being moms, and moving here, we bonded very quickly over the move from California and to a very small town like Leland, Michigan, and those sort of ups and downs and the change that comes with that and how that feels. And yeah, I would say that I was really excited to have her move here and sort of commiserate in those ways with her.
Have you had an opportunity to witness her with her children?
Yes, many times.
And how would you describe her relationship or her interactions with her children?
They are wonderful. She's a wonderful mom. I've mostly seen her interact with Birdie. And I would say Birdie is obviously younger than the other children. And when I was getting to know Birdie and see her, she would get a little bit shy at first, especially like up in the office space. But then, with Aishwarya being close by and us, being up there and being moms and friendly, she would warm up and it was always just like a very amicable experience.
Did you ever care for Birdie or have Birdie in your home?
Yes, I have. I would say probably I could count on one hand having her over here. Maybe 3 or 4 times. I've helped in the past pick her up from school, or Aishwarya has dropped her off over here so that she could work.
And how did Birdie adjust to you picking her up from school? What was her affect when you picked her up?
She was great. I mean, I've done it twice. She was excited to come with me, got her stuff ready, and I will say my house is very close to the school. So it was just a really quick commute, like not even a full minute. And when she's over here with me and my daughter, my 8-year-old, who loves to play with her, she's always very shy, but she always wants to do everything that we suggest, like coloring or Legos or having a snack. But she keeps very shy. She smiles and I can tell that she's having a good time. But she just sort of keeps to herself and we love having her over here and she always wants to come back. So that's a good thing.
What have you witnessed or how does she react when her mother comes to get her? When Aishwarya comes to pick her up, then you see sort of this like change happen and she immediately lights up and finds her voice and starts talking and is excited and she sort of like gloms onto her and it's actually really really cute. And I always tell Aishwarya this, like, well, she just all of a sudden started talking. And for me, I am a mom. That is how my daughter has been in certain situations. And to me, it just means that I am her person, her safe person. And I, when I see that, that's what comes to mind. Meaning that what you see between Aishwarya and Birdie is like what you experience between yourself and your daughter, correct?
Yeah.
That you are your daughter's safe person.
Yeah, that she can, finally either share that she's still hungry or just, complain about something, but always, I guess going back to Aishwarya and Birdie, like Birdie is just like then glued to her the rest of the time they're here.
When we spoke earlier, you described when Ashwarya comes to pick up Birdie, you described it, it's like Christmas. Do you recall that?
Yes, it is. Yes.
What
it
did you
is.
mean by that?
Well, she lights up. She, you know, when we're here and she doesn't come over here very often. So it's, she's always happy to come over here, and I have different art projects or toys and, snacks and things like that. But again, when Aishwarya comes to pick her up, she's just so excited to see her and runs over to her immediately. And I'll usually offer some tea or coffee, and Aishwarya will sit down at my kitchen counter, and Birdie just climbs up and sits with her. And while we chat. So, but yeah, she just all of a sudden starts finding her voice and talking and blah, just like Christmas morning.
Have you had any interaction with Leo Llewellyn?
I have. I first met him, I think it was 2 summers ago. His parents were both needed. They were in a situation, they were like, can you give him a lift back home? And I picked him up at the office space, and I just drove him home. It was probably a 10-minute car ride. And I had not met him up until that point. And he was awesome. And we just chatted about, he had just moved to Leland and his summer and how that was going. I've run into him other times since then, of course. I've seen him up in the office space a few times. And then most recently at our little local grocery store, I saw him. He had just finished school, and he grabbed a snack, and I knew that his mom was still at work. And when I ran into him, I just said, hi, Leo, and he knows who I am. And I was like, I'm still working in the loft. Do you want to come up there with me and hang out till your mom's back from work? And he was great. And he was like, of course. So he scooted up there with me.
This
is the poor, shut up. I'm talking. Melissa, please. This probably won't work. My audio will be jumpy. This Amanda Johnson is the lady who had a tragic accident and then was on her property and now works out of her barn with her art program for children that have died, or children, I don't even know. Anyways, yeah, Birdie's baby. Leo hates Birdie, which is why she needs a babysitter. And again, we probably sound like we're being rough on this. We heard only that woman speak yesterday. Let's keep going. I'm just making the poutine. That's what's happening. I'll make her some pasta or whatever she wants to.
You have children, which we have already specified. What is your opinion of the Leland community for raising children? What do you believe, or what do you think about it?
I think it's wonderful. It's very safe here. Everybody knows everybody. And everybody looks out for everyone. I live in the village, right by the school and right by all these other homes. And I feel very comfortable letting my children run over to play with friends in, a couple blocks away, or my parents live a few blocks away. I'm comfortable with them riding their bikes or walking over to my parents' home by themselves. My son goes to the grocery store and the post office by himself. And I always feel as if something were to happen to one of them or whatnot, that someone's always around and knows who they are. And to me, it was important when we were moving back to the United States from living abroad that we did not go back to California for that reason. It didn't feel as community centered and safe and like a place that I felt financially comfortable as well. So
do you interact, you share a space with Ashwarya with regard to when she's working and when you're working, correct? Do you communicate with her about her business and her job?
Yeah, I do.
And would you say that she's a hard worker?
Yes, I would.
And despite being a hard worker, do you have any concerns about her being able to properly care for the kids?
No, and I think that's why she works hard, is she wants to provide for them, and she has the job that she has so that she can have the flexibility to care for her kids. There's a lot of different things that you could do here, and I think what she's doing is with her kids in mind. I'm a creative person, and I have a similar setup because of that.
And what do you mean by similar setup?
Meaning I don't have to be in an office from 9 to 5. If I need to run out and take them somewhere or pick them up early or not work one day or bring them with me to work or just have that flexibility to sort of run the show. I'm a contractor is really, I work for myself. So that's important to me. And I can see that that's, again, the way that she set up her business, that she has that in mind. She needs to have that flexibility.
Did you interact with her over the fall of 2022?
Yes.
And when you interacted with her, you saw her where in the office?
Yes, I did.
And would you also see her socially?
I do see her socially, yes.
What was her affect like this fall?
She was very, she was distraught. Mr. Kids was early on was, feeling really good about it. And then she really missed her kids and felt, she, as every mom does when they're not right next to you for a period of time, just worried how they were doing and not being there to help and comfort them, for sure.
Did she ever express to you any concerns about money?
Yeah, she did. She, again, I know she works for herself, and that is always, a day by day thing. Sometimes some stuff can fall through. And she has a home that she wants to fix up, again, to make it wonderful for her and her family, which is expensive. And her kids at the time were far away, and she wanted to make sure she could go and see them as often as she could. It's also expensive being in California.
How would you compare the cost of living in California to the cost of living in Leland?
California is, in my opinion, a lot. I mean, it's a lot more expensive. For me, if I were to do some like side by side comparisons, you know, my children would absolutely be in private schools out west if we were living there. And those schools.
Why is that? Why is that?
We lived in San Francisco in the city. And we intended on moving back to the city, a place that we knew and were comfortable with. And that was the goal. That was the goal before we left, was to stay and put our kids to school there. It just doesn't compare to the public school system in the city, and the private schools had the opportunities and options that we wanted for our children. And it's in the over $50,000 a year to send kids to private schools there. But on top of that, I mean, that's just one thing. Like, cost of living is triple, gas, you have to have a car, and food was expensive. And yeah, just taking them to do opportunities like we love to snow ski and driving to Lake Tahoe and doing things like that, and lift ticket. I mean, it thinking about those things there versus here, it's night and day to me, in my opinion.
What do you believe is the positive, or what are the most positive things about raising children in Leland?
Aside from what I've said about it feeling very safe, I also, my kids, before living here, I mean, Switzerland definitely had some seasons, but it's very prominent here. I like that there are 4 seasons, and they feel that change and they go through that. It's now winter and we ski or play in the snow, and it is now, summer, and we go and swim in the lake, and we have this incredible nature right here to play with. Not that it didn't exist in California. It's just, to me, it's just way more accessible. Again, they can go and see friends very easily and ride their bikes everywhere and engage outside in all of these different ways that it was not comfortable or safe or easy in California.
Did you have any opportunity to witness Ms. Nucala's, did she ever express to you worry about her son Leo and her 2 daughters over the fall?
Yeah, she did. She was, I think, mostly concerned about Leo. I would say he was the one that she worried about more than anyone else. And I think it was because she would see emails from his school and, in talking to him, and she could just tell that he was unhappy. I think the school, he was not doing homework and he was failing some classes, and just sort of those red flags just made her, very, very worried about him and unhappy. And then I would say she was also very concerned about Birdie, just in her age, and all of this change that she's had to endure at a young age of moving again. And being put in all of these different schools, it was really hard for her to sort of take all that on as a little person. And yeah.
And just to clarify, you've interacted with Birdie. When was the last time that you interacted with her?
I would say she was over here. I would say a couple months ago. Again, Aishwarya had a work meeting, and I was available to help her out.
And did she seem happy?
Yes, she did.
And the last time you interacted with Leo, did he seem happy?
Yes. And that's when I ran into him on the street with his snack. Yeah, he was great.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Belden?
Yeah. Good morning, Amanda. I don't know if you remember me.
Thank you.
Hi. We've interacted socially.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Small world, right?
Yeah, it is small
Northern
town.
Michigan. Yeah.
Yes.
So I just wanted to go over a few things with you based on your testimony. And so how long have you shared an office with Aishwarya?
I would say a little over 2 years.
Okay. So pretty much probably close to when the Aishwarya and Andrew and their family moved to Leland.
Yeah, and that's when the woman that I work for who runs the lease, that's when she acquired the space as well. So it was all at the same time.
Okay.
So it's been the whole time, yeah.
Okay. Have you seen have you seen Andrew Llewellyn interact with his children?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on his interactions with his children?
I've seen him interact with his children here in the office. And it's been it's mostly been with Birdie.
Okay.
And he's, very capable and kind, of course. I would say the only other time that I recall like having seen him interact with the kids for like a longer period of time was at Birdie's birthday party last year, which is almost a year ago. And it was great. And all of his kids were there, and everybody was great.
Okay. So you said, what you've seen with Andrew is he's always very kind. And is he engaged with his children?
Yes. And I apologize because it's been a while. But yes, I mean, it's always the times that I recall seeing this is always just been in the office. And it's again with Birdie, and just she coming from after school and just having like it's a transitional moment. So yeah, just having her come up to the office and be with him while he finishes up or whatnot. But yeah.
Okay. Do you remember a birthday party in October of 2021 when Andrew had Birdie at a child's birthday party, and I believe you were there with?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember him interacting with Birdie that time, and do you have any thoughts on how the interaction was?
I do. That was at a friend's house. It was outside. I think I remember it's one of those seasonal changes. And so I can't remember this all exactly. I think that she was having a great time. And the other kids were there. I do remember that. And I believe Birdie might not have like felt good. And Andrew was definitely caring for her and helping her feel better. But it was at the same time, there was a lot going on, and in terms of like an arts and craft and whatnot. And so there was a little bit of like overstimulation. So, but yeah, I mean, he was definitely present and helping her.
Okay. You indicated that you interact with Aishwarya socially.
Mm-hmm.
And do you interact with Andrew socially?
I have in the past. Yeah.
Does Aishwarya like to kind of party in town? Does she like to go have her drinks?
Yeah, I mean, when I have been with her in social situations, yes.
Okay.
She and I both will have drinks. Yes.
Have you ever seen her drunk?
Yes.
Okay. Like really drunk?
I guess define really drunk.
Maybe
Vomiting.
poor decisions.
I have never
Yes.
seen her make
Oh,
poor
go ahead,
decisions.
Ron.
I'm sorry, it cut off a little bit.
I withdrew the question.
Okay.
Okay. Are you aware of Aishwarya had an affair?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know when that started?
I did not know anything about it until fairly recently.
Okay.
So I feel very uncomfortable talking about it, mostly because I don't know who this guy is either.
Okay.
And I did not know anything about it until recently.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about a timeline? Like is just the last couple of months or?
Yeah, she did. She shared some stuff with me for sure. Again, like I did not know what was going on when it was going on.
Okay.
So yeah, she did talk to me about it though. Yes.
Okay. Did you see Andrew last summer in downtown Leland for 4th of July? And he was with the kids?
I think so. Yes.
Okay.
4th of July. So crazy.
I know. Well, we're getting close again.
I know.
I can
sure
jog your memory. Maybe he was helping Birdie decorate bikes at the old art building.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Have you been in the party's Lake Leelanau home?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Have you been to their home?
Yes.
Lake Leelanau?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yes.
How far is it from downtown Leland?
In a car, I would say it's, I don't know, like 10, 15 minutes away.
Okay. When were you in their house last?
I was there. I was feeding the cat. And it was when Aishwarya was gone in California to see the kids.
Okay.
So I would say it was last fall.
Okay.
Mhm.
What did the house look like?
It was the area where I was when I went in to feed the cat was the kitchen, which looked untouched since the last time I had been there, which is when they were in the midst of tearing it apart to fix it back up. So it was still very disheveled in that way. but no one was, yeah, I mean, I don't recall it being that much different from the last time that I had been there.
And when had been the previous time you had been there?
It had been longer ago than that. So, I would say much earlier in the summer, I was over there.
Okay. What's your opinion if you were living in that home? Would you be happy? Would you be satisfied with the home's condition? Do you feel like you could live in that?
No, I don't, but at the same time, I don't. So
Okay.
I think that when they acquired the home and they were in the throes of fixing it up, everything that they started doing is exactly what I would have done. Now, given a similar situation, my parents recently redid their kitchen and they lived through it. They did not move out of their home. They decided to live there while it was being done. And it had a similar vibe of like studs and stuff exposed that no one wants to see while that's going on, but they did it to save money and sanity. They didn't want to like move all their stuff out. I don't know what their family plan was when they started work on their home.
Okay.
But
Would you feel comfortable having your kids live in that home right now with the way you recall it?
I currently, no, I would not.
Do you feel like it wouldn't be safe?
I don't think it would be safe. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall an incident in, I think it was July of 22, where you were out to dinner at the Riverside with your husband Todd, your cousin, and Tyler? And was Ashwarya there with you?
Yes.
And was Andrew home watching the kids?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Andrew coming to pick up Ashwarya that night?
I do.
And do you know why he came to pick Ashwarya up?
Yes, because she was not able to drive home.
Okay. Was she drinking that night?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that she was on a lot of painkillers?
No, I
Okay.
wasn't.
Okay.
I didn't know that
Okay.
new information.
If she were to have texted Andrew that she was on painkiller 5 that night and she needed a ride home, that's news to you.
I know that she texted Andrew to pick her up because she could not drive.
This is how I do, Nana. This is how I do. I do show. Anyways, as I was just saying, this is why she is going to make a big deal about saying she's never done any opioids. Because obviously, so Megan Belden up here is the dad, Andrew's lawyer, and she is asking questions of the friend. Look at, Ashwarya's like, whoa. So basically, she's going to make a huge, I was wondering, I didn't watch all of it. I only caught a little bit of it because I was going to watch it tonight with you guys. But I was like, why is she talking about opiates? Nobody has mentioned opiates. But now they've just said prescription, or what did they say? Painkiller number 5, which sounds a lot like Mambo number 5. That's what I feel like. Anyways. I'm going to try and turn my camera back on. I changed another setting, so hopefully it goes well. If it's draggy, laggy, baggy, let me know. Also, if you're new here, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button. I'm so close to 1,000. And also, I'm pretty cool. Swear to God. Time served can vouch for me. Credence and Mikey, Let's go.
Drive home. I could not drive her home. My husband could not drive her home.
You have the luxury of being able to walk home.
I can walk home.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I also offered for her to stay at my house too.
Okay.
I usually do when I have a friend with me that doesn't live in the village. I have
Okay.
places to stay. Yeah, but
So your children are now 11 and 8.
mhm.
So they are at which school? Is Leland School like preschool through 12th grade all together, or are they different buildings?
The kids are all in the same building, but it is divided up into elementary. There's an elementary wing, and then there's a and forgive me because I'm not as familiar because I don't have upper school children yet. There's a middle school section and a high school section.
So both your children are in the elementary section.
Yes.
Okay. When does your son move to the middle school section?
He goes next year in the fall.
And is it your plan that he'll go there? Have you thought about other schools?
I have thought about other schools. But as of right now, he plans to go to school there.
Okay. Why have you considered other schools?
Nels definitely has some behavioral, social things. And Leland is small. And whereas my daughter thrives there socially, sometimes I worry about my son and wanting to give him more opportunities to meet more kids, and as well as, just a different learning experience for him specifically. He's extremely creative, hands-on, loves things like science and robotics and stuff like that. Just wanting to, I'm always on the pulse with the school, and it's driven, it's geared mostly towards my son, not my daughter. And
she's what? I'm sorry, your daughter right now is what grade?
She's in 2nd grade.
Okay. So is it fair to say you think that the middle school maybe is lacking in opportunities for your son that you want him to have?
I am now just starting to learn a lot about the middle school. There's more meetings coming up that I will attend about it, but the school definitely is, I think of all the things that the school is motivated to change, it's all been in with the middle school. They separated 6th grade from the elementary. I believe before Leo and Josephine started there, this happened, and that was I in my opinion, like a really good decision. Middle school, from my experience, is just a tricky age, so I'm glad that they started it sooner. Again, it's small. Leland is a small school, so they are able to do that and sort of take that on.
How small is Leland? How small are the grades?
There's 500 kids over there total
for preschool through 12th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And yeah.
So how many kids are in Nell's classroom?
I'm sorry. I just want to give a little detail here, a little tidbit. I went to a small school. The school I went to from kindergarten, well, it went from grades kindergarten to the 7th grade. I live in Canada for anybody just joining. So we don't do the freshman, whatever, but from kindergarten to the 7th grade, and there was 110 kids between all those grades. So that was a small school. 500 kids? That's not a small school. That's pretty big. Anyways, I just had to jump in and say that. Oh, and I've totally moved this thing out of the way. I'm sorry. I'll fix that. Jesus. Also, we're making poutine, and please share what you had for dinner or what you wish you had for dinner in the chat. Either or is fine. And yeah, I'm sure you see my windows sometimes.
True.
Nels is a particularly small class versus others. For instance, the senior graduating class this year is 35, and my son's class is 28. And usually it thins out sort of as they get older. I would say an average middle school class of kids is about 45 kids.
Okay. Middle school is usually
middle-
around 48.
45 kids? Time served? Are you still here? Is that normal? That seems so big to me. Sweetie? How many kids are in your class? Like less than 40? Less than 30? Okay. This just in from Canada. Less than 40, possibly less than 30. Let's continue. Actually, I was thinking about speeding it up to 1.25, not quite 1.5, but the next video we'll see what we do.
But do you think graduating of 35 is typical?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to
Yes.
object as to lack of foundation in terms of her expertise to go ahead and opine as to Leland Public Schools total enrollment, typical class size, et cetera, and so forth. She's only lived here for a short period
6
and
years.
only has elementary school children.
Okay. So 500 kids, your understanding is that the enrollment right now for preschool through 12th grade is 500 kids. Okay. And your 6th grade, I'm sorry, your 5th grade son's class has 28 children in it.
Mhm.
And that's for the whole grade.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what about your daughter, her 2nd grade class? What's that size?
This is where it's trickier because 1st and 2nd grade are together.
Okay.
And there are 3 classrooms and there are 3 teachers.
Okay.
So there's more kids. I would say there's 90 kids, 85.
Okay.
Mhm.
85 to 90 for 1st and 2nd grade total. So that would be 40 to 45 kids. 1st grade, 40 to 45 kids, 2nd grade. Would that be your guess?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you're aware that there's kind of an attrition as the kids get older at the school. Do you know why that is? Have you heard of people pulling their kids from the school and why they're not staying there through high school?
Yeah, there are parents that
Object as to hearsay.
Do you see your children graduating from Leland High School?
that's a good question.
I mean, I don't know if you're wanting me to respond to objections. People just keep skipping on. Are you just accepting that, Ms. Bell? I mean, she may have some knowledge. There was no statement.
Okay, go ahead.
She may observe this.
Yeah.
I don't know, but if you don't want her to answer it, that's up to you.
Okay, I'll stop and I'll allow you to.
Just because
respond.
there's an objection doesn't mean it's automatically sustained. But if you
Yeah.
concede it, that's how I view it. If you just move on.
Okay, no, I'm not going to concede that. I'd like, if Amanda knows families that have left the school, I'd like to know their reasons why.
Well, that was different.
That's hearsay.
Yeah, that's a different
Okay,
question.
I'm sorry. If Amanda has an opinion on the question, I would like to hear it. Do we have a record where we can repeat what I asked? Now I'm forgetting what I asked.
We can't really roll that back.
Okay, let me just move forward with my question.
I guess I understood it to be more of, have you observed something? It was open to whether she's observed it. But I don't know.
Okay, Amanda, have you observed people leaving the school?
Yes, of course.
And do you have an opinion as to why they are leaving the school?
It's as the kids get older, as they go into middle school and high school, there are more opportunities in Traverse City. It's a bigger place. It's got a bigger public school. So I know that athletics has a lot to do with it, and opportunities for different languages. As a parent and as a child, or as a parent of a child who is about to enter all of that, I am very cautious about weighing all of those opportunities for him, for my son. And for me, I want him to have a really amazing social experience. On top of everything else. But Leland is small but mighty, and they have an incredibly amazing superintendent who I think is, even over the past 3 months, done some amazing work to bring the school further along in the place of exceptional education, and hearing parents and involving the teachers more in these decisions. Let's put it this way: like, my kids would not be going to school over there if I didn't think that it was a good place to keep them. We also live very close to the school, so their quality of life right now is awesome, and they are happy. They are happy over there. I think bottom line, my children are happy.
Have you toured other schools?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Which schools have you toured?
Most recently, I toured Traverse City West Middle School.
Okay.
But I've been to Pathfinder and the Children's House as well.
Recently?
No.
Okay. When did you when did you tour TC West Middle?
In November of 22.
Okay. And when did you tour Pathfinder?
The summer of 20.
And the Children's House?
The summer of 19, I think.
And this is when
19 or 18.
Okay. And this is when your kids were already students at Leland, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
Is it safe to say you didn't just tour it just randomly? There was something on your head, there's something in your mind that made you wanted to?
Totally. I wanted to see what was out there.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay. You did tour TC West Middle School in just this past fall.
Mm-hmm.
Was it on your radar for middle school for your son?
It was never on my radar. Nell sees an occupational therapist who has children who have recently graduated from high school at TC West High School.
Okay.
And she recommended that I go see, she more or less like strongly urged me to go see it.
And why was that? What was your understanding of why she wanted you to see it?
She wanted me to see it because of the size. Again, to give my kid more of the social scan of what is there. Yeah.
So you're undecided for sixth grade.
I am very much undecided.
Okay.
I also, TC West is far away. So there's a commute factor there that I'm not thrilled about.
What would the commute be?
It would be 40 minutes.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Yeah. And when it gets winter time, that gets trickier with
Yeah.
the weather. But you're also throwing a kid in a car for a long commute twice a day. And so there's that. That's like the number one. And then I worry that it's too big. Because it is. I think he would go from having, and again, I don't know this because I'm not, I don't know. This is me speculating, but there are like 200 kids. There would be 200 kids in his class versus 28.
Yeah.
And just for the record, he does have friends now, and it's not about that. I guess it's just I want him to meet more kids and have more of social circles, because that to my son specifically, that's very important.
Okay. And you brought up robotics. Is there
Sorry, why are we even talking about this lady's kid? Seriously, I'm so frustrated. She's obviously been coached. The two of them don't have jobs. They're contractors, no offense to any real contractors out there, but they're just sitting at whatever fake job site they go to, pretend to have to go to, and went over this story a lot. I'll tell you that right now. I am farther away from the computer today, so her smile is not bothering me quite as much, but it's still just plastered on there and it really hurts my brain. Again, this reminds me just like my friend's mom from when I was a kid, and man, some of the things she did to her. Anyways, let's keep going.
a robotics team at Leland?
So when I asked about this recently, because I have not seen anything about it since COVID happened.
Okay.
Before COVID, there was a very good, robust program at Leland.
Okay.
And I know all of those players and people still exist over there.
Okay.
And I asked about it recently at a meeting, and I know that it will come back and will resurface.
But currently there's no robotics program.
Currently they're in the elementary, no.
Okay.
I am unsure about the middle school and high school.
Okay. And then you brought up languages, that of people that have moved. Do they have language opportunities in the high school to learn another language?
Yes.
Which language?
Spanish is the one that's offered.
Okay.
The only one that's offered. Again, I don't know a lot about
The high school.
I know that if the kids want to learn something else, there's a plan, but I am very uncomfortable I don't know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you brought up athletics. A lot of families that have moved because of athletics?
I don't know a lot. Sorry.
Okay,
I
okay.
know a lot.
But I'm sorry, you know some families that have moved because of athletics. What is it? Are there just not the same opportunities?
Not the same opportunities, just not, just like not offered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
With-
for the record, we lost Ms. Nukala again. Ms. Whitman, what's your position on that?
I would like to wait for her to resurface.
Okay. Oh, I think she's coming.
Sorry.
Okay. So with the small classes, do they offer honors classes at Leland? Okay.
Absolutely. Yes.
Are there multiple like science classes, like you can choose different sciences, or is it like 11th grade honors science or regular science? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know, do they offer AP classes?
Yes.
Okay.
You know that. Yeah.
I
And they've added some. Again, I apologize because I'm not as robust, but I went to a meeting 3 weeks ago about the court. They're changing, the school is changing their math program. So they're ramping it up in a different way. And it affects my child, or it will when he starts 6th grade. Just in terms of like what he takes first and how he moves along.
okay.
But the counselor who was there did say that they've added 2 more AP classes.
I'm gonna object as to hearsay.
Okay, that's fine.
She's
not-
not an expert in the Leland curriculum. And what she was talking about what the counselor told her.
And that's fine. I was just trying to get an understanding of what the opportunities were. I did have a question about are French classes offered at Leland?
Not that I know of.
Not that you're aware of. Okay. For example, right now, I can tell you that Josephine is taking sports writing and media. Do you think that's offered at Leland?
I don't know.
Okay. Or I'm sorry, this is for next year's curriculum. Is band at Leland?
No.
No band, okay. And obviously no religion classes.
No. I don't believe so. Again, I don't know. In terms of like the sixth grade and up, I don't know. There's definitely no religion in the lower.
So you said the last time you saw Birdie was about 2 months ago. That's correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that would have been its beginning of April, sometime in February.
Yeah. I am, yes.
Okay.
It's definitely since she has been, it was before she started at Sutton's Bay with her new teacher. It was like right before this. So
and if I told you she started with the new teacher in January, so you think it was January?
Yes.
Okay. So you saw Birdie in January. You haven't seen her since then.
I have seen her since then
Okay.
in the office.
Okay.
Mhm.
When did you see her in the office?
I would say like 3 weeks ago.
Okay. How often does she come into the office?
I am not in the office very often.
Okay.
I am in the loft 2 days a week. So, she is not there very often.
Okay.
And that's from what
I'm gonna object on lack of foundation. She just testified she's only there 2 days a week. How would she
But-
know whether or not she's there other days?
But on days that you're there, she hasn't.
Yeah, I
been.
assume she meant when she's there.
That's what I thought too.
no,
Yeah.
she's not, no.
Okay.
And no, she's, yeah.
So you've watched Birdie once since she returned from California?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I know you gave a lot of testimony about your experience with California and Michigan. You stated that you lived in downtown San Francisco, correct?
Mhm. Yeah.
And you understand that the Llewellyns were in Pasadena, California?
Yes, yeah,
Okay. You know that's quite a distance, correct?
very different, yes.
Very different.
Yeah.
Okay, so and would you say that they're very different communities?
They are different communities. I have been to Pasadena once.
Yeah.
I don't know it as well.
Okay. How
So
far apart is San Francisco and Pasadena?
I would say probably
6.
6 hours.
Yeah, I would say 6. So, okay, we're in the same ballpark. Okay. So you don't have a familiarity with Pasadena to be able to say what their school system is like?
No,
To say what their sense of community is like?
I am not. No.
No, okay. Even their cost of living for that matter.
Cost of living is something that, again, that Aishwarya and I sort of commiserated on when we were meeting each other, and getting to know each other. And
So the only impression on cost of living in Pasadena you have is really from what Aishwarya shared with you. Okay.
from what she shared with me, but also just my general knowledge of California, being someone who was there for a really long time.
So you testified earlier that that Aishwarya expressed to you worry about Birdie because she had been moving all these schools.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me how many schools has Aishwarya or has Birdie been at that you're aware of?
I'm aware that she was at the Leelanau Children's Center.
Okay.
And I'm aware that she was at a new school in Pasadena beginning in the fall of 22.
Okay.
I don't know the name of the school or what that was.
Yeah.
And then now she's here and going to Sutton's Bay.
Okay.
And this teacher who she is with in Sutton's Bay used to be at the Children's Center.
Oh, we lost Aishwarya again. I'm sorry. Well, here she comes. Okay. Okay, you're back. Okay. Okay, so at the time that she moved to Pasadena, you're aware that she was at one school, that Pasadena, the second school that she had attended.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she moved back, she did not return to the school she had been at previously.
No.
Okay. When you saw Birdie in January, she seemed happy to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She was,
When did you first see Leo once he returned from Pasadena?
I mean, I would say I saw him in passing. I'm trying to think.
I know.
And that was, I saw him in passing. So just like out with some friends. And
how did he appear to you when you saw him in passing?
He seemed great. I mean, he was just walking. And then when I interacted with him, when I was telling you before, when he had his after school groceries and whatnot, he was great.
Good. And when was that, when you were actually able to talk to him?
That was like end of February, March, I believe.
Okay. And have you seen Josephine since she moved out to
I have not.
Okay.
I have not seen her at all.
Okay, so she's there, right? She's in Leland, or she's in Lake Leland all right now, but you haven't seen her.
I have not seen her. Yeah.
And your understanding that Leo was struggling in school is just from Aishwarya telling you this?
Mm-hmm.
You raised the positives you have with having the kids in northern Michigan being the Four Seasons, safety. Do you know if Pasadena's safe?
I do not.
Okay. And the accessibility to nature. Do you know if there's accessibility to nature in Pasadena?
I do not.
Okay. Okay. When Aishwarya is out with you, you know, having a social time drinking, do you know who's caring for the kids?
I'm going to object based upon lack of foundation. When did this generate?
So let's, back in July of 2022, when you were at Riverside with Aishwarya, who was taking care of the kids?
Andrew was.
Okay.
I believe again. I believe that was my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Can you recall another time when you were just with Aishwarya? And you knew did you know where the kids were or who was taking care of them when you were out alone with Aishwarya? Do you have any recollection of other times when she's been by herself out and has she shared who's caring for the kids, or did you know where the kids were?
We lost Ms. Ducala again.
Okay, well, wait a minute.
Red flag. By the way, I waved this red
Honor,
flag.
Is someone in the waiting room?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I can try and move during the break. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I'm sorry. My question was, on other times when you have been out socially with Aishwarya by herself without the kids, have you been aware of where her kids are, who's taking care of them, or no?
Sure. I have not. I would say when I was last out with her, or the last like few times that I have been out with just her, it's just been her and me.
Okay,
Her kids were in California, so
okay,
it was that. And then the other times, I don't know. That was never brought up. I guess
Okay.
if I were to assume, it would be Josephine was.
I'm going to object as to
That's fine.
speculation.
If you don't know, you don't know. So the last time you were out socially with Ashwarya was really in the fall when all the kids were in Pasadena. Okay. Question. Have you ever witnessed a disagreement between Ashwarya and Andrew?
I mean, yes, but it hasn't been a thing, like
Okay.
maybe in the loft of a exchange of scheduling or whatnot, but never anything that's been,
It wasn't memorable to you.
no.
Okay. Okay. So you don't remember screaming or threats being
No.
made to one another? Okay.
No.
But you've seen normal disagreements
Yeah.
and you felt that
Or just exchanges of life. Yeah.
okay. Okay. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up, Ms. Whitman?
Briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Johnson, just to clarify, is it your opinion that the overall cost of living in California is higher than the overall cost of living in Leland, Michigan?
Yeah. It's why we live here.
And
One of the reasons.
your children both go to Leland Public School, correct?
Mhm.
So you may have investigated other schools, but your children remain there, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever drank too much to the point where you asked somebody to come and pick you up or drive you home?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Did you believe that that was a responsible thing to do, to call for a ride?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think Ashwarya has a drinking problem or an alcohol addiction?
No, I do not.
I have no further questions.
Final questions, Ms. Belden?
I don't.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can we take a 2-minute break?
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break and that,
Okay.
but you have Megan Murtaugh Graber in the waiting room. Okay. We are back on the record on case number 2210869BM. Ms. Whitman, your next witness, please.
We call Megan Murtaugh Graber.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Matt Hagan. I'm the referee in this matter. You've been called as a witness by Ms. Whitman. She'll have some questions for you. And then if she chooses to, Ms. Belden may have some questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. If you'd raise your right hand, please. You swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. Ms. Whitman.
Ma'am, could you state your full name for the record?
My full name is Megan Judith Murtaugh-Graber.
And where do you live?
I live in Traverse City, Michigan.
And what do you do for a living?
My profession is I work as a mental health therapist.
And what is your educational background?
I have my license in mental health. It's clinical in the state of Michigan. That's a licensed master social worker. I'm also licensed in Minnesota. That's a licensed independent clinical social worker. And I also hold my Master's of Education in Youth Development Leadership.
And how long have you practiced as a licensed clinical social worker or in the area of child therapy?
As a licensed clinical social worker that's independent, 1.5 years. As a limited licensed social worker, I've practiced since the beginning of 2016, so January of 2016.
And you hold a master's in education?
Correct.
And where did you get that degree?
The University of Minnesota?
Is that where you're from?
No.
Oh, okay, okay.
Mhm.
What is the practice that you currently operate in Traverse City, Michigan?
I have a professional private practice called Caravan. It's CARE-O-van. And it is a play therapy, experiential therapy, and nature-based office where I provide therapeutic services to promote the healing and learning for families, clients, and adults with whom I work.
And do you have any specific focus or areas of expertise?
Yes, my areas of expertise and focus are around early childhood trauma, intergenerational trauma, chronic stress and family disruption, as well as loss.
I moved from Ms. Murtaugh Graber to be qualified as an expert in those areas of expertise that she just testified to.
No objection.
So certified.
Are you familiar with Leo and Uma, otherwise known as Birdie Llewellyn?
Yes,
And how are you familiar with them?
I facilitate individual psychotherapy sessions for them.
And when did you begin providing care?
The initial parent intake was dated February 22nd of this year. My first individual session was March 3rd with Birdie. And my first individual session with Leo was March 14th, both of this year.
Who attended the intake session?
The intake session was attended by Aishwarya Nukala, mother.
And since that time, how many times have you counseled Birdie?
Since the time of intake, I have counseled Birdie 4 times.
And how many times have you counseled Leo?
2.
And have you had any communication with the children's father, Andrew Llewellyn?
Yes, communication was initiated April 5th through email, initiated by Andrew. And then I responded to his email April 6th.
And that was last week, correct?
Correct.
And what are the costs of each of your sessions?
$150.
Do you accept insurance?
I do not.
Based upon your interactions with Uma, Birdie, what have you observed about Birdie and how has she responded to therapy?
Birdie presents thus far in therapy with secure attachment to caregivers that I have witnessed, her mother and Tracy. With me in session, she presents with an ambivalent or avoidant attachment, which is developmentally typical in deciding if I'm a safe person to work with.
How has she responded to therapy with you? What type of therapy do you engage in with her given her age?
She engages in play therapy predominantly.
And what does that mean? What does play therapy entail?
Play therapy entails using play objects, toys, and games to help create a balance within a kiddo's like their it's how they make sense of the world is through play.
I would also like you all to know that what you're doing right now, is considered play therapy. It's court play therapy, and you do it in your friend's kitchen. Um, so if anybody is wanting you to go to therapy, you've been. This is our weekly meeting, my friends. Um, we've had a change of decision in terms of what we're going to eat. She wants fries, but also a burger, so I'll be working on that. Um, let's keep going.
And so she uses play to help make sense of her experiences.
Why do you utilize play therapy?
It's developmentally appropriate for kiddos that are younger and less verbal.
And what have you observed during play therapy sessions with Birdie?
Birdie has used within this bus, you can see right here, there's a bunk. She uses levels to help establish a sense of power and control. So she'll use the bunk to get up a little higher than myself, to feel safe and secure. And the play themes she has expressed have been around nurturance, themes of nurturance, themes of protection. And those have been the predominant play themes thus far.
Did you come to any conclusions or with regard to those themes that she expressed with nurturance and protection?
It's too early to make an interpretation at this point.
Do you believe that therapy is going well?
Yes, Birdie has shown progress relationally in using myself as an adult within her play.
Have you witnessed her with her mother, Ashwarya?
Yes.
And did you have any concerns about what you observed in her interactions with her mother?
No.
Have you witnessed her interact with her father?
No.
Do you have any concerns about, and you mentioned this briefly, Birdie's attachment to her caregiver, her mother?
No.
And what have you observed, if anything, with regard to her attachment to her mother?
I've observed a secure attachment thus far.
Is consistency and predictability an important thing for a child Birdie's age?
Yes.
Why is that?
Consistency and predictability help establish a child's sense of safety and a way they learn to perceive themselves and the world around them.
Do you have any concerns if Birdie was ordered back to California with the associated change of parenting time and school and home environment?
Yes.
What are those concerns?
The continued family mobility involved and change of schools. The additional change in schools, environment, caregiver.
Why would that be concerning?
Any additional disruption in regards to caregivers, schools, and environment contribute as risk factors for a child's establishment of a secure attachment.
You've interacted with Leo Llewellyn?
Yes.
And how has Leo responded to therapy?
Leo presents as very relational immediately, highly verbal, mature, and he's been interacting with me and engaged throughout the therapeutic session the 2 times that I've seen him.
Is that notable?
Yes.
Just like to pop in just for a quick moment. Let me get what's bothering me off my chest, and then I will continue on to something a little less bothersome. Judge Manning, who I imagine everybody in here is familiar with. If you're not, we'll talk later. But Judge Manning has a pretty standard policy where she doesn't allow therapists of children to come in and testify in court because it completely disintegrates the therapeutic relationship that the child may develop with that therapist and pretty much renders it useless. So I find it really disheartening. I know that therapists are subpoenaed and they have to sometimes. However, I believe that there are better ways to elicit this type of testimony or these types of, um, you know, this type of knowledge about the child or children, rather than to unfortunately bring this child's therapist into it where they're I mean, these kids probably already have trust issues, so you can only imagine when they know that your parent sort of is in the ear of the therapist. And that's on both sides. I don't think that should be on either side, talking to the therapist, etc. So, secondly, for dinner tonight in the Kitchen Court Cases kitchen, we are having burgers. Well, one burger. I'm having poutine, which for anybody new here is cheese curds, which are these. They're squeaky. I'll show you them in more detail. And we're having gravy and also fries. Um, Let me read the chat as it's too far away from me slightly. But anyways, I Pretrial. Seriously, honestly, some days I literally go to Judge Manning just to hear her say that. It like revitalizes my soul sometimes to hear her just deal with justice swiftly or whatever we think she's doing. Um, you know, again, for anybody that wasn't here yesterday, no worries. We were here a long time. But one of the things the mom mentioned was how she's in therapy, the dad's in therapy, the two younger kids are in therapy. But then she had a problem with the cost of the therapy for the older child, which I thought was just odd. Um, and again, she also, what another thing I thought was like strange was one of the children got into like animal therapy or horse therapy, really started to like it, but then the mom developed a severe horse allergy. Again, you don't have to ride the horse. Why are you even there? Anyways, let's continue. It reminds me very, very much of that my friend's mom who had all these rules about smells or like the way her kids could be really as children, and it impacted them, and I sensed that in her. I sensed that control issue of like, oh, you can't ride horses or do horse therapy because I'm allergic to them. Again, probably I am bringing my own bullshit into this, but that's what we do. It's my kitchen. Anyways, I love listening to you guys though and hearing all your thoughts. Um, let's continue on. Also, I don't know. I'm leaning way more towards Judge Gilderoy Lockhart for this judge because he does just look like he's straight out of Harry Potter. And if we remember in Harry Potter, folks, Gilderoy was a bit of a dummy. Now, I don't think this judge is a dummy, but sometimes what he's allowing to go on in his courtroom right now is just nuts to me. But again, these are all lawyers. They all bill hourly. They know how to drag out something. Says the girl who did an 8-hour live stream yesterday.
Why is it notable?
It's notable for the amount of change he's experienced to engage with me relationally on that level already.
Do you believe that additional changes would be beneficial to him in terms of a new school and a new living environment?
Can you repeat the question?
The same question I asked you about Birdie, I'm asking about Leo. Do you believe that it would be beneficial to him if he were ordered back to California with changes of school, location, and primary caregiver?
No.
Why not?
For the exact same reasons that I provided earlier. To maintain consistency and reliability in a school setting, a home environment, and a relational caregiver is of utmost importance to support a child in developing a secure attachment and a sense of safety in the world.
Have you witnessed Leo interact with his mother, Ms. Nucala?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns about that interaction?
No.
What did you witness?
I've witnessed, the only interactions, I have not held joint sessions. The interactions I've witnessed have been at drop off when he arrives, as well as at pickup.
And did you interact? What did you witness in terms of their interaction? How would you describe it?
Nurturing and receptive.
Did you have you made any diagnoses of these children?
My clinical impressions are that they qualify for only one diagnosis as of now, which is an adjustment disorder, both of them, due to the level of change they've experienced within the last 6 months.
Do you believe it to be important for them to continue therapy?
Yes.
And do you intend to continue to treat them for so long as they're made available to you?
Yes.
Are you willing to include their father in the process?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Belden?
Yep, thanks. Good morning, Megan.
Good
I'm a Megan too. So
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. Just a few questions. I know I just wanted to clarify. So your first session with Ashwarya was a parent intake and it was on February 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Had she waited a long time to get in with you?
Her initial email to inquire about aligning services was dated January 23rd
Okay.
of this year.
And then you said you first saw Birdie on March 3rd, so just
Correct.
over a month ago.
Mhm.
So have you been seeing her weekly it says you've seen her 4 times. You think about weekly you're seeing her?
She's scheduled to complete a session each week.
Okay.
Spring break interrupted that.
Interfered. Okay. And then you started with Leo on March 14th and you've seen him twice.
Correct.
Is he not scheduled for weekly? Does he have a different schedule for his appointments?
He is scheduled weekly, and due to my availability, I did not have availability to see him until that later date.
Okay.
And due to being in California, his most recent session had been canceled.
Okay. Okay. You said the first time you were able to talk to Dad was when he reached out to you on April 5th. Did you have any thoughts to reach out to him before? When you did that parent intake, did you think it would be important to hear from Dad at that time too?
Yes, it's always important to have both sides of the story and the whole
Okay.
experience.
Okay. So is there a reason why you didn't reach out to him? You didn't talk to him until he reached out to you?
Correct. I didn't talk with him until he reached out on April 6th. My licensure is limited to only being able to service clients when they're on Michigan soil or
Okay.
Minnesota.
Okay. That's what I wanted to clarify was why he hadn't been connected with before that. Okay. That makes sense. So the first time you met with Birdie,
Mhm.
what was her demeanor with you?
Her demeanor with me was avoidant, being a new person.
Okay. But I think you testified earlier that that was developmentally very appropriate.
Yes, for her to make her own assessment beyond the grown-ups assessment of if I'm a person she feels safe working with.
Okay. Did she seem like a happy child to you?
She presented as guarded and cautious.
Okay. And again, do you think that was just because it was the first time you were meeting her?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen that change over the 4 sessions that you've had with her?
I have.
Okay. Then you met with Leo for the first time on March 14th. How did he present when you first met him?
Skeptical in regards to therapy. And then that immediately changed around becoming really relationally open and trusting.
Did he seem like a happy child to you when you met him on March 14th?
He has presented with high levels of sadness. And
do you know what that sadness, has he clarified what that sadness is about?
he has expressed due to all the changes within his family system and environment.
Okay. Does that sadness, in your opinion, seem appropriate to you based on the past 6 months that you're aware of?
Yes.
Okay. So you've seen Birdie interact with her caregiver, Tracy?
Correct.
Okay. How many times have you seen her interact with Tracy?
I just need to it would be 7 times. Tracy was not present at the initial drop-off for Birdie's initial session. She was present at pickup.
Okay.
And each session after that, which has been 3, Tracy has been the individual that has helped provide transportation.
Okay. So how many times have you seen Aishwarya interact with Birdie?
Birdie has been in the car when Leo has been present for drop-off and pickup.
Okay.
And then the first time with the initial joint parent session with Birdie as well.
Okay. So about 5 times with Mom. Does Birdie get out of the car when Leo gets dropped off?
She has, yes.
Okay. But 7 of the 8 drop-off and pickup times with Birdie has been handled by her caretaker, Tracy.
The first initial session with Birdie, Tracy was present, but Mom was present still at the pickup.
Pickup, but not at drop-off?
At drop-off, she was the only adult present, Aishwarya.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then Aishwarya brought Tracy back for the pickup that day.
Correct.
Okay. Was your communication with Andrew Llewellyn appropriate? Did you feel like his inquiry was appropriate? He seemed concerned about the kids, or?
Yes, he expressed concern, particularly around Leo and his presenting.
Okay. I know you testified that consistency and predictability are important for the children. That makes them feel secure. Am I summarizing that correctly?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Is it atypical for a family to make a move to another state? I mean, is that something families juggle? Does that seem like an unreasonable thing for a family to do for a child's mental health to make a move to another state?
Can you?
Yeah. Does it cause you concern to see a family make a decision to move to a new area, to move out of state, to move to a new city? Does that in and of itself cause you concern for a child's well-being?
The concern clinically that I would have is around the mobility between states. Yeah.
But if a family made a move that, you know, someone got a new job and they moved to another state, that in and of itself doesn't cause you concern for the child's welfare.
Every move between, whether it's in state or out of state, to a new home, to a new school, is a risk factor in regards to that, a change within a child's experience.
Okay. But if both parents made the decision to move their family to a new state, would you challenge the parents' decision to do that?
It would depend on the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you say that it's when you say every move can cause stress for a child, and you said whether that's between states, between cities, between schools, between homes? Okay, so that's normal, that kids will have that stress or that issue will arise for any change, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Birdie she'll be 5 at the end of this month, is my understanding. Does it cause you concern that Birdie's been in 4 different schools since she started school at the age of 3-ish?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that she's been in 4 schools up till this point in her life?
That was shared during my phone call with Andrew and during intake. Yes.
Okay, so she had been moved twice prior to July of 2022, 2 different schools in this area. Then she moved to Pasadena. When she moved back here in January, do you think it would have been in her best interest to return to the school that she had last been at here, or to start her at a new school?
I would have to answer that with knowing that each environment is, if the environment wasn't a good fit, then no, it would not have been a good choice to return. But
if she had been happy at her school here last year, would you have thought it would have been in her best interest to have her return to that same school when she returned here in January?
Depending on how she presents.
Okay. Okay. Obviously, divorce is a stressor for all families, correct?
Yes, it's a risk included on the adverse childhood experiences report that contributes to elevated vulnerabilities for any individual.
Okay. So is it out of the ordinary for Leo to have sadness, to present with sadness based on what you know he's experienced in the last year with finding out that his parents were divorcing?
No.
Okay. You testified a little while ago that you had concerns about ordering Birdie to move back to Pasadena because that would require a change in school. How would you feel if the plans were for Birdie to attend a different school next year in this area? Would you advise against that? I mean, do you have concerns about that? Switching schools again, even locally?
I would need more information around the reason for why. It all depends on if the environment is able to support and respond to Birdie's needs in a developmentally informed, appropriate way.
Okay.
If the current environment is not able to respond to the needs that she presents with, I would recommend considering other environments.
Okay. Are you aware that the children are currently living in a rental home in Northport, Michigan?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know that the plan is they have a, right now that the mom, Ishwarya, has a home in Lake Leelanau that is uninhabitable. I guess it hasn't been approved for occupancy at this point in time. Does that cause you pause to know that that lease that mom has in Northport is expiring soon, and mom and kids hopefully will have occupancy, but we'll have to move once again to a new home?
Yes, that would be an additional stressor.
Okay. Birdie and Leo have an older sister, Josephine.
Yes.
Do you think that that's another stressor, that siblings are separated right now?
Yes.
Okay. Have you noticed that specifically with Birdie and Leo, that they miss their older sibling?
At this point, I don't have enough information to be able to have observation. Yeah.
Do you know how long Tracy has been a caregiver for Birdie?
I do not.
Okay. If family as a whole made a decision to move to a different state, and family made that move, and one parent then picked up and said, I can't do it, and left the kids with the one parent, would you feel that was traumatic for the kids, that would cause stress to the kids, that one parent picked up and left almost immediately and didn't carry out the plan? Left and moved back across the country?
I would say any relational rupture is a stressor. And that is why divorce, in being a big change, is such a stressor. In regards to location, the transition between households continues a sense of high mobility, change, and disruption for all kids.
If parents were to come to you when they are going through a divorce and talking to you for recommendations, would you ever advise that the parents live on separate sides of the country and then try to co-parent that way? Would you think that was a good idea?
That's unique to each family, depending on what the relational patterns are within the family. If there's domestic violence or abuse, it's a very different, it depends. And I haven't worked with this family long enough to have gained insight to be able to say yes or no.
Okay. Ideally, do you think it would be best for children to have both parents in the same area so that they can see the each parent with regularity and see their siblings with regularity for that matter?
Yes, depending on the level of safety the kids experience in each home.
Okay. Can you explain, is adjustment disorder, is that kind of an extreme diagnosis? Is that a alarming diagnosis? Is it a common diagnosis?
It's for the amount of change and disruption they have experienced. It's a very common diagnosis. It is a diagnosis that's given for a 6-month period and revisited.
So that diagnosis could change in 6 months.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect, Ms. Whitman?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Based upon what you know, Ms. Murtaugh-Graber, have these children been exposed to more than a typical number of changes?
Yes.
And are you aware that Ms. Nukala attempted to enroll Birdie back in her previous school, but the Leelanau Children's Center was full?
I was not aware of that fact.
Are you aware that the teacher that Birdie has now, Sarah Johnson, used to work at the Leelanau Children's Center?
Yes.
And so a consistent teacher, would you agree that that would be helpful to Birdie?
Yes.
The home in Lake Leelanau, are you aware that these children used to reside in that home with both their parents?
Yes.
Would you agree that assuming that there's an occupancy permit and it's safe, that returning to a familiar home would be a positive?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Final questions, Ms. Belden?
Shut up, Miss
Yeah, one
Bellman. Can somebody
question.
timestamp this so that I can know when I got a shot of my good dinner?
You stated you understand the children have had a lot of change in the past 6 months. Do you know why that is?
I've been given information around the divorce and relational.
Yeah, can you what is your understanding of why there has been this much change for the children?
It sounds like from what was shared, there was high levels of conflict relationally within the marriage.
Okay. And that created all the change for the kids?
Again, I've only completed one intake and
Okay.
I can't speak to the full story.
Were you aware that mom's the one that requested the divorce?
Yes.
Okay. So mom effectuated that change, and she has every right to, but she effectuated that change in the marital relationship, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were you aware that the parties had an agreement to move to Pasadena, California, that they both signed off on? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And were you aware that mom flew the kids to California on August 9th with intentions of staying for a week before heading back to Leland to kind of get things squared away and slowly move herself across the country? Were you aware of that?
I was aware of the date that was provided at intake along with the intention.
Okay, were you aware that mom on August 11th, 2 days in, just decided to get an early plane ticket home or to Leland, fly back to Leland, abandon the kids on the first, Josephine, the oldest, had to start her freshman year of high school with mom not there. Mom caused a lot of conflict. Were you aware of that?
From what was shared with me, that there was complications in regards to lodging and reasonings behind for why those decisions were made.
But were you aware that mom made the decision to leave? Mom purchased the ticket. Mom decided to leave 2 days after getting to Pasadena. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you think that was in the children's best interest to leave the children 2 days after moving across the country?
It's dependent on the relationship, the conflict between parents and the relationship.
Assuming there's no domestic violence in this marriage, assuming that there's not high conflict in this marriage, would you think that that would be stressful for the children? To be told they're moving as a family to Pasadena. The parents are divorcing. They'll live in separate homes in Pasadena, but the kids will be attending school in Pasadena. And that's the game plan that the kids are aware of and the whole family is executing. And the mom gets there, throws her hands up in the air and says, I'm not doing this. And
I'm gonna object. Is this a hypothetical? Because this assumes facts, not in evidence.
yeah, it's a hypothetical. And picks up and flies back across the country, misses the first for the kids, misses helping the kids transition to the move. Would that be stressful for the children?
Hypothetically, yes.
Okay. Hypothetically, would it be in the children's best interest to have mom and dad present a united front? And when they make a plan, execute that plan and show that stability and security to the kids so that the kids feel more secure and safe?
Yes, if the emotional capacity of each parent is not impacted in a way that's maladaptive or limits their capacity to show up for their children.
Okay.
I think a larger context behind that is important to consider.
Okay, but assuming you have two very involved, loving parents that the children are close with, you would think that it would be in the children's best interests for both parents to be helping children adjust to a move and not having one parent do a change of plans last minute and move themselves to across the country.
If both parents can be a unified force with any change, that will only benefit children.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I have a brief rebuttal to that?
That's fine, but I gotta turn it over to Ms. Belden again, so we're gonna.
Okay, that's fine. We'll move
I'm happy to do that so that it's not a part of an objection that I didn't allow you to, but this is a pretty standard structure. So if you'd like to ask some more questions and then she'll ask some more and then maybe you'll want more and she will too. So we have to let witnesses go at some point, but go ahead.
Ms. Murtaugh Graber, would it be traumatic for a child to witness one parent scream angrily at their other parent, push that parent out the door and slam the door in that parent's face and then threaten to call the police? Would that be a traumatic event?
Yes.
This is hypothetically, right?
Well, actually, Ms. Nicola testified.
Yes. 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 I'm sorry. This lady's voice is killing me. She is in a magic school bus, it looks like, on an adventure. This is mom's lawyer talking. Let's keep in mind that dad has anger issues. I say it like that because the way that mom put it and the stories that she told, we have heard some stories. So, anyways, now my dinner is almost ready to be made. I need to make the gravy. But let's continue.
Testified to that. It's not hypothetical.
We lost Ms.
We
Nicola.
lost Miss Nicola.
So for our witness, we'll just wait a second.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's going on with the wind in Leland? Something's going on. Something's happening. She's at an office setting.
Well, but it was strange because you didn't seem to mind with the first witness and now you do. So I don't know do we stop or I need to ask you each time when she leaves? Like our first witness, it was okay. You were okay proceeding without her. And then the second witness, you wanted her here and now you want her here for this one. You just let me know, I guess, what position you take.
The issue was that Sarah Johnson had a class full of people that she needed to go back.
But
to.
your client is still missing from an actual proceeding. So that's the issue for the court. So
No,
you're welcome to ask your question.
I just asked my question, Your Honor.
Okay, and I have no follow-up.
I don't believe she answered. There was an objection to it being whether it was hypothetical. The witness answered the question?
Yes.
She did answer it. I objected as Ms. Nucala was getting pushed out, and I'm fine with it. The answer's fine.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Megan, I love your caravan. That's pretty sweet looking at that background. Yeah,
I know, it's pretty awesome.
yeah.
Much.
I'm gonna come in.
I know, me too. And she has animals too.
Thank
Am
you.
I
Okay,
permitted?
okay.
You're right. Thanks.
All right. So we have Tracy
Smeeds
Hepler. I'm not intentionally mispronouncing that. Is that our next witness?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. You're on mute. I can do a prompt here if that helps.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
All right. So you've been called as a witness in this matter by Ms. Whitman. She'll have some questions for you. And then if she chooses to, Ms. Belden. And then if she chooses to, Ms. Belden may have some questions.
Okay. I was like, fuck. I obviously got the order wrong here. There's Amanda starting, and maybe we missed her first testimony. No, that's Tracy. They just look the same. Oh my golly, Miss Molly. What is with her dropping off? She's literally said they never have internet problems. I know, I did drop it. I need a better flag. Anyways, let's continue. I'm just like they're like talking about her bus. Like, I don't know. Remember everybody's billable rate? The minimum on this screen is $90 as far as well, no, that's the lie. The minimum on the screen is my billable rate, which at this point is that. But one day. But other than that, everybody else here has high bills, high billable rates. Think of how much this is costing. Oh my God. Let's keep going.
Questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. If you raise your right hand, please.
Okay.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Whitman.
Ma'am, could you state your full name for the record, please?
Tracy Smeeds Hepler.
And where do you live?
I live in Lake Leelanau in Michigan.
And are you currently employed?
I am currently employed. Yes, I am a private nanny. So I have families who I care for their children, part-time, supplemental to the other education systems that they belong to.
And did you ever work as a teacher?
I did. I worked as a teacher for 13 years at the Leelanau Children's Center right in Leland.
And what was your position with the Leelanau Children's Center specifically?
I started off as an assistant teacher, and then I transitioned to a lead teacher. We team teach at the school, but the team teaching position holds the same amount of responsibilities as a lead teacher in any classroom situation after I completed my bachelor's degree in early childhood education.
And do you have any other degrees other than that degree?
I do not. I mean, I went through the whole course, so obviously I have an associate's degree, and then I went and got a bachelor's degree.
And are you familiar? Well, number one, do you have any children of your own?
Yes, I do. I have 2 children.
And are you familiar with Uma Llewellyn?
Yes,
Also
I
known as
am.
Birdie.
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with Birdie?
I started taking care of Birdie early February, on the days that she doesn't go to her preschool program in Sutton's Bay. So every Friday, I have the opportunity to spend time with Birdie, for her mom's whole workday.
And do you provide these types of services to any other children?
Yes, I do.
And how much time do you devote to Birdie each week?
I devote anywhere between 7 and there's been a few weeks where it's been nearly 17 hours.
So it goes from between 7 hours and 17 hours a week?
Yes, and 17 would be an anomaly. So when Aishwarya has bigger workload or less days with preschool open.
And how many times have you interacted with Birdie since you began operating or interacting with her as I'm going to use your term, a private nanny?
Well, once a week since February 10th, at the very minimum. And I'd have to look at a calendar. I do not keep track of how many days I've spent with her.
Have you had an opportunity to witness Birdie with her mother?
Yes.
And how many times have you had the opportunity to witness them together approximately?
Every single time that I have taken care of Birdie.
And what about interactions between Birdie and her brother Leo?
The only times I've ever seen Birdie with Leo are at school pickup time, and I don't feel like I would be qualified to note anything of interest in that matter.
Based upon what you have witnessed in regard to Birdie's interactions with her mother, how would you describe that relationship?
I would describe it as a loving and securely attached relationship. I had the opportunity as a preschool teacher to study attachment styles and interact with families and notice attachment styles. And I have only seen a bonded and loving relationship.
Did anything ever strike you as a red flag? Have you witnessed anything that causes you concern about Ms. Nukala's ability to care for Birdie?
Never, no.
How would you describe Birdie as a child?
Birdie is creative. She is loving. She's emotionally in tune, able to ask for what she needs and describe how she's feeling. And from my years as a preschool teacher, I have observed that she is at or above where a child is of her developmental age as far as cognitive and social emotional development.
Have you noticed the things that Birdie enjoys most?
Yes, I have.
What have you noticed?
I have noticed that Birdie loves art. She loves creative expression, pretend play. She likes to swim and dance.
And what have you cared for Birdie in Ms. Nucala's rental home in Northport?
Yes, I have.
And how would you describe that environment?
I would describe that as a safe, clean environment that is fully stocked with everything that Birdie needs to support her creative endeavors. There's a ton of art supplies that we use together over there, healthy food, um, and I know she has a routine there.
Have you assisted with Aishwarya transporting Birdie to and from school and to therapy?
Yes, I have.
How often and how does that work? How does that come to pass?
So some days I have picked Birdie up from school in Sutton's Bay, and I, wait at the gate for her. She'll be on the playground. Her classroom comes out to the playground, and I pick her up at the gate and talk to her teachers and get to take her either back to my home or to Aishwarya's rental home in Northport. And then on Fridays, when I care for Birdie, I have taken her to her therapy appointments. And then I wait there and I pick her up from her therapy.
When you've picked up Birdie from school, how does she appear, or what have you observed with regard to her affect on the playground and leaving school?
So I have actually just yesterday, I picked her up from school and I saw her run out to the playground with a group of girls her age, laughing and conversing with them. They were playing a game, and she always greets me with a smile and a hug. She gets excited to go to therapy. She talks about what she might do there, looks forward to it, and as soon as we get to therapy, her eyes are on Meg, her therapist, and she is excited for me to go back to my car so that she can have therapy with Meg.
What other activities have you engaged in with Birdie?
I am really excited about doing art with kids. It's one of the things I excelled at when I was a teacher. And I actually have a developing side business where I'm doing pop-up art workshops.
Sorry, I just have to pop into the comments section here because Rachel McCrae, come on down. You are the winner of Ding Ding Ding. I think you've got it right. Rachel's comment says, I kind of think she gets high from people speaking highly of her. Yeah, I believe that's what we're looking at here. We're talking about the mom, the lady in the middle, down below. But anyways, I just had to highlight that one, Rachel. Great observation. Um, yeah, just this is a sad case as we go through it. It just reminds me that there are children involved here, and these poor kids are being toted around to all these different things. And anyways, I don't want you to be triggered, but if we're going to be triggered, let's be triggered together. Um, Also, if we need a real break, I legitimately intercepted a crazy person on the bus today and got it all audio recorded. So that's a good 6 minutes we can throw in somewhere if you need to. But let's continue. I'm about to make my gravy and pop a ginger ale. Name your strain, folks, in the chat if you've got one, or your drink, or your vitamin. I don't know. Name what you got.
workshops with children. And so I am thrilled to support Birdie in her artistic endeavors. She always has ideas about the kinds of projects she wants to do with me. And we have spent hours and hours doing art together.
Are you aware that her mother is also creative and artistic?
I am, yes.
And how are you
yes.
aware of that?
I have seen art that her mom has done before that is very impressive. I know that she's an interior designer with a great reputation in our community. She found me and pursued a connection with me as it relates to caring for Birdie, because she knew that I was very interested in arts. And so I know that that's important to her.
Do you have, based upon what you have seen since you have been involved with Ms. Nucala and Uma, do you have any concerns about Ms. Nucala's ability to properly parent Birdie?
I have no concerns.
How would you describe their relationship?
I would describe their relationship as a close relationship. Birdie often talks about her mom when she is in my care. She looks forward to her mom picking her up. She has had, on the occasion where I do the bedtime routine, she's had trouble falling asleep because her mom isn't there, which is typical for a young child when they go to bed without their mom. So I know that her mom is really important to her.
How often have you put Birdie to bed?
I have put Birdie to bed 2 times.
And typically, are most of your duties pick up and drop off and during the day on Friday?
Yes, only on occasion when Aishwarya has an extra big workload do I stay later than typical end of day 3:15 time.
Oh, we lost her.
You lost me?
No.
Sorry, there she.
Okay.
Miss Tepler, I just have one more question. Sorry that I neglected to ask you. How much do you charge for your services?
I charge $25 an hour for my services, which is above average for our community. I charge a high rate because of my experience and expertise.
I charge more than that to be a nanny, just so
no
we're
further
aware.
questions.
Like literally. It's very confusing. Look at her face. For anybody who might be triggered by what I get vibes of as narcissism or just that's the vibe I get. I am by no means qualified to diagnose anybody of anything, much less myself. I spend a lot of time on Google doing that. But this woman is driving me insane. Somebody who helps my mind stay stable sometimes is Patrick Teehan on YouTube. He does amazing videos, but also his community posts are what I look at the most. If you are triggered by this lady or you remember somebody in your childhood that reminds you of the mom, I would suggest checking his stuff out. Even just reading through some of his posts, like they are really, 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 really insightful. Let's keep going. Custody is on the docket. Yeah. Let's keep going, my friends.
Okay.
But I'm turning you over to Ms. Belden.
Thank you. Thanks.
Ms. Belden.
Hi, Tracy. I'm Megan.
Hi.
So you said you're a private nanny for families. Do you have more than one family that you are a private nanny for at this time?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so how many families are you serving as a private nanny for currently?
Besides Birdie, there's 2 other families right now
Okay,
that I
and does your time with, oh, okay. Melissa, do you want me to wait or are you okay with me?
No, you can just continue on.
Okay, okay. Um, do you overlap your care with Birdie with the other families? Do you have all the kids together or no?
rarely. Yesterday was the one occasion. I don't typically take care of Birdie on Mondays, and I already have a family who I have their child after school on Monday.
Okay.
So there was an overlap yesterday.
Okay. So you said did you first meet Birdie February 10th? Was that your first day of working?
That was my first day that I took care of Birdie, but
Okay.
I met her in January. I Aishwarya asked if I would come and meet her and Birdie to talk about a work opportunity.
Okay. So you met her once in January. Do you know how long that meeting was?
I was probably there for 3 hours.
Okay. But your first day of actually caring for Birdie was February 10th.
Yes, I
And-
believe so.
And how many days a week do you said Fridays you care for her?
Fridays every week, but there have been times like over spring break or when Aishwarya has a particularly heavy workload that I have taken care of her more hours.
Okay. So, we're gonna keep going on. I know
Yeah,
Aishwarya is
that's
gonna bounce in and out. Okay. So Fridays every other week. What's the normal time that
Not,
you take care of
not
her?
every other week.
Every week. I'm sorry, every
Every-
week.
Yes.
What time do you usually get Birdie, and what time do you keep her until?
8:15 till about 3:15, 3:30, occasionally 4 o'clock.
Okay.
And then there's been several times where it's been a bit longer of a day.
Okay. So, and then on average, how many days a week are you seeing Birdie? Is it really pretty much just once a week, like on Fridays, or are you seeing her on average? I know you said you fill in when you need to on other, at other times. Does that average out to like twice a week? If you average out February 10th till April 11th?
I would say, let's just say 10 hours a week
Okay.
would be the average.
Okay. And you said your hourly rate's 25.
Mm-hmm.
So on average, Aishwarya is paying you about $250 a week.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Plus, it's $250 a week. Plus, she gives me money for Birdie's lunch, or like I took her to the YMCA pool, which was $30. She always pays for extra activities like that. That's not included in my rate.
Okay. So you said it was $30 to take you. How many times have you taken her to the Y?
I've taken her to the Y one time, but every time that we spend time together, I also get lunch and snacks with her.
Okay.
So Aishwarya is always reimbursing me for that as well.
Okay. And how much does the lunch and snacks usually go for the day?
I want $20 a time.
Okay. Okay. The first time you cared for Birdie on February 10th, was it immediate, like an immediate bond?
Yes, it
Okay.
was. Yes.
So I know you mentioned that when you pick Birdie up, it's always a smile and a hug. So from the
Yeah.
beginning, it was a smile and a hug.
I think she was more tentative. That I don't hug children unless they initiate a hug. And so she, maintained her distance around me, which is what's normal for a child her age, until she felt more comfortable. But like yesterday when I picked her up from school, she ran at me with her arms open and she hugged me. But no, that wasn't immediate. And the first time that I took care of her, there was a bond, but she was definitely quieter. And now she just is very much more talkative.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you've seen a big change in her from February 10th to April 10th.
Well, I've seen her, not a big change in her, but she's definitely opened up and, uh, shown me more of who she is.
Do you think she seemed happy when you first met her in January?
Yes.
Okay. And you felt the connection with her and Ashwarya seemed real natural when you first saw her in January.
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that she was away from her mom for most of the fall?
I was aware that she was away from her mom. Yes. I've never talked to Aishwarya about exactly how long she spent away from Birdie, but she did make me aware of that so that I could better support Birdie when I care for her.
Okay, did you see that? Did you see that come into play as you were caring for her? I mean, did you feel like you had to execute things a little differently because of that?
I don't often have to navigate that. If a child, like, basically how I use any information that a parent gives me is so that if a child asks me a question or exhibits certain behaviors, that I have the knowledge to know what might be underlying their behaviors and how I might respond to their questions. But I don't feel like I had to change anything about my behavior in order to support her. I do notice that she likes to stay close to me as I'm with her, but that can be really typical of young children, especially when it's one-on-one care and not in a group setting.
Okay. Having that background knowledge, I mean, does she bring up her dad to you? Does she bring up her siblings to you?
Yes.
Okay. And
She does.
does it seem appropriate the way she talks about them?
Yes, it does. It does. I have been around lots of kids over my years who are going through divorces, separations within their family unit, and Birdie does talk about her dad and Josephine and Leo, and her relationship, mostly just different things about them as people when it comes up. Like, this isn't a direct quote from Birdie, but if I played a certain song on my phone, she might say, Josephine likes that song. Or
Okay.
My dad has that song on his phone. So, yeah.
Okay. Does Birdie seem sad to you with being apart from Josephine and her dad?
She doesn't seem sad, like she's not ruminating on the concept of not being around her dad, and I don't really know what she's feeling inside when we're together doing fun things, and so it's hard for me to know. but she doesn't say things like, I'm really sad. She
Okay.
doesn't spend time crying. So I know that she has mentioned several times that her mom and dad aren't together because they fight too much. And that's, typically what I might hear when kids are going through divorces or separations. They might say that.
That's interesting. That's probably the first comment I've heard that might be true and not put forth for a reason by the mom in this case. I haven't heard from the dad yet. Maybe he's going to do the same. And if so, I'll be angry at him too. She just let that little slip. She didn't say, my daddy is so angry. He's mean to my mom. Even though she's very bonded with this lady. No, she said my parents fight too much. That's different. You got to keep that in mind, especially if you want to take some of the evidence and not others. No. Also, no degrees in this kitchen except for Fahrenheit and Celsius. I meant the oven. That was a bad joke. Sorry.
So she said that to me. She knows that her parents aren't together.
Okay. Do you think any of that's atypical to you in your opinion? Birdie's behavior, Birdie's reactions?
Birdie's reactions and behavior are not atypical. She seems, I'd much rather have a kid talk about what's going on in their lives that's painful than have them not say anything at all.
Okay.
And she can describe emotionally how she feels about it, but she hasn't outrightly said to me, I'm sad that my parents are separated.
Okay. And so knowing that how Birdie behaves, would you think it's normal that she could have been very happy in the fall in Pasadena, California?
Jackson, lack of foundation. She had no knowledge of this child back in California in the fall. She only met her in February or in January.
Okay. She did not present to you as sad in January when you met her, correct?
She did not, no.
Okay.
Tracy didn't come to the prep meeting where obviously they went over all the testimony. I guess she was busy watching Birdie.
What does Birdie call you?
She calls me Tracy, and occasionally, well, not occasionally, she started off calling me Tracy or Trixie because she had a bunny named Trixie, and then she started calling me Grandma.
When did that start?
That started maybe, I want to say a couple of weeks into my care with Birdie. I want to say she knows it's a joke because she giggles every time she says it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because you don't look like a grandma.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So you think she's just playing with you?
I think she's playing with me. I think she sees me as a close relationship in her life, and I don't know anything about Birdie's grandparents or if I actually remind her of a grandma, but the only, when I see my own children's grandparents with them, they spend a lot of one-on-one time with them. They always want to play and have fun, and that's what my nanny services provide. So maybe I feel like a familial relationship to her.
Okay. Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect, Ms. Whitman?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You're all set.
Thank you.
Let's just go off the record briefly. I'll just call the case and everything. All right, we're back on the record on case number 2210869DM. We just spoke briefly off the record. We're gonna start back up with Ms. Nucala on cross-exam with Ms. Belden. Ms. Nucala, just because you haven't testified yet today, I'll ask that you just raise your right hand. You're still under oath, but do you swear from the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Belden.
Okay, thanks. Okay, part two. Here we go. So Aishwarya, can I ask you some questions about the decision to move to California?
No, Megan, you can't yet. I need to get my words in first. Trigger warning, folks. This is going to be frustrating, and I'm probably not going to react great. But if you like seeing somebody jump around their kitchen yelling and all that jazz, you'll be in for a treat here. This is the cross-examination. So this is Dad's lawyer, Megan, who knows the therapist and her bus somehow, questioning Mom in the middle top. And I'm ready for it. I have some questions too. Yes, my food. Okay, thanks.
You and Andrew reached that decision together, correct?
I would say that I capitulated to his desire to live in California.
But you agreed.
I did agree.
Okay. And you felt that was in your children's best interest at that time, correct?
I felt that it was in our children's best interest to finalize the divorce so that they weren't being subjected to the fighting and anger that was a big part of their life in our family.
Okay.
Moving to California and giving Andrew what he wanted was a way for me to be released from his anger. Because when I don't give him what he wants, he screams, he yells, he makes absurd demands. And it was a long-term pattern in our marriage. For example, after miscarrying on a bathroom floor, it is not reasonable for him to demand that I go to a soccer field and apply sunscreen to young children. And yet I did that to avoid his anger.
Okay. This is something I said last night, and I'm going to address it again here. This woman has suffered a miscarriage, which is a terrible loss. It's a terrible loss for a family. And there's no joking about that. That's not funny for anybody. I don't like the way she's using it. There's no right or wrong way to grieve that. But we also have to remember that he had suffered a miscarriage too. Not physically, but she talked about telling him and he didn't understand and he screamed and yelled. Well, yeah. I mean, that again. Anyways, what I wanted to say about that is trigger warning. She's talking about miscarriages. I used to run a mommy group. I had lots and lots, 500 local moms. I'm Lamaze certified to teach Lamaze classes. I've dealt with infant loss, not myself, thank God, but with other people. And I'm very empathetic about that. But I really, again, let's think about, like, she's an adult. This reminds me of when she spoke yesterday about how he drove her drunk home. Yet again, he made me come to the soccer field by calling you. So, like, turn your phone off. Fucking don't answer. Don't go. I'm sorry, but I don't really understand it. And if he asked her to do something and she felt she couldn't do it and actually said what my problem is I don't think the conversation went, babe, I'm on the floor having a miscarriage right now, a real, like, true, situation. Because who gets up from that and goes and does the soccer? You just tell them, fuck off. Like, I'm not kidding. I've been married. I know. Okay. But first of all, I was the soccer coach. Just so that's clear, I coached 5-year-old soccer. I get it. You want help, but you don't go. I mean, be an adult. Make an adult decision then. My health cannot handle that right now, honey. You'll have to handle the sunscreen yourself. Like, that would be way more believable to me, the story, if she had said, yeah, he called me and asked me to come down there and I couldn't. I was stuck. I had to stay in bed. It was horrible. He came home and got mad at me. Wow, that's a shitty story. The other one's not, I'm not feeling it. Oh my fucking God, the gravy. Okay, we almost burned the gravy. Okay, I'm gonna put the cheese curds on next and then the gravy and eat some poutine while we listen to this testimony.
Which was a constant latent force in our marriage. So the decision to move to California was very much about wanting to give him what he wanted after a year of grinding divorce negotiations where he would not agree to anything else. And I felt that it was in the children's best interests to capitulate to Andrew so that we could all move on. And I did my very, very best to try and execute the agreement that we had together, signed in June. And then there was a change of circumstances when the children were with him in the fall. And I'd be happy to talk about that. And
okay, just a minute. We'll get there.
Okay.
You would agree that the change of circumstances happened when you left Pasadena after being there for a day. That wasn't the plan, that you weren't going to be around, correct?
I don't think that my absence gives Andrew the right to neglect our children and subject our 4-year-old to his explosive, ugly, and abusive anger, which happened repeatedly.
Okay, but it was a yes or no question.
Okay. Sorry. Can you repeat it?
Yeah. You would agree that you not executing the plan and staying in Pasadena would be a change of circumstance. You caused that change of circumstance, correct?
I did resign. I was in Pasadena and we had agreed dates. He put my name on the lease as a way to help me manage the transition because he knew that I couldn't afford my own place immediately. And so even though that was not in the consent judgment of divorce, my name is on his lease there that he put on his lease when he signed it in July before I arrived in order to help facilitate housing for me so that I could at least be present for the children. And his anger made it impossible for us to execute, for me to be able to stay in that house, which made the agreement, it made it very urgent for me to find housing and launch my business there. And I wasn't able to do that immediately. And while I was trying to do that,
I'm gonna stop you for a second because that's going past what my question was. I will ask, you read to us the custody and parenting time schedule that was in that consent judgment of divorce that you signed on June 17th, yesterday. You would acknowledge to me that in that agreement, it says both of you to have your own housing in Pasadena, correct? It doesn't say we're going to live together in Pasadena. Or
that is correct.
Okay, that's it. That was my question. So now I'm going to move you. I'm going to share screen back to, I think you're going to recognize this from yesterday, but from yesterday, you will see this letter that we talked about. It's on page, it starts on page 3 of Exhibit D, Part 1. And it says, it's Sunday, April 10th, 2022. You acknowledge that that's Andrew's email and that's your email address that it was sent to. And then let's get back to the body of this email. And so again, it's dated Sunday, April 10th. And
Megan, could you tell me what page it is on your email, on your exhibit?
Page 3. Page 3 of Exhibit D, Part 1.
D part.
It starts on page 3.
That first paragraph, I think, helps illustrate some of the.
But I'm not talking about that right now. I'm going to pull you down to, because I just want to stay on topic with the move to Pasadena.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so here you'll see, here are my positions on each of those items. Paragraph 2, Andrew states, I would like to move. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Paragraph 3, there's our children's education.
Mhm.
And then we get to, I'm keeping going, I'm sorry. So on April 10th, where it says what I am going to do, do you see this? It says, I am going to Birmingham tomorrow. And then he says, I'm going to spend time in the city to get a better feel for it. I'm going to tour both the public high schools and see rental homes.
Okay.
And he said, my goal is to have a better sense of whether I would like to seriously consider a move to Birmingham.
Right.
And he says, you wouldn't have to agree to this scenario, but I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, and right here it says, if he doesn't feel comfortable to the move to Birmingham, we will continue on with the plan we currently have, which included Josephine attending Cranbrook, Leo and Birdie going to school here in Leland at the Children's Center and public school in Leland.
Okay.
And he says, I'll find a place to live and work here. And,
and he did get a lease. He did get a lease, right? He did execute a lease to effectuate that.
He never sent it to them. He just went to see it and they offered him a lease, but it was never executed as far as I know. And he never moved out of the house.
Okay, you don't remember him signing it and asking you to mail it for him and you texted back, yep, I'll do that?
I do not.
Okay,
And
I'll have to find that text. Okay, so now let's go down here.
He never moved into that lease though, even if he signed it and I mailed it, he never actually moved into the house.
Okay, well, let's look here where it says where to live. Can you read that to the court?
If there are other places you are interested in living, for example, New York, you can research them, housing prices, schools, etc., and suggest them to me.
Okay, does that sound like he's demanding a move to Pasadena?
In this email, Andrew is not demanding a move to Pasadena, but I would be happy to talk about.
And we can get there. We can get there. Let's just keep going. Here he has it says a few other things, and it says regarding Los Angeles.
Yes.
Can you read that?
I understand that the idea of a move to Los Angeles is overwhelming to you. It is to me too, but after our trip there last week, I was and I'm struck by a fact. Los Angeles is home to our family. It feels like home. It is where you and I created a family, where our children grew up and were educated, where you and I both went to school and started our careers. In terms of moving there, the combination of housing and private school is extreme, but I'm willing to pay a premium to return home. Having said all that, I would only advocate a move there in the near future if I have concrete paying work that takes me there and potentially graduate school. In any case, I consider my professional life to be in Los Angeles, and I will maintain those connections. And if we stay in Michigan, would likely move there when Josephine and Leo graduate high school.
Okay, so again, that doesn't sound like he's pushing the move to Pasadena for your family, correct?
I don't read it that way. I would say that this is part of his constant bringing up something that he knew was overwhelming to me. And it was a constant conversation that he always brought up, even though he says that, even though he understands that it's overwhelming to me, because it was. And I do say in that same section there that I just read, you know, he says he acknowledges that cost of it's are extreme, and that you know, it's like overwhelming. And it didn't, like, that conversation just would not go away. And I engaged in it because at times when I said I didn't want to do it, like, for example, we did it in a private meeting, collaborative session. Actually, I don't think that was the time. There was a different time. And it was like, you know, he just was so angry and resentful about having to live in Michigan. And he really lamented the move here. And, you know, he said to me repeatedly it was the worst decision of his life. And I felt bad about that. You know, like that was like a thing that I felt really guilty about, because I also was divorcing him and he did not want to get a divorce. And as recently as September of 2022, when I was visiting, he asked if we could reconcile. And I said no. You know, and so I really did feel guilty about seeking a divorce. I knew it was going to be hard for our family and for our children. And ultimately, I just, like, I capitulated because he wouldn't stop talking about it. And it was a complex thing, you know, and I also just felt really guilty. Like, I didn't want to hold him here because he said to me repeatedly that he didn't want to be in an area where he was going to have to see me dating other people. Or I think he said it was here. He was like, I cannot live here and watch you date other people. I want to meet somebody else. The people here are not attractive to me. My work is not here. And I don't want to live here.
Okay.
You know?
Well, okay, let's move on. I'm just going to pull up another exhibit that I wanted to go over here.
Is this paused? Did I hit this once? I'm moving all my stuff out of the kitchen area onto my table so I can. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm moving all the stuff. Shut up, lady. Finally. I'm moving. I'll be there.
Okay, I'm now directing you to Exhibit D, Part 1, page 21 it starts on. Do you recognize this email, Ishwari? It's from Andrew, dated April 22nd, 2022.
I don't remember this email, but it is from him, his email address to me, so I can verify that.
Okay. It starts off with, hi, I've refrained from sending an email like this during the 8+ month we've been going through this, but I am feeling at a complete loss of how to resolve much of anything with you. So tonight I'm going to send one. I don't know what more I can do. For the past 8 months, I've been kind, patient, understanding, and respectful. I go to therapy twice a week. If you need anything, I've tried to grant it.
He also says I have worked on my anger and managed it.
Yep. And then I'm going to keep going, but I think it's important that I guess I'm going to ask that this page of Exhibit D Part 1, it goes into, yeah, I guess just this page 21 be admitted.
Mhm. Yeah, and he's pleadingly saying, if not Los Angeles.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry. Any objection, Ms. Whitman?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right,
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to get to. Can you read starting with, you don't want to move somewhere new with me, I understand. Can you read that paragraph and the next paragraph?
You don't want to move somewhere new with me, I understand. Then why don't we find a way to live in Los Angeles for at least part of the year? The city where we lived as a family for 9 years, the place where.
I'm sorry. That's my job? Dramatic readings? She's got the same freaking little snarky tone I had yesterday. The poutine is almost ready to eat now. I just want to tell y'all that. The cheese is getting warm. So what that means is like it's still squeaky, but it's also warm. Oh my God, look at me. I have shit on my face. I don't care. I love y'all. I'm eating in my kitchen. Imagine that. It's real life. It's real. Let's continue because I mean I could just continually stop and be mad about it, but I'm not going to. Also, thank you guys for so much for sharing in the chat. I love it. You know, you've got family here. You can always come and share.
Where we formed our family, raised our children, and built our careers. The place where we each agree we spent the happiest years of our life. The place that is home to our children. The place where we all were 3 weeks ago, and everyone, including you, felt happy. If not Los Angeles, can't we just figure something out together? Something that doesn't involve sending our daughter to a boarding school 4 hours away in a city, it sounds like, based on our conversation at the Riverside Inn last Friday, we don't want to live. A school that we can't afford, that we all know almost no one who went to during what is going to be the most difficult time for our family's life.
And can you read that next?
Can't we at the very least finalize our divorce, agree for me to move out, you to move in to the house and work on the house, lower the conflict, let the dust settle, and take some time to figure out what's next. So I want to, I'd love to talk about.
Yeah, well, just a minute. So does this look like he's putting pressure on you to move to Los Angeles?
He would not. This was a relentless conversation that you are illustrating for us.
Okay, but it was a yes or no question, Aishwarya. Is he saying I insist that we're moving to Los Angeles?
To me, yes, because of our dynamic.
Okay.
Because of our dynamic, including his mention of his anger at the top of the email. And he also writes in here, why don't we find a way to live in Los Angeles for at least part of the year? Which means, in conjunction with putting my name on his lease, that he also
Objection, non-responsive. At this point, this is now down to lawyering, right? We don't need to hear from her anymore. I don't know what the judge or what the lawyer is thinking at this point, but I would be absolutely relentless with my questioning and objecting immediately. We've heard it before. I've heard it in many cases before where lawyers are on it. I would be shutting this down. I am right here. I'm like squinting at the screen.
that he felt that the only way to manage this move was if we figured it out together, because of the cost of living was exorbitantly high, which is what I read in the previous email, which he understands.
Okay. Could it be possible that he was saying you need to figure it out together because you have 3 children that you have to co-parent? Could that be possible?
Absolutely. Yes. He was like, this is for a family reason, so I'm putting you on my lease because you can't afford to move right away, and you can use my house so you can see our children, and we're going to try and do this. And it was a relentless conversation that you can get. This is it. That first email was April 10th. This is the 22nd. He knows that this is hard to do. that it's really like, yeah, we had good times there as a family, but it's like really expensive and we have to work together to make it happen because of the cost of living.
Okay, let me get to the next.
While you're looking for that, though, I will say Ms. Hughes just popped in. I don't know if it's better to take care of that or switch to another exhibit.
Do you mind if we just finish this thought?
No, she wasn't on till 2, so we've got
Okay.
at least 8 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna share this screen now. Okay, this is Exhibit D, Part 1, pages 23 and 24. Aishwarya, do you recognize this email from Andrew to you? Is that Andrew's email address?
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay, and that's your email address?
Yes, this is, I don't remember this email, but that is clearly a communication between us.
Okay. And do you see it says alternatives to Leland for Josephine?
Yes.
Okay. And then the top says these are just some ideas. So you're seeing what I'm seeing, correct?
Yes.
And let me go to page 24. So you see it's more dialogue between you and Andrew. Does this jog your memory?
I mean, there's so many communications.
Okay.
I'd have to read them, but I can agree that we sent all these things to each other. I don't specifically.
Okay. So I would ask that pages 23 and 24 of Exhibit D, Part 1 be entered.
No objection.
Admitted.
Okay. So, it looks like Andrew's saying, here are some options. And then he puts, these are just some ideas. And then you replied with, can you rate them in terms of your interest? So, Cranbrook boarding school in LA, Traverse City School, somewhere downstate, or we just spend more time midweek in Traverse City to get the kids into activities. You say, can you rate those interests? Is Pasadena in here?
LA is in there.
But it says boarding school, correct? So that would be, Josephine would be in boarding school there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that LA was constantly brought up, and
okay. But at this point,
Pasadena is not referenced in here, but it is a constant.
Okay, but I'm just talking about this right now, Aishwarya. So it says, I'm sorry, in parentheses, beside boarding school in LA, it says probably cost prohibitive. We'd have to fly there, etc.
Yeah,
so
he recognizes it's cost prohibitive to fly to LA regularly to see our daughter.
Yeah, okay. So he was not thinking you guys were moving there, and he was asking you your thoughts, correct? And so then you asked him to rate him, and it looks like he rated him.
Okay.
His rating, number 1 says an office / more time in TC. Number 2 is high school in TC. Number 3 is Cranbrook. Number 4 is renting an apartment downstate in terms of ease.
Okay.
In terms of preference, he said number 1, renting an apartment downstate. Number 2, an office or more time in TC. Number 3, high school in TC, and number 4, Cranbrook.
Okay.
So
Pasadena. And he says at the very next page, he says.
Yeah, but right here, in terms of his priorities, he's not raising Pasadena, correct?
Pasadena's
okay. Yeah, we'll get to that in 1 second. But here, of the options he said Pasadena.
Sure.
Now down here, he does have a last sentence says the other alternative, which I don't really want to bring up, but I am now, is Pasadena.
Correct.
He brought that up as one other option, but it wasn't in his ratings, correct?
It was relentlessly brought up again and again and again, including.
Okay, and what did you respond with, Aishwarya?
Are you saying that you'd be open to moving to Pasadena for her freshman years with her and we'd figure out going back and forth, LaSalle? And he said, yes, something like that, or even Pasadena High School, which could be a stepping stone to private school there. Again, I'm just throwing out ideas, but the reality of flying back and forth to Los Angeles, ... that's a lot.
Okay.
So
And
he
then you brought
acknowledges
and then you brought up Cranbrook again, right?
yes, because it was an excellent option for her and kept everybody settled in their places, and Andrew could have moved to LA if he wanted.
Okay. But at that time, did it sound the clear writing of this document? He's not saying I'm set on Pasadena, correct?
He
Just that question, though. I know you have a thought on in your interpretation of it.
Can I say something?
I'm sorry, Miss
Andrew.
I'm sorry. Your attorney's gonna be able to ask follow-up questions.
So I can refocus my brain.
So in this document, Andrew is not saying, he gives you the top 4. Pasadena's not even in there, correct?
But it's in the email. Like, I mean,
Now,
this
it's a but he doesn't even rank it in his top 4, correct, Aishwarya?
it is in the email. It's not in the top 4.
But my question is, he does not rank it in his top 4.
Correct.
It's the choices he would want, correct?
Not here, no.
Not here, no. And he's asking for your input, correct?
He is, and I just want to note the date is April 26th.
Absolutely.
And it is like grindingly exhausting at this point to try. We are still trying to figure this out.
Okay, and you can testify to that. You'll get your chance, Aishwarya, to talk about that. I just want to stay on track, but it looks like now it is 2:00.
Okay.
So do we want to stop here, Your Honor?
If you don't mind, we just want to get her on and off.
No problem.
On the clock.
No problem.
Thank you.
I'm gonna stop your shared screen then.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Whitman, just so the record's clear, your next witness, please.
Janet Hughes.
Ms. Hughes, can you hear me? You're on mute. Let's see if I can do this prompt. There. Good afternoon, Ms. Hughes.
Good afternoon.
My name is Matt Hagan. I'm the referee in this matter. You've been called as a witness by Ms. Whitman and her client. She will have some questions for you. And then if she chooses to, Ms. Belden may have some questions, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. If you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Whitman.
Ma'am, could you state your full name for the record?
Janet Hughes.
And what do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a mental health therapist at Lakeview Counseling.
And is that in Traverse City?
Yes.
I'm not joking, and I'm mostly jealous at this point, guys. What is their weekly therapy bill? There are 5 of them in weekly therapy. Let's say at $150 an hour. That is $600-750 a week on therapy. That is like $3,000 a month on therapy. What? Also, they both are self-employed. So they don't have a health plan, I would imagine. I don't know. In Canada, your mental health is not covered. So while we have health coverage, you don't get to go to see a therapist if you want to. That costs money. Anyways, let's just think about that. $750 a week probably in therapy costs. No wonder they're all like, oh, we'll happily show up and frickin' testify for you. These are our best customers.
And what's your educational background?
I have a master's in social work.
How long have you worked as a counselor?
Over 30 years.
Are you
Uh,
licensed?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, are you licensed in the state of
Mhm.
Michigan?
Yeah, I'm fully licensed. I have as high of a credentials as you can get in my field.
And how long have you practiced at Lakeview?
Probably 9 years.
What is the nature of your practice?
Private practice.
Do you treat adults, children? What is your typical client?
Adults.
Do you have any specific focuses in your practice that you like to consider yourself? Do you have any focuses or expertise within the area of social work? I guess is a good way to put it.
I think just by nature of most people who walk by the door that the highest percentage of people come in are anxiety, depression, and I work a lot with people doing different transitions in life.
I request respectfully that Ms. Hughes be qualified as an expert in adult counseling and social work.
No objection.
So certified.
Ms. Hughes, are you familiar with Aishwarya Nukala?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with her?
She sought counseling at Lakeview and I saw her for a year.
And when was that, ma'am?
December 20th through December 21st or 2021. December of the year 20 and for a year after that through December.
Okay. So from a year from December.
I hate to stop it because I know it's busy. We got to get moving through this, but that is a very, very weird way of saying the date. So there's what I wanted to share because we're talking about therapy. We're talking about the cost of therapy, how I live in Canada. Therapy is not included necessarily. It might be included in some work health plans, but not in the public healthcare system. But now that's not true because psychiatric emergency care is covered, but you need to be in basically an emergent position for that to happen. But I've done online therapy and I've also done hypnotherapy. Now, interesting, having done hypnotherapy before I knew I have aphantasia, which means I have zero visual imagery in my mind. So I don't know why hypnotherapy worked. I never saw anything, but the way she was talking sort of made me calm down or whatever. And I had this great relationship with this doctor, like the hypnotherapist. I was like, wow, this is going great. And then I made a mention of some after dark thing that my personality just makes, is just there. And she stopped seeing me. She was like after that session, she didn't say it right away, but after that session, she emailed me and was like, you should probably find somebody else. And I was like, okay. Like I understand therapists, it's good for them to know their limits. Know your limits, stay within it, but I cannot say I was not hurt. I was hurt. Anyways. Um yeah, let's continue. That did sting. So uh I learned after that, I was like, yes, I have to meter what I say to a therapist, which is why maybe I need the therapist for the therapists, because maybe I'm messed up. I don't know. Um and I'm reading in the chat, like you guys are sharing such personal stories and I so appreciate it. But what that, it really brings these experiences around because some of us, and not me, but like some people, well, everybody's gone through certain things, but some of us have been through a lot and would be thankful for weekly therapy or, love it. But then you can't get it or it's not easy. And then This 4-year-old's in therapy for what? Anyways, let's go. Let's go.
Of 2020 to December of 2021. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the nature of your therapy with Ms. Nucala?
She was experiencing conflict in her relationship and just seeking out some strategies
What relationship was that, Ms. Hughes?
in her marital relationship.
And what were her goals in therapy to address the conflict within that relationship?
She was hoping for some strategies in reducing stress and discord.
And what kind of strategies was she seeking, or what problems was she trying to solve?
Just some anger in the relationship, and things just seemed to be where they were just having more disputes. And so we just talked about techniques of good communication and emotional identification to see where your feelings are coming from and how to express those with a partner.
Did you diagnose her with anything?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
She was diagnosed as adjustment disorder, which it would be pretty typical for somebody who's had some change in life that's causing them some conflict and increased anxiety.
Did the issue of her husband's anger come up in counseling? At
that point when she was coming in, I think they were having some discord. I don't know if she really came in based on that he had a out of control anger problem, but more that discussions were getting more difficult to resolve and probably more heated with any couple who's not getting along.
What was her goal in therapy?
I think she was trying to sort out if things could get better between them and any strategies that would help get there, and just trying to identify why things were getting that there was an increased discord in their marriage.
Do you believe that she was honest with you?
I don't have any reason to believe otherwise.
Did she work sincerely and toward developing these strategies under your care?
Yes, I think she was, reporting back at trying some of the techniques with communication and talking that we talked about. It seemed like she was involved in going ahead and trying the strategies.
Did you make any recommendations to her about how to go ahead and address her issues, the anxiety and depression and the conflict?
We talked about increased care and exercise, using iMessages, techniques to not let an argument get elevated, how to keep things more calm.
You sent a letter to opposing counsel, which indicated that Ms. Nucala, or your part of her diagnosis, was an anxiety diagnosis. Was that accurate?
Was anxiety? It would be adjustment disorder with anxiety.
Okay, yeah, you would know. I'll pull it up for a minute. Hold on, I don't want to speak out of turn. Do you recognize this letter that you sent to Ms. Belden?
Yes.
It's dated March 20th, 2023.
Yes.
And you wrote that she was addressing stress and anxiety due to discord in her marriage, which supports an adjustment disorder diagnosis.
Yes.
Is that an accurate statement of your treatment of her?
Yes.
And you then stated that she was cooperative and responded well to supportive therapy. Interventions included.
I would prefer that we not read documents into the record until they're admitted.
Sorry. I move for this to be entered as exhibit. I think we're on 57 when we're labeling things.
Yeah, no objection.
Thank you. It's admitted. Thank you.
Ms. Hughes, do you agree with what you wrote in this letter to Ms. Belden?
Yes,
Is it accurate?
yes.
What is CBT?
It's a cognitive behavioral therapy of anybody has, it's a technique with anxiety and depression that sometimes we're looking at things in a negative way, and it's trying to teach you a healthier way to look at our thoughts.
And what was the reason, as you understood it, for Aishwarya's anxiety and depression? Do you know the source of them?
I think feeling that all of a sudden re-looking at her relationship as, are we a good fit together, and why is there more discord? And
Okay. This is not an interesting letter to read at all, but I do have a question. Why are there 3 signatures from the same person? I don't get it. Don't dox this person, please, but somebody explain to me why they have the scripty font and the typey font and the signature. I've been an executive assistant, I've been an assistant, I've been an administrator. You don't use the scripty font. You leave room for the signature. Hi, looking at legal stuff. Thank you so much for popping by. I'm glad you're here. Everybody, I'm glad everybody's here. Please leave a like, leave a dislike, leave a comment, leave a, I don't know. I think that's the most engaged. Oh, chatting obviously is the other good way to stay engaged. Anyways, yeah, if I would be shocked, but if anybody happens to be here that is not already subscribed to looking at legal stuff, that's an immediate must do. Her stuff is great, and her and I live in the same tiny little portion of Canada, just very close to each other, randomly. So, have become fast friends. She's so supportive of me and this channel and how growth and just been amazing. So if you haven't subscribed to her yet, make sure you do that immediately. She's also going to be doing some late night streams maybe one day. In this West Coast time slot, not this late. I don't know. I'm not gonna say whatever. She can do whatever she wants. We don't sleep shame here. That's one of the things. So nobody's mad if you're up late or up early or can't sleep. You can hang out here in my kitchen. Okay, let's continue.
we have some things we don't agree on, and are we going to be able to work those out that would create anxiety for anybody?
Did you diagnose her with a personality disorder of any kind?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Belden.
Yeah, thanks. So thank you, Ms. Hughes. I did receive that, the letter that's been admitted as an exhibit. In there, there's no acknowledgement of anger. Anger wasn't anger by Andrew Llewellyn. That wasn't a big focus of your counseling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did Aishwarya let you know her mental health history as part of your intake?
I knew of some past counseling. I might not know details about her history.
Okay. Did she let you know that she had been hospitalized on 2 occasions, inpatient at mental health units?
No,
Okay. So it would be news to you that she was admitted to UCLA for over a week for mental health assessments.
no, I don't know. I did not know that.
Okay. After she had presented to the emergency room suicidal.
I'm going to object. She already said she didn't know.
Okay.
I mean, it's a different question, but if you concede, I don't.
Yeah, no, go. I'm trying to think of another way to ask it here.
He didn't overrule the objection, you dumbass.
So you did not know of previous diagnoses for anxiety and major depression?
You're saying those are what her previous diagnoses were? No, I did not.
I'm asking, were you aware of any previous diagnoses?
No.
Did you know she had been treated for years for these conditions?
I knew of some past counseling. I don't know if I could recall time length right now on those.
Do you think it would have been important for Aishwarya to share that history with you?
I think it would be good to know. I'm not sure it would change the diagnosis of what was being presented at the time I saw her.
Okay. Would that change your impression, though, that her anxiety and depression were linked to her marital stress if you knew that there was a history of that?
Ask that again?
I'm sorry. If she has a long history of mental health issues, including both of the diagnoses you gave her of anxiety and depression, would that change your impression that the anxiety and depression was the result of the marriage?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Were you aware that she had panic attacks in her past?
I can't recall right at the moment if I knew that or not.
Okay.
I mean, most people have anxiety, and it can come and go based on situational.
Were you aware that UCLA's impression was there was bipolar disorder?
No, I remember that.
Were you aware in her history of agoraphobia?
No.
Were you aware of her family history of mental health issues?
Yes.
Okay. So you were aware, what was your understanding of her mom's mental health?
I'd have to revisit my notes. It wasn't a big focus on our therapy because that's not what we were working on.
Okay. Were you aware at UCLA of a borderline personality diagnosis?
I'm going to objection. It assumes facts not in evidence, and there was no such diagnosis.
Okay, that's your. Would you? Your Honor, I have a question for you. Exhibit B has the UCLA medical records. It's confidential. I would rather not have those be shared on YouTube. But I think maybe that would be important for Ms. Hughes to see.
I'm objecting to those on the basis they haven't been authenticated. We need to go ahead and have someone from UCLA authenticate those to know if they're even true and accurate. Everyone has had full notice of what needs to happen in order for old records from the other side of the country to be authenticated and entered. To go ahead and allow them to be shown right now on cross-examination without authentication, without a doctor to go ahead and explain them and authenticate what they say would be very prejudicial, and I vehemently object.
I think the bigger issue for me is she says she doesn't know about it or hasn't seen it. My understanding is she's not currently treating defendant either. So we're not gonna, I don't know that a trial is the time to show someone's records and then have her opine about.
She acknowledges she had no knowledge, and I know.
I just said that. Okay, thank you. I just said that.
Okay, so so Ms. Hughes, I will ask you.
In other words, if we're taking it, but for the future, if we're talking about that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll bring them in at the appropriate time.
But now we should all be forewarned that objection will likely occur again.
Fair enough.
The authentication. I mean, that was the only objection. She wasn't even objecting to what I was saying, and until she repeated what I said. So we know that there's going to be an authentication, and if that's, I just think we should be prepared for that. I will certainly make note that that's
absolutely.
That's all.
So Ms. Hughes, would you say that you normally do an intake assessment though, where you ask for the mental health history of someone you are counseling, correct?
Yes, she filled out a form.
Okay.
That would have been where that intake information would be.
Okay, and can you confirm that information was not on that form?
Which information?
Anything about her history with her hospitalizations for mental health issues, her UCLA stay, her diagnoses through UCLA?
I can confirm that.
Okay. Would that have been important for you to know?
I think it'd be good to know, but I'm not sure I would have changed by diagnosis for what she was coming in and seeking help with those services at that time. I don't think it would have changed what I was treating her for.
Okay, does that make you question? I know before you said you had no indication that Aishwarya was dishonest with you and not being forthcoming with you. Does that change your opinion of that, to know that these things were never raised with you when it was specific questions on an intake sheet, then it was omitted?
I feel like she was forthright with questions I asked her in our session, and in our interactions. I don't know if everybody puts all their history down on those forms.
Okay. So you stopped seeing Aishwarya in December of 2021. Why?
I think some of that became, I think if I remember correctly, some of that was due to finances.
Okay. Did you, are you aware that she's treating now, that she's seeing a counselor now?
Yes.
Okay. So the last time you saw Miss Nukala was roughly 15, 16 months ago, correct? Did you ever see Aishwarya with her husband, Andrew Llewellyn?
No.
No. Okay. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Ms. Whitman?
Very briefly, Ms. Hughes, based upon your treatment of Ms. Aishwarya, did you have any concerns about her ability to parent her children?
No.
I have no further questions.
Final question, Ms. Belvin?
No.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Hold the fucking phone for a minute. That's not, wasn't it Dr. Hughes in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial who testified against Dr. Shannon Curry? What was that lady's name? She didn't look quite like her. She had a more New York accent, but wasn't it Dr. Hughes? Oh, I just had a weird deja vu there for a second. I was just like, this lady sounds just like that doctor in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Like, oh, all this info that I should have probably figured out that I didn't? Interesting. Oh, welcome, Denisha. You know, everybody who's here, thank you. Like, subscribe with all your accounts. Okay. I'm gonna have to look that up, but yeah.
Sorry. If you just give me 1 second, please.
Not a problem.
Okay, so can we agree Ms. Nukala is back on the virtual stand for continued cross?
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belden.
Um,
Sorry, that's me. Don't ignore that.
that's okay. um, um, Ishwarya, can you share that when you and Andrew went to mediation, or yeah, when you went to mediation with attorney Linda Marsh Rates, did you come out of there with the decision to move to Pasadena?
Yes, I can't remember.
Okay.
I think so. I can't actually remember. We met with her, I think we only met with her once. And I think we just got it all done like within an hour. I don't remember. I remember meeting with her more than once.
Okay. I'm gonna share screen again. Ishwarya, do you recognize this email again? It's coming from Andrew Llewellyn at Gmail to Ishwarya Nukala at Gmail, Wednesday, April 27th.
I recognize our emails, so I don't remember.
Okay, and Andrew has an attachment to it. And he's asking if he can forward that on to Linda Rates. Is that jogging your memory or no?
I mean, not specific. I can read.
Okay, does this look familiar to you though? This was the document that was attached, the elements of divorce settlement.
I mean, that table, I know that table.
And then the child-related mediation agreement.
Okay.
Does that look familiar to you?
No, but I guess we did this, so I don't really remember it.
Okay, so I would ask, here's your signature to it. I would ask that pages, Exhibit D, Part 1, pages 26 to 32 be admitted.
May I ask a question?
Not at this moment, I'm sorry. I'm waiting for your attorney to speak up.
Your Honor, or Megan, I'm just concerned, according to MRE 408, settlement discussions are confidential. This appears to be discussion, some of it is between the parties. I
Yeah,
don't
we
really
can- okay,
understand.
why don't we move right to the property related mediation agreement that was signed? Are you okay with that?
Whatever they signed and then presumably became a court order, I have no issue with that, but to delve into all of their discussions, I just feel that's inappropriate according to MRE 48 and I do have 408 and I do object to that.
Okay, so I will just move to asking for pages 33 and 34 of Exhibit D, page 1 to be admitted.
That is not signed by Mr. Llewellyn, and I don't know if that's a final or not.
Do you Ishwarya, can you comment on that? Do you remember? Do you remember why Andrew did not sign it?
No, I honestly have no idea. I have to be really honest, this period of time that you're showing me all these emails is really blurry for me. There was so many communications going back and forth. And I just remember there was a constant drumbeat of Pasadena, and it's in all these emails, and whether it's like he's saying he wants to go or he doesn't want to go or whatever, it's just constant conversation about Pasadena. We met with people, we met with a therapist named Jennifer.
Just one second. I'm not sure we're talking about Pasadena right now.
Oh, I don't remember, sorry.
I wanted to pull up what was reached at mediation, just because, you know, it was signed by by Ishwarya regarding child related issues are at play here. Mm-hmm. And I point out that paragraph 2 has no consideration for Pasadena.
Yeah, and Andrew wouldn't sign it. So
I object. This is not a final settlement. This is a document that was involved in the creation of the final settlement. This is my objection to 408. If it had been a final settlement, he would have signed it and it would be a fully executed document. It's not a fully executed document. That indicates to me that it was a negotiation ongoing, which is a settlement discussion pursuant to MRE.
Okay. I'm trying to jog the short.
Hold on. I was like, oh my God, look at this fucking lawyering. It's so great. They're opposite. His lawyer is the one trying to get this admitted without his signature. Her client signed it. The other lady, why has she got anything? I'm really confused because okay.
Aria's memory, that at mediation in end of April, there was not a decision to move to Pasadena at that time. Can you
Why don't you just ask her that?
Yeah, can I ask you that then? Can you
I can speak to the timeline about the decision to move.
Well, I just wanted to ask you specifically. End of April 2022, had a decision been made to move to Pasadena?
We did not no, because we didn't tell our children till May 1st, and that became the deciding factor.
Okay. And how did that become the deciding factor?
Our children were distraught when we told them that we were getting a divorce on May 1, 2022. The younger Birdie did not know what was going on, but our 2 older children were incredibly upset, and they cried a lot. It took it was 1 or 2 weeks of just I would say major turmoil for them emotionally. And I was really trying to be supportive of them at that time, of trying to assure them, because they were like, oh, we have friends whose parents are divorced and they never even speak to each other. And do I have to go back and forth all the time? And there was just so much turmoil around, about how this was going to be. And it was are we going to have Christmas together anymore? Are we going to have holidays? What about birthdays? Because they had friends whose parents were divorced, and it was hard. And so, I really spent a couple weeks trying to reassure them that even though we were getting a divorce, we were still a family, and I wanted to honor what they wanted, and they had input into what their future would look like, especially for Josephine, because she was like enrolled at Cranbrook, and it was suddenly like, it was all up in the air. And I really was trying to be supportive of them at that time.
Ashwarya, did Josephine want to attend Cranbrook?
She attended a visiting day at Cranbrook, and she had an amazing day, and she came out of it and she was like, that day that I just had at Cranbrook with the teachers and the community and the kids she met, and she toured the dorms and stuff, she was like, that was a 9 out of 10 day, and I haven't had a 9 out of 10 day in a long time. And she's like, I really, really liked it. And
Did she make it clear to you she wanted to attend? She liked the school. Did she say
when I visited with her in January, and she did the standardized test, which she did of her, she did, and she wrote an essay and everything, she told me that she wanted to go and that she liked the school, and that, but is that hearsay? I mean, I didn't force her to take a test. I didn't force her to write an essay. I didn't force her to go to the visiting day.
Did she ever tell you she didn't want to go to Cranbrook?
After Andrew told her that she said, I don't know how it would go with Daddy. And that's hearsay, but it's true.
So at some point, Ashwarya, at some point she told you she didn't want to go to Cranbrook.
After Andrew made it clear to her, and
I'm just asking you the specific question. Did Josephine tell you at any point in time she did not want to go to Cranbrook?
I never heard Josephine say, I don't want to go to Cranbrook after the fact.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep moving it along then. I'm going to do share screen. Ashwarya, do you recognize this letter from Andrew to you dated April 28th?
Yes.
Okay. And it goes here. It goes.
No, sorry, we've been wanting to hear from Andrew all this time. We're definitely going to read this. We are immediately going to read this. I can see it. I'm going to read it. Oh my God, my drink is empty. That's actually a really bad sign. Okay, here we go. I don't really know how to pronounce her name. They've said it very right this whole time, but I keep getting it wrong. April 28th, 2022. This is April 28th, 29th, 30th. So like 3 days prior to them announcing the divorce to their children, which they apparently took horribly. I told the story about my child handling our divorce yesterday, but obviously everybody's different. Dear Ashwarya, I'm going to try to keep this brief, which I struggle to do, but here goes. In the past few days, you have described my actions around the decision about not enrolling Josephine in Cranbrook as destructive, unforgivable, and horrible. You have said that I am denying her an opportunity. You're obviously angry, and your words are expressing your anger. I understand and respect your anger. Okay, I forgot he's a writer, so we have to give him that. But this is very, very calming thus far. I would like to take some time to defend myself and explain my perspective. In your email on Tuesday, you wrote, quote, our relationship is not in a place where we can make decisions together about the future for our children. I completely agree. Sorry, end quote. I completely agree. That is why I'm not advocating for any major changes regarding our children's life moving, moving, boarding school, end parentheses, for the present and near term, 2 to 3 months, in parentheses. I feel the best course of action for you and me is to file our divorce, me to move out, let the conflict diminish.
letter.
Shut up. I'm not done. And then hopefully we can begin to make decisions together as parents like we always have. Oh, sorry, I missed a sentence here. I feel the best course of action for you and me is to file. Isn't it you and I? Isn't it you and I? For you and me to file our divorce, me to move out, let the conflict diminish, get our bearings, and move into the next phase of our life as people and parents. And then, hopefully, we can begin to make decisions together as parents, like we always have. Regarding my position on our children's education, throughout our entire marriage, I have demonstrated via my actions and words my commitment to provide our children the best education I can. In Chicago, I supported sending Josephine to preschool and paid the majority of the tuition. I supported sending Josephine and Leo to Montessori school in Los Angeles for 3 years, and I paid the majority of the tuition. I supported sending Josephine and Leo to High Point for 5 years and paid the majority of the tuition, and also got financial aid to reduce the cost. In addition, I purchased a home for our family in Pasadena near the school because we agreed that we wanted to organize our home and life in proximity to the school. My commitment to our children's education is established. My actions and payments were not without problem. My actions and payments were not without problem? That's a weird sentence. But I still maintained my commitment. When we decided to move to northern Michigan, we knew that the schools here could be an issue. Here, so he's writing it from Michigan. Yet, we still decided to move. Starting at the beginning of 2021, I began to blah, 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 provide that education and opportunity. My intention and goal since last August have been that we would move somewhere to provide our children a better education and more opportunities. Since August, in addition to Cranbrook, I have arranged visits and toured 5 high schools in Metro Detroit and Ann Arbor. I also found Salem Academy in Winston-Salem. I've created a list of private and public schools in Michigan, as well as rankings of public schools, school districts in the state. I have communicated to you. Okay, so first of all, that's a bit intense. I get it. But Andrew, I don't know if you're making this in response to something, but that's a bit intense. I'm just saying. Like I said, I'm going to call it like it is. Stop. Seriously, you guys, why? Why? Rankings of public school districts in the state. I've communicated to you about all these schools and the towns in which they are located, offering them as options for us to raise our children. Through my actions and words these past 8 months, I have demonstrated a commitment to finding an alternative school for all of our children. In February, so fast. Oh, I don't even want to read the whole thing. These people are so fucking wordy. But I'm getting the gist. Fine. Through my actions and word these past 8 months, I have demonstrated a commitment to finding an alternative school for all of our children. February, I identified Birmingham as an ideal alternative to Leland. In March, you agreed that you would like to move to Birmingham, potentially for the fall of 22. And then I didn't get the job with GM, and that blew up our plans. And you felt less inclined to move with me, and I respect your position. But that does not negate the time and effort I have committed these past 8 months to finding an alternative school for our children. As for Cranbrook itself, since August, I told you we could not afford it. The tuition is approximately $50,000 a year for boarding and $40,000 a year for day school. Whoa! Whoa, that's per kid. For 2 children, that is cost prohibitive, 80 to 100K a year. Oh my God, I was thinking it was 50K for the 3 kids. Holy shit. Ugh. Yet still, I felt that if perhaps Joe, oh my God, and yet he's being really nice. For a lady that has negative $200, why is she suggesting a school that costs that? Get off your high horse, lady. Yet still, I felt that if perhaps Josephine got a significant financial aid package and we could, and we/I could find reasonable housing in the area, maybe it could work. But I still, during this entire process since August, that's not good writing. But I still, during this entire process since August, I expressed concerns and reservations. In January, I agreed to apply for her to attend boarding school at Cranbrook with the stipulation, which I wrote in a text, that if Josephine got massive financial aid and wanted to go, I would consider it. When she got into Cranbrook without the financial aid or scholarship, I consistently expressed my concerns to you about the cost. I told you I couldn't pay for it. I told you that I could not agree to something I couldn't do. I also had other significant concerns, particularly about sending her to a boarding school 4 hours away, that
I would ask that it be admitted.
I think we got the gist here.
I completely agree. That's Andrew.
You um to this paragraph that starts in your email on Tuesday.
Okay.
Can you read that to
I
us?
wrote to him, our relationship is not in a place where we can make decisions together about the future for our children. I completely agree. That's Andrew. And then Andrew responds, I completely agree. That is why I'm not advocating for any major changes regarding our children's life, moving boarding school for the present and near term, 2 to 3 months. I feel the best course of action for you and me is to file our divorce, me to move out, let the conflict diminish, get our bearings, and move into the next phase of our life as people and parents. And then hopefully we can begin to make decisions together as parents like we always have. So Andrew's actions do not match those words, which is demonstrable.
Okay. But again, in this, is he pushing a move to Pasadena?
Not in this email.
Okay.
Not in that paragraph. I purchased a family, he talks about Pasadena later in that email.
Okay.
Please subscribe. You don't have to watch the whole video, just subscribe.
Your Honor, I'm just going to stop away for literally 4 feet away to grab a Post-it note, if that's okay. Okay.
That's fine. I'm going to hit share screen. Ashwari, I have an email updated May 3rd. Again, do you recognize this email? Do you recognize Andrew Llewellyn's email address, and he's sending it to your email address?
Yes.
Okay.
May 3rd, after we told our kids about the divorce.
Okay. I would ask that this, let's see. Do you recognize this? An
Yes.
email to Margaret.
Yep, I wrote to a school in Pasadena
Okay.
about Josephine applying. That was a school that I had always really liked when we lived there.
Okay.
And my friend Molly is a teacher there.
Okay. What is Molly's last name?
Your check? I think she's on Andrew's witness list.
Okay. So I would then you see emails that Andrew sent out, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to ask Your Honor that pages Exhibit D, Part 1, pages 57 to the bottom here. 68 be admitted.
Your Honor, I need a minute to review these.
Sure.
I say no. You don't get any minutes. Stop reviewing them. All of you suck. $100,000 a year for school. That's ridiculous. That's out of control. They don't have any money. Where do you get off applying for that school? I'm being serious. Like, I don't care if you're horrified at the thought of public schools. Get over it. Because you don't have, how is she saying this? I'm frustrated and I am about to go smack somebody upside the head. Right now it's looking like Budgie and I'm like, Gilderoy.
So what number? I'm sorry, Megan, what was the
Sorry,
final?
Exhibit D, Part 1, pages 57 through 68.
68. Okay.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Admitted.
Thank you. Ashwarya, so you recognize this email. Can you just read that first sentence on this email? It's from Andrew to you.
Yes, I'm going to write to the 3 schools in Pasadena you asked me to contact. In the emails,
Okay.
I want to mention some of Josephine's friends who will be attending the schools. Can you confirm their last names?
Okay, so in this email, Andrew's saying you asked him to contact those 3 schools. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Okay. So the two of you were in agreement with contacting these schools.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. In Pasadena, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you'll see as we go further, you're providing names, and then you said, can
We
you
as a family are considering
can you
California.
please? Oh, can you please write that she got into Cranbrook boarding school, but we as a family are considering California instead. Everyone knows Cranbrook.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to note that I said, but we as a family are considering California, which was 100% the intention behind the move. And that is further reflected by Andrew adding my name to his lease because he knew that I could not afford the move immediately.
Okay. And then you said he confirmed to let him know about that they got into Cranbrook, and then you said just send it with me as a CC, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And then as we scroll down, looks like you initiated an email to Margaret at Westridge. Who is Molly or who is Margaret?
I think she was in the admissions office at Westridge.
Okay, so you initiated this email and it looks like it was for Josephine to apply.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Can you, I see as you go, Josephine attended High Point Academy from 2015, second grade through 2020, sixth grade, where she was a top student.
Yeah, so proud of her.
Unfortunately, the school in our town, it says in July of 2020, during the pandemic, we relocated from Pasadena to a town in northern Michigan where we had vacationed as a family. Unfortunately, the school in our town has not met the standards of us as parents or Josephine as a student.
Correct. After, during COVID time and virtual school and the subsequent year, the school was not adept at being enough for Josephine. And that's why I advocated for her to apply and register at Cranbrook, which is one of the best schools in the country. And she got in, and Andrew facilitated that application. And I would say both Andrew and I were super proud of her when she got in. It's an extremely selective school. And she, you know, she did that. She's amazing.
And then I'm going to say down here, I see it, if we go on, it says, we decided that
Sorry, Meg, just got to interrupt you there. Actually, there's a key factor here. This is a Megan spelt with an A, Meagan. People's names and how they're spelled is important to me. They mean something. This reminds me of a story. Kitchen story time. In one of my many jobs that I've had in my life, I have been a manager and I've hired employees before. And I'm usually pretty good at judge of character. I hire good people. I ask weird questions. Believe me, you don't forget your interview with me. But I get a real good vibe really quick. And I recall I was working for somebody else and like he was my boss, so he could hire as well. And so I had done most of the hiring. He hired this one person. He was like, her resume is great. And the job was very simple, very, very simple. But you needed to be the right person for the job. It was a very busy like time. Anyways, so this person arrived for this job and it was quickly apparent that they were not able to do the job. And by that, I mean like the basics of counting money, taking money in exchange for giving a ticket, talking to a customer, whatever. Now, I am a pretty nice person. I like to encourage people to grow. I don't expect perfection. It's not that. But there was a distinct lack of oomph or pep in the step or even interest. And I was like, you know, gave the person a chance, but after a day, the next day I realized I was like, this is really not going to happen. There's another video Viking. I'm almost done with this story. Anyways, so I had to fire this person and I fired them. It was an outdoor type job and the main office was like 100 meters away. And I asked them to come to the office with me and we walked back together. And while we were walking, they asked me if I was firing them. And that was like the most awkward moment in the parking lot walking down there. And I was like, well, yes, I think that it's just not going to work out, but I really, appreciate you coming out. And these are the reasons why. And I think that you might be better suited for a position doing this. Anyways, they didn't freak out. It was fine. They came in, they took off the uniform jacket and all that kind of stuff, and off they went. And also, I was like, and you get paid. Like, we have legal, like, laws here. Like, they were getting paid for the whole, like, their full shift that they should have worked or something like that. Like, there was nothing untoward about this, but they were within their probationary period. And I wondered to myself, like, man, with that kind of resume, that's so weird. Well, within an hour, I got a phone call from that person's mother asking me why I had fired them. And I was like, what? I don't think, like, I actually just said, I'm not discussing it with you. That's a personnel decision, and they're an adult. So, um, but she was like, listen, please, what if she came down there and just worked for free, just for the experience, so I could put it on her resume? And I was like, oh, you made the resume. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. And I was like, no. I literally turned down a free employee. I was like, no, I don't think, no, I'm not going to do that. And it reminded me about parents that cripple their children by thinking that they're helping them. And I I've dealt with kids that, like, not knowing how to do something is not a reason that you won't work for me. That's never going to be it. But the the attitude of how you come into the job is really important. And so when your mom calls to see if you can get your job back, like, I was just like blown away. Anyways, let's finish off with Megan and her questions. I'm going to make popcorn now too. It's popcorn time. Let's go.
Sending her to Cranbrook was not the right decision. We are now considering options in Pasadena, where she lived much of her life and thrived as a student.
So, I did write that, and I just want to be clear that, like, I agreed to all of this. Absolutely.
Okay, good. Okay, good. That's what I wanted.
It was really as I write to other teachers, other people, and Andrew and I communicate together. We really intended for this to be a family experience, and we were going to try and figure out like all the financial stuff. And it's really just a snapshot in time of this little week. These emails are so far between April 26th and May 3rd. And we told our children about the divorce on May 1st. So this is like a tiny snapshot where, we're trying to, like, figure out what to do as a family given our children's reaction to the divorce news. And I really wanted, because of their reaction, and I write this repeatedly in these emails, we can read them, that I just really wanted to preserve the family experience for our children. I sent all of my furniture and all of my Christmas ornaments to Andrew's house in Pasadena. That my sofa, I have furniture that's still there. That, like, I had every intention of trying to make this work as a family. This is a snapshot in time during a really high stress and painful time for the family because of the children's experience hearing about their parents' divorce. And
Aishwarya, so you said that when you told the kids on May 1st, that's when you decided that Pasadena was what you wanted to pursue, correct?
I would just say that I can't remember exactly. Obviously, this is like 2 days after I told my kids that we were getting a divorce after us all being a family together at this point for 15 years. And it was very traumatic. I agreed to make this change for our family. And truly, the wheels came off the bus. And there was a change in circumstance that the court recognized. And the court set aside the consent judgment of divorce on November 17th because
we're not gonna get, I'm not gonna get into that right now. I'm just trying to find the timeline, Ashwarya.
I think we have the time. I mean, yes, I don't mean to.
As of May 3rd, when you're sending these emails out, you're thinking it's in the best interest of your children to relocate to Pasadena, correct?
As a family, I thought that we could navigate that kind of a move. But you know, again,
as a divorced family, correct? You weren't stopping the divorce. Okay.
No. As a divorced family, it was naive. And also it totally was me putting on my blindfold around the realities of the dynamic between me and Andrew. And that dynamic came into play in August when I took the kids there and he was screaming uncontrollably in the car and on the sidewalk when I said this wasn't a good idea. And I wasn't.
But we're moving. We're still in May here, Ashwarya.
I mean, there were a lot of instances like later on when the kids were in Pasadena where the wheels fell off the bus and Andrew's.
Okay, but we're not there. We're not there, Ashwarya. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of going through the timeline. I want to get to that.
Yes, this email is also part of the same timeline, the snapshot of that time. Yeah.
Okay. So, I wanted to clarify something. So Andrew's not from Northern Michigan, correct?
Andrew's family has always had a home in Northern Michigan for multiple generations. They were in Bel Air, which is in Antrim County. And then his parents, his mom and dad, bought a house in Old Mission in 2010. So we would bring our kids initially. My oldest was born in 2007. So we would visit Bel Air, and then we started visiting the home in Traverse City in Old Mission.
Okay. But Andrew did not grow up in Northern Michigan. Home for him is
Andrew grew up in Ann Arbor. Yeah.
Okay. And he never lived in Northern Michigan.
No.
When his parents bought the home on Old Mission Peninsula in 2010, you and Andrew were married, and Andrew never lived in that home.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And you're not from Northern Michigan, correct?
I'm not.
Okay. You're from the East Coast, correct?
Correct. I was born in India, but I was raised on the East Coast.
Okay. So we established yesterday that you signed that consent judgment of divorce on June 17th.
Correct.
Correct. And we also established on that day, yesterday, that it was signed at your office. You set up the date and time. You requested it to be signed on that date and that time, correct? You asked Andrew to sign it together.
Yes.
Okay. Andrew wasn't saying, we need to get this signed right away. No one put pressure on you to sign it that day.
I think that the concept that Andrew was ever going to stand over me and demand a move to Pasadena with my hand tied to a pen is just really that was never the case. I agreed to do all of this, and it was really naive, and it was a complete denial about the reality of our relationship in our marriage. And I was using I just really wanted to preserve something for our family, and fundamentally it was real financial folly and financial naivete on both of our parts. Andrew can't afford to live there either.
I'm going to ask you to just answer these questions right now. No one put pressure on you to sign that document on June 17th.
No one put pressure for me to put my pen on the paper and sign that document. There was later a change of circumstances.
Okay. And you had it from the testimony yesterday. You had this document for at least 2 days before you signed it, correct?
I don't know that I have the document. I think in those text messages, it says that he's bringing them up. I don't know that I ever said that I received them. And I also remember signing only the signature page on the day that I signed it on June 17th. Okay. So maybe he's brought them up. I just have to be clear that I don't remember, but I do remember only signing the signature page on June 17th.
So Ashwarya, we established yesterday that you're a successful businesswoman. You run your own business. You have independent contractors that you pay weekly.
Yes.
I literally walked away for 1 second and I heard something drop and I was like, what dropped? Looking, fucking camera.
Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollar renovations and projects for clients.
Yeah. Being
Um,
educated and successful does not make me immune to an abusive relationship.
But you would enter into contracts with as part of your work, correct? Through your life, you've entered into contracts.
Those are not personal relationships. Those are not personal relationships that have any kind of abusive elements. Those
Okay,
are.
but I'm just asking you to answer the question. Do you sign?
I do. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay. And do you review them before you sign them?
The only contract that I send out and sign with clients is I have a design like a design contract. Yeah. And when somebody contacts me about work and they want to sign want me to work through their house, I have a design contract that has been long established for me for like 7 or 8 years. So I have had that same contract. You know, I don't read it every time.
Have you had, but you know the terms of the contract, correct?
I know the terms of my contract, yes.
Okay. Have you had people tell you that they just signed it and they haven't read it?
I know that people sign it without reading it.
Okay, you know that. You've seen them not read it. You don't give them much time to read it.
I have sent contracts. I've taken contracts to meetings and said, I'll leave this with you because I want you to be able to read it and review it. And people on, at least I can count on my hand, including the giant Leland project that I did, people signed it in front of me.
Wow. This is so definitely not you bolstering the reason that you signed your agreement without really looking at it. It's so fucking thinly veiled. It's insulting to me, I guess. This is the problem that I have. I'm insulted by her shitty lies. Be better. Like, fuck you. I don't give a shit who signed what contracts at your work and didn't look at them carefully. Your divorce was your responsibility.
Without even looking through it because they were so excited to get started.
Okay. But you would hold them to the terms of that contract, even though they chose to not read it, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we established yesterday that you had a significant sum of money that you thought you were going to be able to pay for Cranbrook this year for Josephine, and that's why you were agreeable to paying for the tuition for the kids in Pasadena for Leo and Josephine, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So at the time you signed this in June, you had a decent amount of money at your disposal, correct?
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to have you. I'm sorry. I'm just going to move it along, and you can tell your
contracts for my children for the divorce contract has child-related matters, which is not comparable to my design business.
Okay. And you can have your attorney go through that with you. I just want to move it along here.
Yes, I had considerable savings in June.
Yeah, and so you could have hired an attorney.
Yes.
Okay.
And
you had previously, Ishwari, I'm sorry. I'd just like you to ask what I'm answer what I'm asking. You had previously worked with attorney Gary Gardner, correct?
I did.
Okay. And so it's feasible you could have even called him up and said, hey, Andrew and I have an agreement. Can we look at this?
It was not, because I did call him and he said that he was not allowed to represent me per the collaborative divorce contract.
Okay.
That he wasn't allowed to represent me outside of a collaborative divorce. So he was not an option. I would have had to find somebody new.
Okay. So you did reach out to someone to see if they could look at it with you?
I think that, yeah, I think that Andrew, actually the reason I contacted him was because we were after mediation with Linda Retz. We needed to have it filed. And I think Andrew was like, I'll contact Umulus. And I just ended up writing to Gary and asking if he could do the filing. There's no question that I signed that contract on June 17th. Nobody held my hand down and forced me to sign it. And it was,
And at that time, you thought it was in the best interest of your children.
I thought it was in the best interest of Andrew, and that would be in the best interest of our children, because then we could make some decisions as a family and move on.
As a parent, it's our job to look out for the best interests of our children every day. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you would agree that when you signed that on June 17th, you thought that was in the best interests of your children?
I would say that I felt that it's just not that, I don't mean to split hairs, but I just want to be clear that the reason I signed that contract and the reason that I agreed to Pasadena is because, as you can see from all of the evidence that was presented, we were not able to make any decisions. The children were upset, and I wanted to find resolution for everybody. And Andrew repeatedly brought up Pasadena as an option that he wanted. And so finally, I'm not saying, it's just, having a peaceful arrangement by placating and capitulating to Andrew's repeated desire to live in California, even though he couldn't afford it and I couldn't afford it, which has been demonstrated repeatedly. That was in the best interest of our children, having peace.
Okay. So when you signed the July 27th stipulation to waive the 6-month statutory period, you signed it on July 27th. Again, you were thinking about your children's best interests when you signed that, and you were in agreement with waiving that 6-month period and getting that consent judgment entered, correct?
I have to say that I signed that 6-month waiver because I wanted peace and release from Andrew. I wanted for him.
You were thinking about yourself, not your children, when you signed that?
I was thinking about peace from Andrew, which directly affects our children. I was totally shocked by the events that unfolded this fall and how Andrew.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ashwarya, I'm gonna just kind of keep us on track here. And then yesterday we established that the court entered an order for temporary custody and support and parenting time that it actually attached the consent judgment of divorce. And that was signed by Judge Kromkowski on September 12th, putting into place the agreement you and Andrew had reached regarding all of the child-related matters and the move to Pasadena, correct?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that question?
We already established yesterday, but I'm just having you confirm that you recall that September 12th, 2022 temporary order that the court entered, where they literally attached the consent judgment of divorce and said, we're taking the terms of this consent judgment of divorce as it relates to all child-related matters and turning it into a temporary order.
Yeah, and I was in Pasadena with Andrew, and we were hanging out together and
on September 12th. What were the dates of that Pasadena trip? I think we established yesterday that you were not in Pasadena.
September 8th to September 18th, I was in Pasadena. The friend of the court phone call was on September 6th. I flew to Pasadena on September 8th. On September 11th, which is a Friday, it might have been September 10th, Andrew took the day off of work and we both drove. He drove us to a dispensary. He bought some pre-rolled marijuana joints. We smoked them in a park. And then he drove us to multiple bars where we had a couple of cocktails. And he said,
I know we're getting sidetracked here, Ashwarya.
I was okay with the order that was entered on that time because I was in Pasadena.
And you identified that you were in Pasadena September 8th to 18th. This was signed by the judge on September 12th and mailed out on the 15th.
Okay.
So you would have been home in time to receive that.
Yeah, and I went home feeling like, honestly, I'll say I went home from that trip on September 18th after spending multiple days with Andrew. We went to many restaurants and coffee, and he took the day off work, and we smoked pot and drank a bunch of cocktails, and he, hung out with our children and my friends. Josephine said it's nice that you guys are good friends, which is hearsay, but our children were feeling okay, but I was trying to push away the fact that what had happened in August with his anger, and I wanted things to keep working. I was still very committed to trying to make this whole Pasadena project work. I had paid $9,000.
But you had received that and you never timely objected to it, right? you saw that the notice saying you have 21 days.
Correct.
Objection, and you did not.
The month of
Okay.
October.
No,
really-
it's a yes or no. You said correct. Okay. You previously testified that you think all your kids are smart and bright and special, which I would hope all parents think that. Do you feel Leland is the best school for all of them?
I feel that Leland is a perfect school for Birdie for kindergarten. And I have expressed directly to Andrew that Josephine, in the winter when she was here, she told me that if she stayed in Michigan, if she returned to Michigan, then she would want me to homeschool her. And I was pretty surprised by that, honestly. I had never heard my daughter say that to me, my teenage daughter say she wanted to be homeschooled by me. And then she said, if not that, then I think she said, like, maybe she'd want to do like an online program. And I suggested Traverse West. And she was like, it's big. And I was like, well, we would visit it. And I mean, I would say, like, if Josephine were to hopefully return to Michigan, she would have a robust education.
I'm sorry, but I think Josephine is smarter than her mommy gives her credit for. And she suggested something that she knew she would never go for. Mom, will you homeschool me? To the most narcissistic mother ever, who's so busy with her own life already that that's never going to happen. It's a pretty smart way of getting her to pick the second best choice for you. Here we go.
At Traverse West. And I talked to Andrew about that. I'm really committed to making decisions for the children that are individually good for each of them. She's going to be driving. She's actually should have her driver's permit right now.
Yep, you talked about that yesterday. So, did you advocate for TC West when you and Andrew were having all of these discussions?
No, because I wanted her to go to Cranbrook because that was the excellent school option for her. I don't know if anybody's been to Cranbrook, but it's pretty spectacular. Mm-hmm. And I went to a really nice private high school, and I wanted that for my daughter. I went to an elite private prep school in Connecticut from 7th through 12th grade. And I wanted my daughter to have the same experience because she's extremely smart and talented.
Okay. So, if she's extremely smart and talented, do you think homeschooling would be the right option for her?
No, and that's why I don't see that as an option. But the problem with Pasadena is it's just so cost prohibitive. Her tuition bill right now is $20,000. It's unpaid, and she has no enrollment for next year for 10th grade. She's like, "Oh, I'm going to do the sports journalism and media class that you mentioned," and I think to myself, I wish, but like we can't afford it. She's thinking.
So I'm sorry. So Ashwari, you said the tuition is cost prohibitive at Cranbrook, and that tuition is, at LaSalle in Pasadena is cost prohibitive, and that's $20,000.
It's
you're advocating for Cranbrook, which is $40,000 to $50,000 tuition each year.
Correct. And the difference is that I don't have to get on a plane and travel. I can have my business in Leland, which has been very successful. And so my children can go to really wonderful schools that I could pay for if I could maintain and grow my business here. I just signed a business contract, but in truth.
So would you
say this? Can I just say, I just want to say this. The snapshot of time that we're looking at of when these decisions were made, end of April, beginning of May, I wanted Josephine to go to Cranbrook. I had the cash on hand, the savings from my job in Leland, which was totally decimated by moving to Pasadena and trying to execute the consent judgment of divorce. Decimated. I showed my table. And at this point, the only option in my mind for our children to reduce stress and maintain peace and find resolution for everybody, which is in the children's best interest, is for each of them to attend a public school. I am not interested in Josephine going to Cranbrook anymore.
Okay.
It's been a long journey of letting it go because I think it's special and I thought she would do well there. But at this point, I want us to have a financially sustainable and like this is a whole thing after you get divorced is learning about how to take care of yourself.
Mhm.
And I had to learn how to do that. And for me, when the Cranbrook discussion was going on and what I agreed to on June 17th with the Pasadena move in private schools, that was me prior to being fully versed in what it takes to support myself. And so at this point, I would like for our children to not have pie in the sky ideas about what is.
There it was, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody has been putting her first. Can somebody please, for the fucking love of humanity, think of this poor woman? Think of her. She went to a premier preparatory high school for, what did she say, the 7th to the 12th grade in Connecticut? I mean, can you even imagine the horror of her life having to come to terms with the fact that her kids can't go to the same sort of preparatory school? I mean, if we're going to shed a tear for anybody here, it's not the kids, it's her. Obviously, I'm not being serious. My popcorn's done though. Look at this big giant bowl I got.
Could be, but have really positive, practical life experiences going to nice public schools. And those options are here and they're not in Pasadena. There's no decent public school option there for them.
Okay, so did you and Andrew, though, really discuss TC West? Why did you not pursue TC West?
As I just said, I was pie in the sky in my head, and I was not versed in what it took to take care of myself as an independent person. I did not request child support or alimony because I didn't want that to be reflected on Andrew's ledger as a debt when he went to get a mortgage. So I said, I don't want that for your future. I want you to be debt free from this divorce. And so please don't worry about me getting spousal support or child support, which I definitely could have requested. I was a stay-at-home mom from 2007 for the most part. And so, I'm taking care of myself by myself now. As we saw, I pay for all my children's expenses who are here. Tracy, the babysitter, therapy or orthodontia. And it's like, I can't fit Cranbrook in. I can't fit private school in. It's too much money.
So you are going to, your position is that Josephine should be at Traverse City West next year.
I'd like Josephine to relocate back to Michigan, and she can have her choice of either attending Leland, where she has a lot of friendships, or attending Traverse City West. Andrew gave me a settlement proposal in February. We met in Los Angeles this past few months, and he suggested that Josephine and Leo could go to Traverse City West, and he would live in Traverse City. So,
okay, and you didn't take that, I assume.
I did not take that because he also requested that Bertie go to the Children's House, which is a private school in Traverse City. And I did not want to sign up for any kind of private school for kindergarten because she has a good public school option in Leland. And she also has an established nanny situation and a ton of friendships here, and they're all going to Leland.
Did you share that, Ashwarya, did you share that with Andrew when he made that offer in February? Did you say I'm on board with everything? Just the kindergarten issue for Bertie?
The reason that I didn't agree to the thing is because Andrew also said to me that he required, quote unquote, $200,000 in cash as part of an off the books property settlement in order for him to move back to Michigan. I left the coffee shop. I informed my attorney who just coined the term cash for kids. And so I decided that I was not able to I was not able to negotiate with Andrew in good faith anymore. He wanted to barter the children for money, and he did it repeatedly this fall. And he, even to this day, just doesn't see that child custody is separate from property, as is evidenced by his motion to enforce contract, and which is basically saying I'm in breach of contract and lumping child-related agreement.
Okay, Ishwarya, you brought up the money issue as part of this whole settlement agreement. So you have a home that you purchased, the two of you purchased the two of you purchased with Andrew's inheritance for $450,000 in Leelanau County, right?
Yes.
As part of the global picture, Andrew said, you take the house, just pay me $25,000 so I can get across the country and get going with my life. I understand my work is out here. I have more opportunity out here. I think I'm going to be able to be okay if I get out to Pasadena, correct?
He also said no spousal support and no child support. So, he was walking clear and free.
That was in lieu of, but giving you an asset. That was the largest asset that the two of you had, correct? By far.
Andrew's income is a significant asset. He makes $200,000+ a year.
And you shared that your income is pretty significant asset.
My income began in 2021. And so we were married from 2007 until 2021 without me making more than maybe a few $1,000s a year, because I was primarily the caregiver for our children. So I would have qualified for spousal support and also child support. And I waived both of those. And he, said, I still paid him for the house. He used that money to
$25,000, correct?
Yes.
That was your payment of a $450,000 asset.
Your Honor, can I take a very quick break?
Not yet.
Not yet?
Okay. We're in the middle of something. I mean, we're in the middle of this.
Okay.
I would love to take a break, but I don't know I don't know how quickly we're moving to redirect. So.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, we're in. But unless Ms. Bell, when's the next? We're in the middle of this topic. If you would like,
I wanted to get through this topic and then I'll pause and
when we switch gears, we'll take a break.
Okay.
I promise.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My bladder is. Sorry.
I'm sorry. So, quickly, you understand that the financials had to be analyzed with respect to the children and the move to Pasadena, and you said I'll waive child support and spousal support because I'm getting $425,000 at minimum. When you said you acknowledged yesterday that a realtor said they could sell that between 500 and 600, and there's no debt owing on it, correct?
That's not correct. I never have heard a realtor say directly to me that the house could sell between $500,000 and $600,000. Andrew had a property. He called a realtor, I think in this past December, even though property has been settled, and he got an estimate from a realtor that he talked to. I spoke to a realtor in October of last year because I was trying to get to Pasadena, and I seriously considered trying to fire sale the house. I spoke with a realtor who said, we probably need an appraisal. I said, I need money right now because my son's not doing well. My kids are not doing well in Pasadena in October, and I need to get a rental. I have this lease in front of me that's close to $8,000. I just need some money. And he was like, the easiest way to get money, he's like, a fire sale or any kind of fast dump on the market of this is going to take at least 60 days. You will need a cash buyer. And I have had 3 other houses sitting on the market that have not been touched, that are in better condition. And one has lakefront access. And there's no guarantee you're going to even be able to sell this at $450,000. And even if you do, it would at least take 30 to 60 days. So I dropped that idea because I needed to get out there because there was a change in circumstances and my kids were suffering. Andrew was gone for many, like 10 out of 14 nights. I have all this outlined in my motion to change custody, which is why we are here today. It was accepted by the court. And so I also
who was the realtor that you spoke with?
Greg Milzarek.
And did you ever consider a reverse mortgage?
I'm not over 62 years old. And then also I did, a reverse mortgage is only for senior citizens.
Or a
And-
loan, a home equity
Yes.
line?
Yeah, I looked into getting a refinance. And so in my motion for child support that I filed on December 5th, I go through how I tried to maybe access cash from the house because I needed cash on hand. And what I ran into on the IRS website is that our tax returns, which were in Andrew's care, were not filed in 2019 and 2021. Those issues he has since addressed. But in the emergency situation that was unfolding in Pasadena with our children being neglected, my son's mental health in decline, and Andrew subjecting our daughter, our 4-year-old, to his anger, I needed to get out there and I couldn't do it because I didn't have the tax returns. So ultimately what I ended up doing was selling a design project and renting my property. So I did use the house for money. I just used it as a rental.
What do you rent the property for right now?
I rented the property to clients for storage. And I also allowed my carpenters to use it for cabinetry building, but they do not pay for any rent. Like they don't pay for a wood shop.
So what do you pay for? What do you receive in terms of rent?
I did a single payment that I added to that $12,000. That was in that $12,000 check that I received, and it's deposited in a bank account statement that you guys have. It was deposited.
What was that amount, Ashwarya?
I think it was $12,500 and something dollars, maybe $524.
For the rent, just for renting or for storage?
It's for a design project fee.
I'm asking what the storage fee was.
Oh, sorry. The storage rent I think was like $2,000 for the winter.
Okay.
I mean, a boat storage usually typically runs for $500 for a winter. So this was a very, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we have sent there that's being stored.
Okay. Okay, I think that's a good spot to take a break.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, back on the record on case number 2210869DM. Ms. Belvin.
Okay. Ashwarya, we've talked before, but it sounds like on July 9th, Andrew left to drive to Pasadena, correct?
Correct.
And you and the kids remained in Leland with the understanding that you were following a month later, right?
We did follow a month later on August 9th, yeah.
Okay. And you knew that was the plan though when he left on July 9th?
I didn't have the exact date, but the plan was to get the kids out there before Josephine's first day of school on August 15th, yeah.
Okay. So he headed out on July 9th. Had he done most of the packing before he left on July 9th? Had he packed up the furniture of the home and
Andrew packed up his own belongings, and there was a giant like stacks of boxes that he put blue painter's tape around to indicate these were his boxes that were going out there. And he did go through in the garage. There were a lot of like old clothes and stuff for the kids, and he did help go sort through those things. But the house was by no means packed up, and the kids, like all their belongings, like I packed those, you know, they were still living there, so we didn't pack.
okay, so the kids' things remained, but was the home still completely furnished?
Yes.
Okay. And then he got out there, and then at some point, it's my understanding that you communicated to him like, I'm overwhelmed. Can you come give me a hand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So he flew back to Michigan, correct?
Yes.
So when you asked him to come back, he came back.
Yep.
Okay. And do you know when he came into Michigan? Was it, do you know, later July? I mean, how long had he been gone before he was back?
I think that, I mean, I could look at my calendar. He left on July 9th, and then he came back on July 22nd. for a week. And then he left again on July 29th.
Okay. So he came back on July 22nd. Did he help you? Did he give you a hand? The purpose of him coming home was to give you a hand. Did he do that?
I recall that.
I just have to get another pad of paper.
Sorry. Let me think about this.
Okay, I'm listening. So I'm sorry, you recall July 22nd, he flew back out July 29th to Pasadena. But
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my question had been, in that time that he was home, between July 22nd and July 29th, was he giving you a hand with packing everyone up?
I actually don't really remember that week super well. I remember a horrible experience that happened during that week. And I remember a thing that happened with his rental home that he had wanted to get in Pasadena. But I don't recall him helping to pack.
Okay. If he said that he came back and he was really hands involved in getting all the kids packed up, would you disagree with that?
To some extent. I remember the kids got COVID. We all got COVID after he left on the 29th. And I remember we were all sleeping in our beds and the rooms were a mess. And I don't recall, I don't really remember in my mind that week of July 22nd, 29th being packing time.
But after he left, when the kids had COVID, do you remember frantic packing while you're sick with COVID, or?
I packed up everybody's, I remember the kids helped do their own boxes. The older kids did. Maybe he helped with Birdie's boxes. I can't really remember. I just remember being really sick and really overwhelmed that we had to get on a plane. We were all testing positive, and I wasn't sure how we were going to get on a plane when we all had COVID.
Okay. But you did get on the plane on August 9th, correct?
We did. Yeah.
Okay. And you got out to Pasadena.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Andrew was up that week? I think that was the week that you went out with Amanda.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then, do you remember telling Andrew how sad you were that a friend, Adam Hess, had been kind of blowing you off?
Okay, we're about to get into the juicy part. Thank fucking God. Because this is frustrating. Anyways, Denisha, I'm going to type this in the chat, but I told a story earlier about me telling something to a therapist and that therapist dropping me as a client because it was too spicy. So, yeah. Anyways, let's just think about where we're at right now. This is her talking about one of his anger events, okay? Oh, also, I think my aphantasia makes me a great sex partner. Theory. Just throwing that out there. Let's go.
I remember telling Andrew on the way home from the Riverside Inn, I'd like to clarify something about that evening. You asked Amanda about the painkiller number 5, and the painkiller is the name of a cocktail at the Riverside Inn. I have never taken painkillers outside of having my cesarean sections. I do not have a substance issue, and I have never abused any opioids or any drugs, or I've never done any drugs. I've only smoked pot and consumed alcohol. I've never done anything else. And that includes ever taking opiates outside of pain medication when I gave birth on 3 occasions.
So I'm sorry. So I'm okay.
So I just want to make that clear, but yes, I'll go back to the Adam Hess thing.
Yeah.
So what happened that night is I had been drinking at the Riverside Inn with Amanda, as she testified, and Andrew was in town. And I think that I was, he came to pick me up. I obviously was intoxicated. And he agreed to me to going out with them. He was like, I said, is it okay if I go out with Amanda? I think I invited him, and I can't remember if he didn't want to come or what, but he didn't come. And on the way home, I had been harboring a secret for about a year. And I blurted out that I felt really guilty about, and I blurted out to Andrew in the car on the way home. I had an affair with Adam Hess. And I remember Andrew said to me, we have to get you home because you're not physically safe in the car. And I remember we got home and I dashed into the house, and Andrew stayed outside, and we have a guest house and a barn, and I went to bed.
Okay, Aishwarya, so you acknowledged to him that you had an affair with Adam Hess that night?
Yes, I said
And
I had.
and you do remember that?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember expressing sadness because Adam wasn't in touch with you, that he had kind of blown you off, for lack of a better word?
Well, that definitely was happening. I don't remember if I said that to Andrew, but that definitely was going on, and I definitely was extremely hurt and sad by Adam Hess ignoring me. Yeah.
Okay, so it wouldn't be surprising to you for me to
absolutely not. I could definitely see that as well within the realm of possibility that happened. Yep.
Okay, and you kind of cried on Andrew's shoulder, so to speak, telling him how you were sad about how Adam was responding to you, right?
I don't remember that at all. Would that have been before or after I told him that I had an affair with him?
Well, it was at that same time. At that same time, if I had a perfect, I would imagine you acknowledged you had an affair before you told him that you were sad that Adam wasn't paying attention to you. But
I remember once I said to Andrew, I can tell you I can tell you the whole story. What happened?
Well, Andrew recalls, and you're saying you wouldn't dispute that you probably shared with him that you shared to Andrew. I was having an affair with Adam Hess, and now Adam is kind of blowing me off, and I'm sad about it.
I want to be really clear about what happened this night and around all of this, because
can you just answer that question though?
I would say that I did after I told Andrew that I had an affair with Adam Hess. The next day, I fabricated a giant lie to Andrew about what had actually happened because he was so angry, which I understand. And he was like, he was saying things that, I would say.
I'm sorry. So then you lied to Andrew the next day. So
yep.
So what day did you tell Adam about the affair with Adam? Let me look. But Amanda Johnson evening was Tuesday, July 26th. So that's the night that you told him about the affair, and you probably told him that you were sad that Adam wasn't paying you attention. And then you said the next day you told Andrew a big lie. What was the lie?
I told Andrew the next morning he was in the guest house, and I woke up and I felt awful. And I mean, I'm not a liar. I just was. I will recreate the scene for you.
Well, can you just tell me what the lie was?
Well, I just told Andrew that I had only slept with him once during the time that he had left. He had left on July 9th, and I told Andrew that it happened once between July 9th and when he got back on July 22nd.
And that wasn't the truth.
I had not slept with him during that time at all.
Okay. A little earlier, you testified that when Andrew was giving you that ride home from Riverside, when he picked you up, that you had been harboring a secret for a year. So had the affair started a year previous? Did the affair start in July of 2001?
It wasn't an affair. I mean, we're legally married, and so I guess that you could say it was. We had a different Riverside night with the bunny incident and Andrew screaming at me, and he driving me home drunk. And
so Aishwarya, I'm sorry, again, the question is though, when did the affair start with Adam Hess?
I slept with Adam Hess for periodically between July 22nd. This is my discovery. And
July 22nd of 2021?
Yeah, and into like September 22nd of 2021. That was the last time. So it was roughly 8 weeks.
Okay, September 22nd of 2021. And then, so nothing was going on with Adam Hess the summer of 2022?
It was not. He ignored me and I was really hurt.
Okay. You never had sexual relations with Adam Hess in the summer of 2022?
No.
Did you and Adam Hess get back together at all since the summer of 2022?
I saw him in September of 2022 for one evening, and we when Andrew had the kids in California, and we it ended that night. We had nothing. It was not good.
Did you have sexual relations with him in September of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. But things blew up that night and you haven't talked to him since then?
They didn't blow up. They just, I just was like, yuck.
Okay. So you ended it?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you seeing anyone in Northern Michigan at this time, or have you been seeing anyone since the summer of 2022 in Northern Michigan?
I want to be really clear about this. I've had sex with 2 people in the last 20 years, Andrew Llewellyn and Adam Hess. I just outlined the dates, and I have not had a sexual relationship or any sexual contact with anybody. There's been no kissing and no hand-holding with anybody other than those 2 people. And we obviously know that I'm still married to Andrew, but the other one was Adam Hess, and I gave you the full range of dates when that occurred.
Have you had any sort of dating relationship though since the summer of 2022?
No.
Okay. So there's no one that you're kind of interested in and that would be
There's
keeping.
a friend named Charlie who I really like, but it's not romantic.
Okay. Could it be romantic?
No. He has very serious health issues and he eats only a paleo diet, and it's super annoying to be around. So no.
No, I'm not muted. No, I'm not. I'm speechless for a second. We're gonna re-rack that. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she just said it would be impossible for her to be with Charlie because of his super annoying paleo diet. Wow. I do not take back anything I said about this bitch last night or tonight. None of it.
He eats
Could it be romantic?
but it's not romantic.
Okay. Could it be romantic?
No. He has very serious health issues and he eats only a paleo diet, and it's super annoying to be around. So no.
What is Charlie's last name?
Wilson.
Okay. But are you really close with him?
Yeah, he's actually that business investor that I mentioned yesterday. So we have actually more of a business relationship at this point.
Okay. I mean, would you be sad to leave this area because of leaving Charlie?
No.
Okay.
He also lives in New York. He has an apartment in New York. He's mobile. You know, he he's not here that much no, I don't have any romantic relationships here that tie me to Leland whatsoever. I'm being fully transparent when I say that the reason I'm arguing for the children to live here is for their best interests and for the financial viability of the family.
Okay. So you previously tested, you're currently living in that rental in Northport. When is that lease up, Ashwarya?
I can be there until June 1, but I know it's kind of a squishy date because, as you have probably gathered, it's kind of like a family up here. And, my occupancy permit, like Charlie Sessoms, who's the building inspector, who Andrew called, he was like, I can get you occupancy in May. Like, no big deal. Just do X, Y, and Z. My carpenters who work for me full time were like, they call me Alice because my name's so long, and they're like, Alice's Wonderland, what can we do? And so, they're on board to get it done. If in the event that I don't have an occupancy permit, I could stay probably in Northport for longer. She doesn't have any reservations for Airbnbs until the end of, I don't know when it is, but okay. I would prefer to be back at, I'm trying to make, I just want to get back to my house.
Okay. And the rent right now at that Northport place is $18.50 a month, I think you said, correct? And then how much do you pay in utilities?
I don't know, roughly, I feel like I Venmo her around $2,150 to $2,200 a month for rent and utilities. So whatever, it's always a little bit different each month, but it includes, the gas bill and the electric and the internet.
Okay. And then obviously there's no house payment for the Lake Leelanau home.
There is property taxes.
Yeah. So what do you pay for property taxes?
I have a really old bill from 2021 that is roughly like $9,000, I think. And then the other one from last year from 2022 is $7,000. So I'm I'm going to be getting on a payment plan. I just called them and I'm just going to start paying, I don't know, maybe even right now finances are hard because of all the expenses going on, but I'm hoping that I could start paying just at least a few $100s. And then when, we'll see how things shake out, I could pay more. I have a really big project I just signed, and that's going to be starting really soon. Plus Charlie's investment in my business via buying a house that I'm going to do for him. So between those two things, I should have more income here from my work here. And then I'd be able to pay those property tax bills more quickly.
Okay, so the property tax bills haven't been paid since 2020? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And now it's April 2023. So you are behind 2021, 2022, and probably the first part of
in 2023 yet. And,
okay.
Since Andrew we didn't have really again, going back to the consent judgment, we didn't really sign off on that until June 17th. So Andrew was really part of living here and not contributing to property taxes just as much as I was. And again, he makes $200,000 a year working remotely.
Okay. So you think the taxes in total for 2021 were $9,000?
I actually have them in an exhibit. I don't know which one that is, but it's somewhere in there. Yeah, I would say roughly $9,000.
And then it went down in 2022. That's atypical. You think it stayed about the same?
It actually went down because what happened is they had us as not having a homestead, which means they had us as this was a second family home, second home for our family, and there was confusion about that. And so it ended up switching. And so I don't know, that's the difference.
Okay, I get it. That makes sense. And then what do you have in terms of homeowner's insurance for the Lake Leelanau home?
I don't have homeowner insurance right now because
Really?
really,
Okay,
but I will be getting it before we move back.
okay.
And I also am not legally need to have it because the home.
Here's something else. Listen, I am always about finding loopholes and like legally ways that you cannot do things, but you don't fucking brag about it. So, like, she's mentioned in this trial multiple times, sort of like flouting how close she is able to tread to these like home building guidelines. It's not pleasant or confidence inducing at all. It makes me think she's dodgy. And again, what I was what I unmuted to say to begin with was she gets property insurance on Monday, just like a job, right? Um, and yes, I am a little bit tired. I am a little bit pretty. I clean up well. The reality is on a screen when I put on makeup, it's mostly just to make my eyes sort of pop out so you can see them a little bit better. But let's continue. Let's finish this. We got to get through it. We have to. I will need to hear from Andrew. I need to hear from Andrew soon. And that's the other thing. I gotta get moving. And if I groove, I will feel better. And I won't be so sad having to watch these people go blah, 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 blah.
Does not have a mortgage. So there's no legal need for me to have homeowners insurance. The homeowners insurance was a humongous burden for me financially while I was trying to navigate being in Pasadena in the fall. And then I've really been digging out of major bills, and it just hasn't been a bill that I've prioritized. Andrew referred to this via his counsel, I think in November or December, that he was angry that I didn't have homeowners insurance, even though he is not the owner of that property anymore. And I responded that if he felt the need to have a homeowners policy, then he was welcome to purchase one. And I got no response. So since the home is mine and there's no mortgage, I'm not legally required to have homeowners insurance. And I definitely will have it prior to moving back in when I have my occupancy permit by June 1, 2023.
Okay. But you did have, you were storing clients' belongings at the home?
Yep.
Valuable belongings?
I mean, yeah, if something happened to them, they're actually in the barn. So yeah, I guess that if something happened to them, I would be responsible. But they know that there's no homeowners insurance policy on it. And they were okay with that because there's so little storage that's nearby. And they were otherwise going to have to pay for it in Traverse City and pay moving trucks to have everything moved.
Okay. And then you said the carpenters, you weren't charging them anything to be there, but you have carpenters in the home using it to build cabinets. Is that what you said? Using that space for building?
Yep.
Okay. And so are they using heavy equipment in there, like saws, electric saws, and things of that nature in the home?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they work there alone, and they also know the situation with the house. And they also are aware that I don't have homeowners insurance policy. And it's just not, we're really trying to piece it all together because there's a huge need for my business here. And so, there's no really, they said to me, they were like, we'll take whatever we can get because we'd love to work. And neither of us have a wood shop. And it's really hard to get space to build a wood shop in Leelanau County. And the demand for cabinetry, millwork, and that kind of design elements are really expensive. And so I have tapped into that market as well. And when things are settled, I'm hopefully looking forward to developing a full-on wood shop with heat and a really nice one that would also be incorporated in my business.
So what do you pay in terms of utilities for the Lake Leelanau home? Not the home you're living in, but that home.
On the gas bill is about $200 a month for heat. I had the furnace converted to gas. We had a we had the gas line put in last year, but then I had to pay to have the gas line connected to the furnace via the house. So, and I did that in order to have my wood shop this winter. So gas is around 150, and then electric.
Okay, you just said 200. I want to just clarify. You said
200. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I would say probably closer to 200, and then the electric bill is usually around 150. I don't use the guest house at all right now.
Okay. Any other? Water, waste?
We have a well, so I don't pay a water bill. And then I don't have trash there right now because I don't live there. So I don't have trash pickup.
Okay.
Come on, Megan. Hurry up, please.
Yesterday you testified that you thought you had filed for divorce on August 1, 2021 because you were in love with someone else. I'm assuming that someone else was Adam?
Yes.
Okay, and that relationship had started by then?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know that I guess I said that. I wouldn't say that I was in love with Adam Hess on August 1st of 2021.
Okay. I'm gonna direct you. Okay, Your Honor, and Melissa, I got smart and I sent some new exhibits to you, Melissa. They're exhibits that are within the Exhibit D, but I had Lynn mark them as new exhibit numbers just so I can have those pages entered. So I emailed them to you. Oh, let me make sure, Melissa, that she didn't email it to the
Yeah, if she could send it to the Whitman Family Law address, that would be great. I'm checking right now.
Yeah, that's it. It went to NMISH. Okay. Right. Okay. I had maybe not mentioned that, but okay. Let me. I'm going to forward it to you right now, but I will just pull them up and you'll see them. But I just thought that may be the easier way to.
Sure, that would be great. Thank you for doing that.
Okay. Okay. So Aishwarya, so I'm going back to on we went through everything with you and Andrew signing the agreement on June 17th. But I'm just following up. So I see this email from Monday, July 18th. Do you recognize this email? Do you see that this is from Andrew to you?
I do.
Do you remember this email?
No, but this is obviously a communication we had.
Okay. Okay, I would ask that this be admitted as Exhibit L. It's an email from Andrew Llewellyn from July 18, 2022 to Aishwarya.
No objection.
Okay.
Admitted.
Thank you. Aishwarya, can you read that first paragraph right there out loud?
Yep, I understand this is a very difficult time. I'm sorry that you feel that I left you there alone with the kids to deal with this. That was not my intention. We can work through this situation together. In fact, we have to work through this together. Here are the options as I see them.
Okay, and then what's the first caption that he has?
Waiting a year to move, kids staying in Michigan. So clearly this is a palatable option for him, is them staying in Michigan.
I got it, Megan. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And then it looks like he has another option that is,
Yep, splitting up the kids. I know you don't want to do this, but it is an option, which is currently what we are doing.
okay.
Current
And
situation.
I think he puts in the negatives, what splits up our family for a year. This would be hard no matter what it looks like. So he's acknowledging.
Really hard. Yep, it's totally not good.
And then he put another caption that's everyone moves to Pasadena, correct?
Yes.
So after you reached an agreement on June 17th, Andrew was still trying to work with you, correct? To say, okay, if you're not happy with that June 17th agreement, how do we make this palatable? Correct?
So, correct. This is probably in response to a conversation I had with him, probably a few days earlier when he had maybe just gotten to Pasadena. And I was like, I am having major reservations about all of this. And I think this was his way of addressing the concern that I was expressing, which he did in this email.
Okay, and then you'll see at the bottom, Aishwarya, how does he finish it? He says, take a look.
Yep, sit on it. Let me know what you think. We can work through this. We will get through it together, okay? Together, operative word. We were really supposed to be doing all of this stuff together, and the change of circumstances.
I'm sorry, can you finish? Aishwarya, can you finish what it says there though? We went off script.
We will get through it together, okay? We've gotten through everything together in our adult lives, which I don't agree with. We can get through this too. I mean it. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Side script didn't become part of what you were saying was being read. Okay, so it sounds like he's looking for your feedback on this, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember your response? I mean, what was your response to this?
I just have to be super honest and tell you that I don't recall this like little this is again another snapshot, and I am trying to communicate to Andrew that I am overwhelmed. I don't know how I'm going to pay all the money that needs to be paid. And I feel that a lot of these email communications are very sanitized and don't reflect the emotional experience that was going on between me and Andrew and the dynamic, which is he will say, I will give you this option to stay there. But the reality in the dynamic is that he absolutely will not agree to that. And I know that that's not captured in that email, but it is a dynamic that was going on during that time.
Objection offers facts, not an evidence.
Reaching out to you, asking you, do you want to talk about this? But he doesn't really want to.
Andrew is not for my attention, and any kind of attention, like the need to talk to me was one of the defining things in our marriage. Was like he needed to talk to me about everything, and if I didn't massage his ego about every single decision he was making, good or bad, it was like that was my role. I made him feel better about everything, whether it's leaving his job when we don't have anything else, or losing our health insurance, or starting a business that he shouldn't be starting, or whatever.
Let me keep you on task here right now. I have another document that I'm showing. I've marked it as Exhibit M.
Okay.
And it is there. You'll see it. It's just some emails back and forth between you and Andrew from August 6th, all in one day. Do you recognize this email? It looks like it started off from you to Andrew on August 6th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m.
I don't recall the specific email, but obviously this is a communication between us, and it is about LaSalle. And I had at this point just been like, this is a disaster. We all had COVID. I just want to say, the COVID situation really illuminated for me how bad the move was for the kids. And that
Okay, can right now though, I'm gonna just stay on topic. Can I ask to have Exhibit M admitted?
Can you scroll to the bottom of it, Megan? I just didn't see the entire thing. Did she
Yep, she,
authenticate?
yep.
As long as she says that she recognizes this and it's her email address, I don't have an objection.
Okay, thank you.
Admitted.
Okay, so Aishwarya, do you see this Exhibit M? And it's you reaching out to Andrew.
Yep.
Do you see that the first sentence is kind of your intro, and then the second paragraph you start with, can you read that?
I am very angry and upset that Josephine is going to be attending LaSalle for high school. I know that is a decent school. It is a decent school. I know that she will do just fine there, but I have to say, I do not think in any way that this is the right fit for her. I know you may not agree with me, and this is fine, but I feel that the school is not right for her.
Okay. And then it looks like you go on to acknowledge that there's a girl, Phoebe, that maybe there had been dynamics with before in middle school, correct?
When in elementary school, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and you just go through and state your reasons to return to, you don't want to return to quote past Adina. I see that. I thought that was cute. Okay, so then you say that you want to go on about Cranbrook. You want to talk to him about Cranbrook. And then what was Andrew's response to you? Can you read that right at the bottom? At 10:10 a.m. on August 6th, what did Andrew write to you?
I can share more detailed perspective, but for now I'll say this. If you have an alternative plan for school, please state that to me. From that point forward, depending on the location of the school, we would have to revise our entire divorce settlement.
Okay.
And then I tell him what I want.
Okay, and tell us what you state there.
I say I would really like for Josephine to attend Cranbrook as a boarding student, and Leo and Bertie would stay in Leland, and Leo would go to Leland Public School for 8th grade and apply to Cranbrook for high school. And then Bertie would go to the Children's Center. And that's what I suggested. And he responded that he didn't feel like that was any kind of option for him. And he said, you're going to need to seek out a third party to facilitate any form of discussion.
Okay. And okay. And then, I'm sorry, then your response to that was?
I said, in terms of the divorce settlement, we can get an appraisal for the property and I can pay you half of that by a date specified by you. If I'm unable to do so, then we will have to sell the property. I'm at peace with this. We would need to figure out the tuition division. I could be at peace with this kind of a settlement if it worked for you. Again, I am opining outside of any kind of legal counsel, which is my fault. And I took the kids out there 3 days later. This is August 6th. I flew with them on August 9th. Andrew had that rage attack in the car 2 days later and then pushed me out of the door in Fort Brody the day after that.
Okay. But and then down here, I'm sorry, you go on to say, I should have hired my own lawyer.
Yeah. Another mistake I made in this process.
And then you said, I will look for my own lawyer this week.
Yep. I did not do that because I had to get on a plane to go to California and I had to pack up our children after we're all, including me, recovering from COVID.
Okay. When did you look for an attorney after that?
After in the month of October, when Andrew was neglecting our children and subjecting our 4-year-old to his angry outbursts, and I needed money to see my children, I was separated from them and our communication had completely broken down, which was entered in Exhibit 35, the communications about Leo's mental health and Andrew telling me he would not engage with me about anything. And I was frantic about Leo, and I, really needed to understand what was going on there. And that was when I decided to hire a lawyer after the change of circumstances, because our children were not being cared for appropriately in California. And any argument that it's my fault, Andrew made this argument that he should have been allowed to leave as much as he left. He should have been allowed to behave the way that he behaved because I should have been there to give him a parenting split. But it is really ridiculous if you look at all these communications that we were supposed to do this as a family, and instead, that broke down. And
Okay, so Aishwarya, can I have you see the last communication from him, though? You stated that I should have hired an attorney. And what did Andrew respond with?
Hi, as I said, I'm not really sure how to respond to all of this, so I'm going to step away from the conversation for today. I'm sorry you're feeling so upset. Thank you for watching the kids. I know it's very difficult, particularly with them having COVID. I will be in touch.
Okay. So it sounds like it was kind of left up in the air, correct?
It was left up in the air, and I was forced to put the kids on the plane. Forced meaning like the kids that's what they were expecting. Andrew and I had no other agreement. I didn't know what to do. And Josephine was anticipating starting high school, and she had no other enrollment.
Okay, so then August 9th, you flew out, correct? You and the kids flew out to Pasadena.
Correct.
And were you happy when you got there?
No.
Okay. And did you make that clear to Andrew?
I did not. I will say that the way that I made that clear was by being, I was kind of being silent towards him. I was not arguing.
Oh, if any of you have never dealt with a narcissist before, this is a classic move, what she just said there. I was making it clear by insert way to not make it clear here. Like, oh my God. The only hope for these children is A, that maybe they've gone to boarding school and been not as subjected to this much. And then B, hopefully their dad is nice. I hope he's just a real pushover and nice.
With him. I didn't really want to talk to him. And so I was keeping our conversations kind of short. And it was really aggravating him. And, it was just really,
Okay.
really upset.
Okay, and I'm going to share the screen again. Here we go. This is Exhibit N. Again, it's Aishwarya, can you see this email? It's dated Saturday, August 13th. An email from Andrew to you at 7:58 a.m. Do you recognize this email? Do you recognize your email addresses?
I do recognize the email and the email addresses, and this email fully lays out the incredibly difficult situation that I had been put in. And I agree. Let me
Okay, let me ask first. I'm going to ask first that the court to have this admitted.
Sorry.
Aishwarya, she's just asking you whether or not you recognize the email addresses. Just answer that question.
Okay, yes.
Before you continue to speak, because otherwise it will make the record extremely difficult to interpret.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't have an objection to this, Megan.
Okay, thank you.
Admitted.
Thank you. So this is on August 13th. Were you still in Pasadena, or you had gone home by that point, correct?
I had not gone home. I was still in Pasadena. I did not leave until I had to meet a contractor at a house on Monday, August 15th. And that was imperative because I had to make a payment to Josephine's tuition. And I had to make some tuition payments, and I needed to collect some money from clients.
So as I look at the clock and it's 4:15, just to move this along, it looks like Andrew got the message that you were upset, Ishwarya. You said you were kind of quiet, but it looks like he got the message. So can you read this email?
Yeah, and I'd like to point out by this point, the incident in the car where he was yelling and then on the sidewalk had already occurred.
Okay,
And
I'm sorry, Ishwarya. I'm just going to ask you to read the email.
Sorry. Hi. So this is kind of, I'm going to read the email, and then I would just like to make it clear that the written statements from Andrew do not.
So one of the things, I think your attorney tried to do this. One of the issues we're having is on cross, you're only really allowed to answer the questions asked.
Okay.
So if Ms. Whitman feels like it's important, she'll take care of this on redirect.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So when Ms. Belden asks you to read, if you would just please read it, and we'll see if there are questions that Ms. Belden has, and then if Ms. Whitman has any issues, she'll either object or take care of it on redirect. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay. Hi. As I have said, I understand that you're upset and angry about our divorce agreement. I have spent the last 3 days wondering if indeed the kids should just go back to school in Leland, go back to Leland. After much consideration, I think that would further cause further confusion and damage. This morning, I looked at the enrollment contracts for Oak Knoll and High Point. Per the Oak Knoll contract, we had until June 25th to cancel. Per the High Point contract, we had until June 1st to cancel. Josephine starts high school Monday. I have a 1-year lease for a house here. Between my house lease and Birdie's tuition, I have committed roughly $55,000 to being here for this year. You have committed approximately $45,000 in tuition payments. I am open to revising our divorce agreement, even potentially terminating the one we have and starting over. I think a new one would require very different terms that would establish firm financial boundaries and no dependence on one another. In the meantime, we have mutually committed to being Pasadena for this coming year. It makes no sense to forfeit upwards of $60,000 in tuition to keep the kids in Leland, where Josephine and Leo will receive a subpar education, where they each receive B's on their most recent report cards. I know you wanted Josephine to go to Cranbrook for her freshman year. It hasn't happened, and now we are committed to being here.
And I'm sorry, could you read the bottom? It says, I would really
like to find an amicable way to work together to get through this coming year. We did last year.
Okay.
Based on our conversations the past few days, that starts with you going back to Leland to work and get some emotional and mental space, a break from the past month. Beyond that, I would like to find a way to work together to be present on a daily basis as much as possible over the coming year in our children's lives. We can talk about ways we can do this, and we can continue to discuss options for reaching longer-term resolution between us.
Okay, and then that is what I have to say. Love, Andrew.
Yeah.
So would you say this is Andrew again reaching out to you saying, I'm open to discussion, help me out?
After he screams at me in the car and runs up and down the sidewalk and shoves me out in the front door.
But again, I'm going to keep you just to my question.
This email in and of itself, yes, it says he wants to reach out and work together as a family. And he's also acknowledging the financial impossibility that I'm in, that I have to get on a plane and go back to work in Leland in order to pay tuition payments here.
Okay. Okay, Ishwarya, again, these are texts that I know have been attached to multiple things, but it's text from August 13th between you and Andrew. Can you see that? Can you confirm that you?
Yes.
Okay, you recognize these texts that you had a number of texts back and forth from August 13th?
Yeah, I think, is this before I don't know if this was These are, yes, those, yes, to answer the question, yes.
Okay, so I would like to have Exhibit O entered.
The boxes, are those in the original? I don't understand what the.
No, I'm sorry, the boxes were not in the original. I just was trying to, it's kind of my way of highlighting.
Okay, did you email me that to me? Is it on, maybe it's on?
It's
other-
in the, it's in multiple of the, it's in multiple of the exhibits to document to pleadings, as well as it was in that Exhibit D.
You just send it to, I have it. Hold on a second.
Okay, yep, and yeah.
As long as she authenticates it as being something that she communicated to him, I have no objection.
Admitted.
Thank you. Ishwarya, again, these texts are texts between you and Andrew on August 13th, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
You and the kids arrived on August 9th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were supposed to stay until August 16th, but you left early. Do you remember what day you left?
I left on a red eye on August 14th. I flew into Traverse City. I got in the following morning at 10.
Okay.
And I went straight to work because I had to meet somebody for work.
Okay. Do you remember what date this incident in the car where you said Andrew got real upset and was shaking and got out?
I think it was August 11th.
So 2 days after you got there.
It might have been the next day. I think it probably was the next day. Actually, it was in the driveway where of his new house. So I think that I could reconstruct it. It was on the day that I think it must have been, he didn't have that house until maybe like the 10th. So it was definitely not the 10th. It might have been the 11th or the 12th. It was either the 11th or the 12th, I would say. And then the shoving me out the door in front of Birdie was, I think, August 13th, which is the date that these texts were sent. And I just really wanted to go home because I was so overwhelmed and upset about everything. And I wanted for Andrew to help with the kids because he had been gone. And I had gone.
So in a 24-hour period, you had the screaming in the car incident and then the.
Yep.
Didn't you say that Andrew had to leave when he grabbed Birdie from you? You had just gotten back from taking Josephine to school?
That was a different incident on October 5th.
Okay, so there have been multiple incidents of him grabbing Birdie out of your hands. I think that's the first I'm hearing of this.
No, there are not multiple incidents of that.
Okay.
The first incident I'm talking about is the screaming in the car and the sidewalk. The second one happened, I think, the next day where he pushed me out the front door, marched me backwards with his hands on my shoulders, shoved me out the front door and slammed the door in my face while Birdie was standing on the inside watching. And I opened the door and came inside and she suppressed a scream in her mouth and ran down the hallway to her brother. And then the other incident that I'm talking about that I referenced.
No. Tell me what it sounds like when somebody suppresses a scream in their mouth as they're running down the hallway. He might be the writer, but she's very descriptive with her language. Oh, in her storytelling. Let's just be fucking clear. Yeah, if you want to come redesign my kitchen, well, we have to have a chat first. But I do have an open invitation to the kitchen for people that I feature on the channel. Because I'm not afraid to say what I say about people straight to their face, and that's the truth. I love you all for being here. Please like the video if we haven't yet already. And let's just finish this off. We're very close. Very close.
reference also in my custody modification request was on October 5th when I handed her to him on October 5th to diffuse his yelling and threatening to call the police. And he buckled her into her car seat while she was hysterically crying and screaming for me and drove off with her and Josephine.
Okay, so do you recognize in these texts that Andrew's text to you are the dark ones and then yours are the, okay. Just for ease, if you don't mind, I'm going to do the reading because it's hard to read off of that darn screen.
Sure.
But what I see is that Andrew sent you an email or a text on August 13th. It says, hi, I sent you some emails, which you may be avoiding. I would like to say again that I'm sorry about everything and I'm open to making changes. This is August 13th, right? And then he said, I know you're feeling angry and miserable. I'd like to propose that we do something pleasant as a family today, like go to the Nickel Diner or Griffin Park. I think it would help and mean a lot to the kids.
Correct.
Okay. And then then your response was, I'm not avoiding them. I just need some time and space away from the very real problems with you. I want to go home tomorrow.
Correct.
And I will respond when I'm ready. I will say right now that I am not going to revise the divorce agreement.
Correct.
Okay, so you did not want a change of that divorce agreement on August 13th, correct?
This is an entire illustration of the domestic abuse.
Okay, but I'm sorry, just this question though.
Yes, I did not want
the divorce. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you said the kids are going to be here tomorrow with you after I leave. Or I'm sorry, the kids are going to be here with you after I leave tomorrow. And I have committed to paying $45,000 for tuition, plus the cost of a rental here, plus the cost of travel to see my kids and manage my work from a distance.
Yes.
I'm not going through more divorce negotiations with you. I just want this to be over so I can move on with my life.
Yeah, I was so tired.
Okay. And then Andrew wrote, okay, I'm just trying to work with you. I understand we have real problems and need space.
Just so worn out, like we've gone through all the emails that, all these emails, and it's like, I think there's a real picture of someone.
Okay, but I'm just going to keep moving us along. And then you said, and if things do not go well here, then I will seek out the right people to help me fix them.
And I did that.
Okay.
Yes.
And he said, I am sorry. That is what I have to say. I am incredibly sorry and I'm feeling devastated. I'm sorry. I don't know what more to say. I suppose I'd like some form of kindness and a feeling of resolution with you, but I understand and respect that you're feeling angry and need space. I will give you that space. I'm sorry, Ishwarya. I really am. I never wanted this kind of pain and anger in our lives. And then you responded with, I can't give you anger. I can't give you resolution or kindness right now. And I don't need to go over why anymore. Really, I need for you to just grasp the reality of all that is going on without being defensive. The kids are not doing well. Josephine is unhappy about LaSalle, but feels stuck. She misses the barn. Leo is very depressed and can't even deal with his summer-ready assignments. And Bertie has developed a major anxiety about being away from me because of how things have gone this last month, excuse me. I'm glad you're happy to be back here, but I would recommend getting in touch with your priorities in life. And if they don't include the kids, then you should let me take them back to Michigan. I know you'll read this is a black and white criticism, and I'm sorry to be so blunt, but truly, I don't feel like you are aware of what you are taking on, and I definitely don't believe you want to deal with it.
I wrote all of those things and I stand by every word of it.
Okay, so on August 13th, you were already acknowledging that Leo was behind in school.
Yes, and
Leo was depressed.
Yeah, and so what happened is we talked to the kid, Andrew. I was really sick of Andrew's apologies.
Okay, but I'm sorry, I'm just going to keep you on task here.
Okay.
In this text right here, you're acknowledging that Josephine's unhappy about LaSalle. Do you still think she's unhappy? This is before she even attended her first day of school, right?
Right, but she was unhappy.
And then you said she misses the barn.
Yep, in Maple City.
And then Leo you said Leo is very depressed and can't deal with his summer ready assignments.
Yep, I meant summer reading.
Okay. And Birdie has major anxiety about being away from me.
I'm going to object just because she said she meant every word of it and she said it. Is there any need to read it again, just in the interest of
Well,
time?
I just want, I'm sorry, I just want
She's
to,
gonna go over it. This is Cross. She's gonna go, this is kind of what we do.
yeah. I just want to, I really just want to acknowledge that. So as of August 13th, the kids had all these issues already, correct?
And we tried
They'd only been in Pasadena for.
and then that's why it initiated the conversation about moving them to Ann Arbor.
Okay,
So
so I'm sorry, so let me just go on. So the next thing is Andrew saying, so what are you proposing? That is what I keep saying to you. I wrote you multiple emails. I even offered to talk with you about the kids going back to Leland. And your response was, I'm not proposing anything. I am leaving tomorrow. It is your turn to be in charge of this mess.
yep.
And Andrew wrote back, I do not understand why you keep communicating like this. You say it's done, and then you say things are a mess. And then you wrote, the kids are not doing well, but I am not able to work through this with you anymore. Like I said, you won, so I need to go back to work and move on, and you need to live with your decisions too. And then Andrew wrote, I do not understand what you are saying. Honestly, I do not understand. I don't understand, Ishwarya. Can you please clarify why you say everything is a mess, but you want to continue what we're doing? And your response was, I think what I'm saying is that we can't find a resolution that works well for either of us or for our kids. I don't think this arrangement is good for them, but I know that you are dead set on being here in LA because that's what works for you. I got sick of trying to find a compromise, so I agreed to it. The cake is baked. It is what it is. And frankly, it's not good for the kids. And I'm furious and unforgiving in my communication with you because I feel you do not care. You want to be here for your career and for your dating life, and that is a fact. So please stop giving me the faux, I'm open to other things, because you are not.
I have to just be clear that I didn't.
I want to just read this for the record. I'm sorry. It's not good for the kids. You wrote, it's not good for the kids for the following reasons. We can't really afford their tuition, but we'll try to make do. But we won't be able to afford the extra things they need. Activities, clothes, vacations, haircut, shoes. This is what our life was like, and that's why I wanted to move. It wasn't just because of your family. I wanted to live with more comfort, like groceries, and not pawn my ring all the time. Number 2, I will not be fully present because I have to work to pay these tuition bills now. I don't have any work leads here, and it takes time to find them. Number 3, they are going to need a lot of support with their academics plus therapy. I don't know how we will afford this. Number 4, they will be living in a rental that is currently not furnished. Josephine is also stuck in classes with her childhood bully, and Leo needs a therapist and probably a tutor to help him adjust to High Point. And then you wrote, and Birdie needs me, which she won't have. But I know this is the only thing you want, so I'm moving on. And Andrew's response was, okay, so please tell me what you would like to do. And your response was, I want to walk away from you. And that means walking away from these problems with the kids. But I can't deal with this anymore, so I am leaving. And then Andrew wrote, do you want to talk with the kids about going back to Leland? And your response was, nope, this is done. And frankly, I'm not going to let you skirt all of your responsibilities anymore. You need to face reality. And Andrew wrote, I do not understand what you're saying. And then you wrote, I don't want to text anymore. This is making me feel gross. I hate it. And Andrew wrote, I do not understand the purpose of your words. And you said, then let's stop texting. I should have left yesterday. And then Andrew said, okay, if you don't want to text, I will call you. Ashwarya, these are our children. I have no intention of putting them through what you're describing. I wish you would please find a way to have some proactive communication with me. And then you said, I'm going to take a shower. I can't talk about this anymore right now. And then Andrew wrote, okay, I would like to talk about it. I have no intention of doing harm to my children. I wish you could understand that. And you wrote back, you already have. I wish you could understand that by forcing this ridiculous situation here in Pasadena. And Andrew wrote, can you please call me or take a shower and call me? I am willing to talk with the kids. I had no intention of hurting anyone. You know me. I would never do that. And Ishwarya, your response is, I want you to take care of the kids, not talk to them. So I'm leaving and you can be here with them. Kids want to eat and need help getting out of the hotel. It would be great if you could come over to help. And Andrew wrote, I'm sorry, I need to take some time to myself after this text exchange. I will be over there in a little bit. And your response was, okay. Do you remember this whole exchange?
I do, and there's a lot going on in it.
Okay, but Ishwarya, again, you'll get a chance to explain that. You remember this?
I'm going to object just because you're asking her if she remembers it, and then you keep going. Is there a question? I mean, she needs. I guess
she can say that she remembers it. That's the question. She said yes.
Yeah.
What you want her to be able to do is to keep explaining, but that's not.
I don't want that necessarily.
Yeah, I don't want the explanation. I just want to confirm that this exchange happened. And
she said so by agreeing to enter the entire exhibit. Why did it need to be read?
So Ishwarya, you recognize that in this, Andrew asks on multiple occasions, essentially, please work with me. Ishwarya, tell me, what can we do? Of course I want to do what's best with the kids. Let's talk about this. And your response very much was no. Not open for discussion. I'm overwhelmed. I'm walking away. You made this mess. Figure it out. Correct?
This is part of a pattern of domestic abuse. I've already.
Okay, and you can say that.
And it's all part of the policy. I know. I think you asked
Your Honor, because she gets to answer.
No,
she
but
gets
I don't
to
need
answer
the whole
even if she doesn't
need the whole explanation, Melissa. I'm simply asking.
And then he cut the goddamn feed. And that was it for the day. Folks. I can't even think about what that really means for the coming. I don't even want to say when it is. Also, prayers in the chat for Andrew, who is also on the West Coast, just like me, which means he has to be ready and in court, at least it's online, but at like what, 6:30? I don't know. Anyways, no, 5:30. Andrew has been, I haven't even seen any faces from Andrew. The lawyers here are getting a little bit snippy dippy. The judge is done dealing with the bad lawyering. It's not all bad, but I just think this has gone on way too far, way too much, way too broad, way too irrelevant. Honestly. We wonder why judicially things take a long time. Well, I don't know. Anybody. Okay. We're gonna be back tomorrow evening. Tomorrow during the day, though, guys, to begin with. Credence and Mikey, always streaming weekdays. They have an amazing channel. I know most of you are subbed, but if not yet, please go do that. They will be on during the day. I will be there during the day because that is where I like to hang out. Then we will likely have a time served live tomorrow night. And then we'll follow it up with whatever we get of this judge and situation tomorrow. I am excited because I haven't checked yet, but I hope I have just even one more follower than I did when I started. But please take this as a reminder that everything you do, like liking the video, commenting on it, and subscribing especially, is very helpful to the YouTube daddy, who we like to make happy. We love to make our YouTube daddy happy. That's our whole goal, right? Again, I hope. I hope that Andrew comes out tomorrow and it's okay. Like, I mean, if he's anything like his emails, I'm honestly, I don't know what we're doing. But um anyways, we will see what happens tomorrow with that. Um oh, the clip. I'm not gonna do it tonight only because I'm gonna post it on its own, Jonathan. I know. But for anybody in the Discord, here's a great little teaser. You can go watch the clip right now. It's posted on the Time Served General Discord page by myself. I posted it earlier. Um, that was it. I swear to God, I didn't miss anything. Like that was it. Um, but yeah, I will post that clip, I guess. I've posted it in the Discord. Once I get a members only, I'll be posting it there. Because oh really? These divorces are killing me. Do you realize I've spent more time on these people's divorces than I did on my own? That's 100% true at this point. I'm not kidding. 100% true. Spent more money on, or spent more time on these people's divorce than I did on my own. Folks, be kind to each other. Try and make somebody smile tomorrow or today or whatever time it is. It's fun. I like making people smile. I hope I gave each one of you a little smile tonight somehow. And I want to thank you very much for coming to the kitchen to watch court with me. Now, we need to leave 20 seconds for the tape delay. You need to hit that like and subscribe button. The kitchen is closed to the public, but I'll be back tomorrow with more kitchen court cases. Bye.